Good morning, good afternoon. Not sure where you are in the world at the moment, but I appreciate having you here. So if you're a V Omega Lol D person, don't worry. I recognize your personhood. You're a viewer too. I count you, even if you don't show up in chat. Although I would encourage you, go on the Discord, go to the README page, react, become one of the people who get alerts every time we go live, and then you could make it for a live show. If you've never made it to a live show before, you have the pleasure of speaking in the chat, asking questions, interacting, and directing the content in a direction where you'd like it to go. In my travels, kind of, hopping between different countries and hanging out with viewers, I have come to learn that a lot of the people who give me those offers are people who either do watch the VOD or they are people who don't watch anymore. So, I think there's a lot of you who really care about the content and have expressed as much to me in person. And, if you ever wanted to go in a direction that you want it to go, or ask questions or see the things covered the way you like them covered, definitely become a part of the chat. Make it to one of the live streams. Say hello. Like Camden, Kegley in the YouTube chat. Hello. And I would prefer not to in the Twitch chat. Hello to you as well. The plan for today is to talk briefly about Everything Everywhere All at Once, which was an incredible movie that I would be happy to give a little pitch for. If you haven't seen it, you haven't heard of it, I would highly recommend to go out to your local cinema while it is still in theaters and to give it a watch. I think it is a cinematic experience that I would want anyone and everyone who is interested in movies to go through. It's not a super artsy thing. It is very approachable by the average person. It's a fun ride throughout. It covers a lot of different genres. So whether you're interested in action or sci-fi or time travel or anything else, I think you would be interested in this film. After that, we'll be talking about the recent kind of ban on the Discord of things like autistic, schizo, that kind of stuff, and why I've moved to ban that, and how you can communicate well without using those. Kind of a side point to that, we're going to be talking about a kind of refocus that I've had in what the purpose of the channel and the Discord is. And it's that refocus that has led me to make this ban. And we'll talk more about that, of course. Then for the rest of the show, and what I imagine will make up the vast majority of today's VOD, it will be RoseWrist versus Vaush, which actually, if I go ahead and edit that real quick, I should just write the whole of Rose's name, because I don't think it will take up that much space, unless I did that earlier and then I was like, oh, it doesn't fit. Let us see. So don't want to edit that one. I want to edit this one. Let's see, RoseWrist. Let's see if that fits. It does. Okay. So I don't know why I didn't have that before, but now we do. Take it off studio mode. Alrighty. How will I identify other wall enjoyers? Gigabusiness. Yeah. What did you say? I adored that movie. My head's still spinning from it. Yeah, I watched it. I think it was yesterday, and it's still stuck with me. And I do intend to go back. The subtitles at the movie theater were all in Norwegian, so the entire plot line that was only done in Chinese, I missed. But even then, still enjoyed the movie, still cried in the movie at several points. It still had a huge impact on me, but there was an entire storyline I missed out on that I intend to rewatch and get more up to date on. There was a particular scene with rocks, and if you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. Couldn't understand any of it, but I'll be back in the cinema to watch that very, very soon. Everything Everywhere All at Once has been out of theaters for a while in my city. I'm eagerly awaiting a digital release. Yeah, well, if you're somewhere that it is still in the theaters, that is why I would greatly encourage you to go watch it before it's gone. I get that the Rose talk may have been calm or tame. That's why we're going to watch it, because I want to get back to that. And lastly, to just hurry through this intro here, we will have a donation goal today for 150. And if we hit 150 for today, then we will listen to the Destiny kind of debrief with RoseWrist after, where he confronts Rose about still being a fan of Vaush and talks about the conversation. If we hit that donor goal, we'll definitely check that out afterwards. And yeah, I'm trying a new setup today with the notes notes, and they will be prominently featured on screen. So look out for that. And yeah, I look forward to it. Today will be a fun day of trying out some new stuff on my end with Notion. And of course, you know, giving you guys what you like, which are the line-by-line reviews. I haven't pre-watched this, so it will be a fresh viewing. I'm seeing how well I could do a line-by-line without having watched it previously, and I guess we'll figure that out together. Books, can I ask you to look out for something on your second viewing? Sure, but DM it to me on Discord. Booksmarts #1004 on Discord. But yeah, I look forward to today's stream. I look forward to rewatching that movie. We'll talk more about that in a minute here. I'm going to put you guys on the loading screen while I nom on some chips and cookies and get myself ready for the stream. I'll talk to you guys in a bit. Enjoy. Let's see what we're going to listen to today. Well, then we could listen to... Oh, PictoChat actually sent me some new tracks. Let me grab that real quick. I'll go to my DMs of PictoChat here. Yeah, PictoChat worked on 2 new tracks, so I'll go ahead and open those up, make sure they're paused when I open them. Track was not found. Maybe it was removed. Interesting. Well, Picto sent me dead links, which is unfortunate. Let's try opening this one and hope that it opens. Oh, it does. Okay. We'll listen to this. We'll probably do one other song by PictoChat. Let me open that up as well, and then we will hop into the stream for today. This will be Email Exchange by PictoChat. Enjoy. And there you go. Whoa. Oh my god. It was very loud. I don't like that it has autoplay on, but oh well. That was Email Exchange by PictoChat. You can get their information by doing !Picto in either of the chats. I do read both of them in case you're curious, so whether you're a YouTube frog or, you know, whatever the Twitch people call themselves, I am keeping track of you. I am listening and reading. Thank you, Biggest J. Let's hear what you have to say.
Let's go. 4 hours I'm not engaged.
Yeah, there you go. I'm happy to have you. I'm hyped as well. I'm sure it'll be a fun stream. We'll play one more track before we head into it, and it'll be a classic, Satellite by Picto Chat. Enjoy. What's up, party people? Good to have you. Hopefully that transition worked. It did. Awesome. I'm Booksmarts. You can call me Book, and I'm very, very happy to have this new show segment, this brand new kind of studio setup that I've gone with. I now have 3 monitors because I have a phone which has the chat on it and will hopefully help me manage today, because today we are doing a line by line. If you're unfamiliar with that, it's where we go through a video, we do the React Andy thing, we pause champ the fuck out of it, but we're also listening very, very closely. We're following the Booksmarts principle, the Booksmarts formula, looking for problems, looking for places that people can improve, looking for where the conversation fell apart, whose fault that is, why it happened, etc. And in order to do that today, I have devised an interesting solution on OBS, which is my broadcasting software. I am going to, and let's see if I could show you this. I am going to, let's see, let's make this big, and I'll demonstrate to you what it is that I'm going to do. So while we are in this view, and while we're checking out the video and playing it and walking through it, I will occasionally do, let me make sure that we're on the right page here. I will occasionally do this. And then I will give you a first-person perspective or whatever on the notes that I'm looking at. And this way we don't need to pop back and forth between windows while we're doing notes. I could take them as we're watching the video and focus on them. And then I could put them on the screen for you guys and disappear them when we're going to be focusing on the video. And that is the plan, Stan. So look forward to that. That is a slight change, although one that I hope is appreciated by the viewers, that we are going to be doing with the stream and trying out today. I'm still looking to fix things and improve things, so I hope you bear with me in the interim as we work out any technical bugs. Holy shit, you look so clean and cute today. Well, that's because I shaved and I got a haircut. 2 things that make every great man, I suppose, except for maybe Diogenes or some other crazy philosopher. So I've made sure to look nice and cute and pretty, and because it is a line by line, I don't know if you guys notice this, but generally when I do line by lines or when I do like serious reviews, I try to wear some kind of like a collared shirt, just so that I feel a bit more like I'm dressed for the occasion, if that makes any sense to you. And so, yeah, that's why I made sure to clean up my look for today. Another reason is because of the direction that we will be heading with the channel. I have some interesting updates for you, and they're updates on things that are actually being done and actually already scheduled, so you don't have to worry about whether or not they're going to pan out. I am reaching out to many, many, many people for collaborations. Right now I have Zach App. They are a Twitch politics streamer. I have them scheduled for tomorrow at between like 6 and 8 p.m. CEST for my European friends, and that would be 12 p.m. to around 2 p.m. for my EST brothers out in America. So look forward to that. We'll probably be doing something a little bit more freeform to fit with Zach ending his stream at a random time. So that'll mean we're either going to do some React Andy stuff, or we're going to probably do some art, because I have been enjoying getting back into drawing lately, and I figure I'll bring that to the stream, take some requests from you guys, and chill out with drawing while we wait for Zach to be done with his stream. That's the plan. Another thing that we have in the works is talking to RoseWrist. I'm currently working out a date with Rose, but it'll probably be sometime after today, because they wanted to wait until I had finished my review of their content. That way we'll have a bunch of stuff to talk about. But I do have other topics planned for that conversation outside the context of what we're going to watch today. So look forward to that. I have open conversations and open dialogue with several other streamers to get them in my schedule and to do an interview with them on stream. I want to do more collaborations. I think that's a good way to grow your channel, and it's not as easy as doing panels and stuff like that. But I think it is the way to go moving forward if I want to take this seriously and have the channel grow. Beyond that, I really have found that doing interviews in Sweden with real life people, I've found that I really enjoy, interviewing people and talking with them and asking questions. I do that with all of the hosts that I stay with, which, by the way, if you're in Europe or the US or anywhere else in the world and you have a cool place you could host me at and you could show me around your city, whether that's Dubai or, Michigan and anywhere in between, reach out, booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com. I would be happy to consider it, put you in my global Rolodex of people to reach out to, and maybe at some point, hey, we'll meet up, we'll hang out, we'll have a beer. That's been a really cool experience. I want to keep it going even when we get back to the US at the end of summer. Should be about late July. And that's also why we have this up here, this little goal. So I hope that I can make this stream a lot more financially viable, put more hours on the clock, and improve the quality of the shows. I think I'll move more towards calling these shows than calling them streams, because I feel like they're going to be much more ordered. They're going to be much more prepared in advance. They're going to be much more formal. We're going to try to move quick. We're going to try to keep most of them, unless we're doing a review, under 3 or 4 hours in length. And so I feel like a show is probably a more apt descriptor for what I'm trying to go for. So it'll be more David Pacman, less, random Twitch streamer that plays a video game and has a video on in the background. So that's what I plan on doing. That's what I'm working on. I am very much so still open to the idea of hosting debates and conversations. So if you and a friend, or you and somebody on the Discord, or 2 streamers want to have a conversation, you're interested in having me as a moderator or a host, interested in trying out some of the different rules and formulas for conversation that I've been thinking of, reach out, booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com, or DM me on Discord, booksmarts #1004. You could also @ me in the stream discussions channel of our Discord, which you can get to by doing !Discord. If you are a VOD watcher, you can go to the description of this video and there will be a link to join the Discord in there. I would super duper appreciate being a platform for more people to have productive conversations. It will not be something where I'm doing it for views or for clicks. I'm not trying to make spice, the way my friend Chud Logic would, or, Trainwrecks or Austin or these people. One thing that I want to talk about, and I figure that maybe we should move to, we'll just put this here. We'll F11 it, and then I'll kind of bring you guys in on what it is that I'm talking about here. Let me move this up here so that I could see it. Bada bing. And I'll talk about this just briefly. So Raphael with $5 supporting the stream. Let's hear what Raphael has to say first, then we'll get into this.
Get me at that Destiny post debate.
There you go. So that's $5 towards the Destiny post debate. I will keep track of it on a little piece of paper I have in front of me here. So we have, let's write it on this one. We have $5 so far. So that's 5 of our 150 towards that goal. I very much appreciate it, Raphael. So what you see here in colored text, pardon my use of the word, American friends, what you see here in our colored text is the main kind of principles of the channel. I'll build these out over time, but I think that one thing that I hear a lot from people that I talk to in real life and in Discord or my Patreon DMs is that what they appreciated about the stream was honesty, charitability, transparency, these kinds of principles or vague ideas. So what I've done is, in part due to the inspiration I had talking to the people in Sweden about their association, where everybody kind of volunteers to do something and they have a list of guiding principles on what it is their organization is trying to do, I have kind of created my own. One main thing that we want to do with the Booksmarts channel and the Booksmarts brand is to improve and promote communication. We want to make people better at communicating the ideas that they have, regardless of what those ideas are. And kind of a sub point to that, we want to be specific and limit ambiguity in shorthand. So that we're going to talk about that a little bit later when we talk about using things like schizo or autistic. If you think that somebody is missing out on cues in a conversation, or they're posting a long paragraph of things that you're not going to read or whatever, I think it's much better for you to say, if you type that much text, it's going to be difficult to read. Could you give me a TLDR? Than to say, wow, look at this person's schizo posting, right? I want to kind of push us away from taking these kinds of shortcuts in conversation that lead to nothing but bad for the people that are involved, right? And I want to limit ambiguity. So I want people to be more specific about what it is they're communicating, the problems that they have, the points they're trying to make. Number 2 here, I want to improve and promote listening. A huge part of communication is listening. If you're a one-way speakerphone, you're not fun to talk to. You need to be able to listen in order to engage properly in conversation. And it's such a big skill that it gets its own point here. As far as for me, that means being charitable and fair within reason, right? We don't want Dima Mama situations where I go over the top, or counter jerk situations, or any of these sorts of things. I've learned from those. I'm trying to improve on that moving forward. And so I have the within reason here, to kind of clarify that a little bit. I want to hear chatters out and respond fairly to them. So if you're a chatter, even if you write something that it's very easy to read in a disagreeable and aggressive way, I want to kind of make an effort to understand where you're coming from and see if there is some pearl at the center of this sharp oyster that I can pull out of it, right? And so that's something that I've heard a lot of people appreciate from me, and it's something that I want to work better at doing. And it's a cultural change that I hope to get across more to other Twitch streamers that are joining or looking to improve the streams that they're doing. Beyond that, and kind of, related to that, is staying cool. So if I need to take a moment to breathe, if I need to take a moment to take a break, both me and other people, I want to encourage them to do that. If your faults in a conversation are coming out of you being hot-headed or you being frustrated, these are things that we have plenty of different techniques to improve upon or to fix or to rectify, right? And I think encouraging that rather than encouraging you leaning into your aggression or your emotions is a worthwhile thing to promote. So that's something I want to do. And I think that that's also helping with listening, because if you're upset, if you are being bad faith, if you don't trust the person across from you or you're upset with them, it's going to be very difficult to hear them out on the things that they're trying to communicate to you. And the last one, define and stay within a limited scope. So we often talk on the channel about how, whataboutisms and things are really frustrating to me, because oftentimes when we're reviewing a piece of content, we're reviewing it within the context of whatever it is that I've read, whatever it is that we're looking at. And oftentimes we can lose the plot. It can be more difficult to analyze things if we're going beyond the scope of what it is that we're trying to analyze. So I want to define what the scope of that thing is. Like for today, it'll be looking at this conversation, and mostly just this conversation, conversation. If there are clips and things like that, I might consider it, but really we should stay within the scope of this conversation and review it as its own thing. And if you don't limit that scope, people will link you a gazillion things and you'll go into 13 Twitter threads and 18 clips, and it's kind of rude to look at the clip without looking up the context of the VOD and to look up the context of the VOD. All these things are adding hours and hours to the time it would take to prep these things. And as much as I want to do a good faith job of, evaluating what's going on in these conversations, I am one man. If you want us to cover more context about whatever it is that we're looking at, become a member of the drama team, become a member of the Booksmarts Intelligence Agency, the BIA, which you can do by DMing me, Booksmarts #1004 on Twitch, or, on Discord, or you can email me, booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com, and I would be happy to add you on. You can pitch me stories, work on them independently, give summaries of what you think is important to cover or questions that you think it's important to ask, and you can help us expand the scope of these projects. But so long as it's just me doing the research and stuff, I'm going to have to limit what it is that we look at, because I don't have all the time of the world on stream or off stream to be doing that. So those are the three main principles that we're doing right now, that's what we're going to be focusing on. So and thank you for the compliments about the fresh look today. I do appreciate that. We also have some bisexual lighting going on, which I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. You'll probably have to tell me, but that's what we got going on today. A little bit of that. So that is what I wanted to show you here. I wanted you guys to know that I want to kind of return to what it is that made the stream good for people, what it is that I value in the streamer. And wow, look, hey, we got $10 more on the board. That brings us up to 15 out of our
background is looking awesome.
Thanks.
I love how structured the stream feels so far.
Oh,
and I hype for it.
Well,
Aired streams.
I'm happy.
Feeling very professional for sure. All that's left is to take back that awful Monster Hunter take.
Okay, well...
Here's 10 for the Destiny coverage.
Oh my God, it just kept going. I don't know how you got all those pauses in there. You kept me on the edge of my seat, kind of like Everything Everywhere All at Once. Thank you for that. I do appreciate it. That is $10. That brings us up to 15 out of our $150 goal to look at the Destiny post-debate discussion with RoseWrist. And so that's the first thing I wanted to talk about, is kind of these collabs that we're working on, the principles here, and that's what I wanted to open up with. In terms of life updates, because I'll get through all these and then we'll get into the main topics for today's show. I'm in Moss, Norway, which is a city just south of Oslo in Norway. And I hope to do more interviews and stuff so that I can have cultural segments on the show about Norway and Norwegian culture, and expect to also see a drip feed of some Swedish videos from some interviews that I did while I was there. And we'll talk about things like Fika and the wonderful social programs of Norway and stuff like that. So, or social programs of Sweden, I should say. So look forward to that. The other thing that I wanted to do before jumping into things today is to look at the club info. Let's look at what's going on with our calendar and other things. Let's go ahead and switch to that. So if we take a look at the Booksmarts calendar, which you can get by doing !calendar at any time, Movie Club voting ends today. So if you'd like to vote on the Movie Club movie, the submissions are already done and it's just down to a vote. If you go ahead and click this link, which I'll just link in chat to make things easy for y'all. One sec. Let's do this, Control V. You planning on going farther north? Yeah, probably at some point. For some reason, it wouldn't go to Twitch chat, so rip Twitch chat. I guess I could try again. There we go. So that is the form. And then you go in here and it is a rank choice voting system. So you would do your first pick, your second pick, your third pick, your fourth pick, your fifth pick. I, of course, am going to put Everything Everywhere All at Once as my first pick. Let's see what I would do as my second. Maybe, I've never heard of Pig, but I have heard of Mr. Fox. So I'll do that. Maybe Porco Rosso is my fourth, and for my fifth, I'll do Akira. I have no idea what Fraility is, so there you go. Do you like voting for 5 different movies? Yes, I do. And then I'll submit that, and there we go. And you can vote on that. And if we check our calendar, the actual day that we'll be discussing all this is at 2 p.m. on Saturday, and that would be in Pacific Standard Time. All these times are Pacific Standard Time, so 2 p.m. on Saturday. 11 a.m. on Sunday, we have Anime Club, so look forward to that as well, and that is everything for our community events. Wow, thanks. Let's see what that was all about.
This is dope.
I'm happy you think so, and I'm also happy to have had you as a subscriber for 17 months. You're quickly closing in on that 24-month, date there. Let's look at one more thing. I just want to show you one more thing. On June 1st, if you go to the Movie Club channel, which you can do by going to the README and reacting to the post of the club that you would like to join, then you'll see this channel here under clubs. We have links to trailers for every single movie. So if, say, like in my case, I don't know about Frailty 2001, I would click on this, and then it would open, of course, in a different window, the trailer for that. And then we could watch the trailer and have an understanding of what the movie would be about. So if you don't know about any of these movies, you can go ahead and click these trailer links, and you can join the movie club, again, by going to the README, going in here and doing a react on whatever you would like to join. So here's Movie Club here with 255 people that have joined. Here's Music Club with 176, Anime with 86.
What is this?
You can go ahead and do that. And then
Hair is looking good tonight.
thanks. I'm happy to hear it. We'll see how long it stays manageable for. I'll keep trying to style it as long as I have the haircut going for me. So yeah, you can join any and all of our clubs, the Minecraft server, whatever you'd like. Nice haircut. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's good to know that I look good to you, since you
Hey kids, it's Minecraft Man again, coming at you with another Minecraft advertisement. New world, limited chunks. Make your own chunks. Very exciting. Just head on over to the Booksmarts Discord README channel.
That, of course, is Solivula, the kind of quasi-club leader of the Minecraft server. Our Minecraft server has a cool Discord plugin that will show all of your messages in a long Discord chat, so you can see when people logged in, what they were doing, their achievements, the things that they were saying. So interesting technical developments on that front. If you'd like to join the Minecraft server, feel free. That also brings up our daily total to 18 out of the 150 needed to do the Destiny follow-up conversation. But I just like sharing things about the clubs that we got going on, because we have a very, very cool Discord. Again, we're really enforcing kind of a culture of being open and being good communicators, and it's worth a join, I would say.
This fucking cutie at it again.
I know. Somebody's got to stop that motherfucker. Here he is again with yet another stream, I don't have the, my internet's not working excuse, so there's been fire under my butt to stream again. It's just that my host is leaving on a very, very long 2-week trip, and he just left, and so the couple of days that I had to spend with him, I really wanted to dedicate as much time as possible to hanging out with him and to being present for him. And so I took some time off of streaming to do that, to see more of Norway, and really to kind of give back to my host for letting me stay here. So that's kind of what I've been up to the last few days. Anywho, let's take a look at our notes here and see what else it is that I have to update you about. Let's talk about everything everywhere all at once, okay? Future me, here's where the timestamp goes. I'll advise everyone, watch this film in theaters to appreciate the sound design and the communal experience that you can only have by watching it with other people. The movie is called Everything Everywhere All at Once. If you missed your opportunity to see it in theaters, I would highly recommend putting on your calendar 1 month in the future to check and see if it's available on the internet. If you have to yar har fiddly dee, then you definitely have the go ahead from me, because it is worth whatever method you take to go and watch it. It's a wonderful, wonderful movie. I think you should support the creators by going and watching it in theaters. I had a blast. I'll definitely be rewatching it very, very soon. I don't want to give you any spoilers or explanations for what it is about, though, because I think it enhances the experience to have no idea what's going on when you get into the movie. It's an incredible film. It touches on multiple genres. It does everything from action to kung fu to sci-fi to like just lots. And beyond the genres, which I think it does all of them really, really well, it's also wonderful at getting across its theme, getting across its message, talking about things like family and love and nihilism. And it's just so awesome. And it's one of the few movies where I feel like awesome in its dictionary form describes it perfectly. I would say go check it out. The fact that they had maybe a handful of special effects people working on everything for the movie, and they were able to accomplish what they did with it, is incredible. The fight choreography is wonderful. Michelle, the main actor, she's awesome. It also has, if you remember from Indiana Jones from a long time ago, the little boy who hung out with Indy, he has grown up into a fine man and a even better actor, and I think that he's worth seeing in the movie. He does a really, really good job. There was a lot of prep that went into playing the different versions of his character, and again, I don't want to spoil what the movie is about, but that should hint you in that all these people are able to play a lot of different versions of themselves. And yeah, it was a beautiful movie. I cried at several points during it. It starts out very confusing. You're just as confused as the characters that are going through the events of the movie. And by the end, I think it really does well to solve that confusion for you and really pull the tears out of you, pull the emotions out of you. So I got to say that, like, I enjoyed every bit of this, and every criticism I've seen of it, I think it's just somebody missing some dimension of the movie, like being confused at the very beginning. Your confusion should mimic that of the characters that are needing to learn about the unique ways that this world that these directors have set up is working. And I have nothing but positive things to say about this movie. Again, if you're able to go catch it in theaters, would highly, highly recommend it. Take a friend, and you'll have something to discuss for hours afterwards. So I went with my host and his sister, and they knew nothing about the movie. I barely knew anything about the movie besides movie club members suggesting that I go see it. Again, our movie club in the Discord is wonderful. They're wonderful people to go to for recommendations on any kinds of movies, past, present, and even future. Same with the anime club. So if you like anime, if you want to know what's on the horizon, you want to know what was good this season, what was good last season, what was good 10 years ago, there are plenty of very knowledgeable people in all kinds of different genres who could help you with that. So the clubs are a huge, awesome resource, and they were the reason why I watched this movie. And I have nothing but positive things to say about them. So let's see what's going on here.
Got a couple of commissions, and my dad's surgery went well, so here's a little back for the content. Looking good. It's a different Booksmarts every time you stream. Hope you feel as fresh as you look.
Yeah, and I hope it's not too, jarring that it's a different me every single time. I look good, I feel good, so thank you for the 15 pounds. I will add it to our counter here, and that will bring us up to 23 out of the $150 to meet our goal today. So if you'd like to see the extra content where Destiny talks to RoseWrist afterwards, definitely donate, support the stream, help me afford a house, because that's what a lot of the money that I've been saving up goes to. On that note, and this will be the last thing before we move into our last topic before the RoseWrist thing, I want to say this. I want to say a thank you. A huge, huge, huge thank you to Dwarpy. Who the fuck's Dwarpy? I don't know that name. Is he a YouTube chatter? Dwarpy is an astounding Twitch chatter. No, actually, I guess I would consider them a YouTube watcher, because they are a VOmegalolD Giga Chad representing for the Giga Chads. They heard the call to action. They heard Booksmarts up on the mountaintop screaming down to his people below to support the channel, regardless if you catch it live, regardless if you're a VOmegalolD watcher or you're a Twitch loser or you're a YouTube chatter or whatever. Support the content, because that's how you're going to be able to encourage me to keep going at it. At any point in time, the math right now makes sense that I should be doing essay writing. It's able to intellectually stimulate me more. It makes me more money. It could guarantee me stability, whatever. So the call of the void is always there, right? And I guess
might as well ask it through here.
Okay.
See if you can spot a verse jump at 02.
47. Just before Even's dad calls out for her. What if I'm wigging out? Cheers. Stream looks great.
I don't know why it changed to Attenborough in the middle of that. It didn't handle that colon very well, but yeah, thanks. And that's $5 more towards the goal. It's 28. I'll try to keep track of it, but I mean, at 2:47, that's going to be like really early into the movie. I'll watch it again in the movie theaters, so I probably won't be able to have a timeline underneath. I don't know how you have a timeline underneath it, because my understanding is it's not streaming, so unless you're a yar-har fiddly-dee pirate, I don't know how you're getting those timestamps, but what I will say is this. I may be able to figure out that timestamp. Who knows? Maybe in the movie theater, they'll put a timeline underneath the video. Maybe my viewing experience will be one which contains a timeline and contains English subtitles despite the fact that I'm in Norway. Who knows? I won't admit to anything, but this has pushed me over the edge, and perhaps I will look for an alternative viewing experience for the movie that I've already paid money to go and see. So I'll keep an eye out. Thank you for the $5. So that being said, I think that we should go ahead and figure out what the fuck it was that I was talking about, because I totally forgot. I'll just drop it. Whatever I was saying, not important. Bookie out here with that Jimmy Neutron haircut. I got bullied quite a bit in school for saying I looked like Jimmy Neutron. So that's one that doesn't make me feel very good, but I appreciate the sentiment behind it. I miss your mustache. Well, you'll have an opportunity, I'm sure, in the future where I let myself go and grow out my mustache again. So look forward to that. All right, last thing that I want to talk about. Yet another timestamp here, future book smarts. Autistic, schizo, and other mental shortcuts. So these kinds of words, saying that somebody is autistic, saying that somebody is, I'll just say it because it's educational, retarded, saying that somebody is schizophrenic, whatever, these are verbal shortcuts for dismissal. Or they're an expression of distaste for a person, their ideas, their approach to a conversation. And I think that we have a community built on the idea of improving conversation. And if we want to improve the way we have conversations, we should probably cut out the ableist language. It's not very descriptive of what you're trying to say. It has the potential to really hurt people. It is being lazy with your language in a way that could be harmful to people. And for that reason, I'm discouraging it, and you may say soy in the chat.
Payment money goes to you. Heart.
I hope house smarts will happen.
Thank you for the 15. I will add that to our list here, and that should bring us up to, I think my count is off here. 5 plus 10 makes 15, 18, 33, 38, 53? 53? I think that 53, that brings us up to 53. I will say the count is at 53. That may be a bit over, but that's okay. So we're at 53 out of 150 towards our Destiny review. Thank you for that. I'm sure it will happen. That's what I was doing. The Dorpy. Okay. The V Omega Lil D Giga Chad of Giga Chads. Despite being a V Omega Lil D Giga Chad, despite not watching the stream live, despite not getting the alert that he would want, or they would want, not sure who it is, they donated $1,000. $1,000 with the message representing the V Omega Lol D Giga Chads. Don't really care for much of a shout out. I'm going to give you one because you've certainly earned it, or anything. Hope you can continue streaming, and best wishes. Thank you to Dwarpy. That's huge. That's a massive donation. That's super duper kind of you. I really do appreciate it. PayPal has it locked, but I'm sure I'll get that before the end of June, so it's not that big of a deal. Again, I won't be moving back to the US until late July. I super duper appreciate that. That was very, very cool of you. That's going to help the stream immensely. It's going to help my living situation immensely, and it brings us a huge chunk closer to that $2,000 goal for the moving expenses and for the first and last month of deposit. So I really, really do appreciate that. And I hope that's an inspiration to you listening to me as you wash your dishes, go for a drive, are at work. If you could spare anything, if you could spare a half an hour of your wages for the hours of content that I give you, it's very much so appreciated. It's awesome. The host that I'm staying with presently in Norway has so much swag from different streamers and YouTubers and stuff. And I've been trying to pick his brain about what is it that pushes you over the edge to financially support a creator who you've enjoyed the content of. And my understanding from him is that it's more or less like constantly giving them things that they enjoy, making it clear that you are trying hard to raise funds through whatever it is that you're doing, the selling of products, the pushing for donations, whatever. And so, I'm going to keep this train rolling. I'm going to keep giving content to you guys, collabing with other streamers, etc., building up the BIA, our intelligence agency, for finding sources for our drama stuff and real news coverage and whatever else. And I think the only other thing that I need to do is just be more open to shilling. So I'm going to keep doing it. And if that bothers you, I got to make a living. Papa's got to eat. Okay. So thank you to everybody for supporting. And I think I will close up our autistic schizo segment. So on the Discord, these ableist things are banned. They're a shortcut to saying what you mean to say. It can hurt people even if you don't mean for them to, right? And it doesn't even need to hurt the person in the conversation. If I have a brother or an aunt or an uncle or a friend who's schizophrenic, it's kind of cringe that you're calling stuff schizo when I have some idea of what that actually is. If my brother is like, a low functioning, autistic person, or they're in a home, or, they're in my home, and my parents work hard to take care of them and to create memories for everybody. And, and I love them very much. And you're using those words, you could hurt more people than I think you might expect. Right. And beyond that, I think it's better to encourage you to be better at communication, to explain yourself vividly, whether that focuses on what the other person is saying or it's on your feelings. I think a lot of the time when we say that something is schizo posting, when we say that something is autistic, or we say that somebody is retarded, I think a lot of the time this is an emotional outburst. I don't think it has a lot to do with the other person. I think it has a lot to do with the way that you're feeling and the way that you're thinking about things. And rather than sorting it out, rather than kind of really examining that feeling inside of yourself, you're just immediately taking the shortcut and taking it out on other people. And I don't even think you intend to do it. You just get in the habit of doing it. So we're going to be warning people. You get 3 warnings. You're going to be timed out, and it's just going to keep happening until everybody gets out of the habit of doing that, at least in the space that I am in charge of and I'm administrating or whatever. I'm going to discourage it. We can do better. We are the community that is meant to be dedicated to better communication, and I think that we need to do better. So that's going to be a change that you're going to see on the Discord. You're going to see it in here. Mods will enforce that stuff in here. Again, if you get banned at some point, there is a unbanned form that you can get in the panels below this Twitch page, or I think there's a link to it as well in the YouTube. And if there's not, you can always go to the Twitch chat, do ! Unban. You could also do that in the Discord. There are a gazillion places. The README. There are a gazillion places where you could get a link to an unbanned forum and appeal it. But that will be something that we're cracking down on. You could still use other less stigmatized insults, but I will discourage them, and you will be moved to a channel where you could be bad faith all you want. If you're using insults like crazy, insane, stupid, those sorts of things. I'm not a crazy SJW book smarts who's going to look at, the etymology of a word from a gazillion years in the past and enforce that kind of stuff. But it will be discouraged, right? Again, it's a mental shortcut. Just explain what your problem is, okay?
Thank you for reviewing this. I was hoping you would.
Awesome. Well, I'm happy to be delivering the content for you, Jay. And that is $5 extra to our donation goal, which will bring us up to 58 out of the 150 for the Destiny extra content. So look forward to that. Okay. It's disappointing to see people be dicks in the chat when I look over. I'm very happy that the stream is moving towards a place, and I've been following more advice from my kind of inner circle of Discord people to not read the chat all the time, to have chat intermissions like we're going to enter in right now before we get into the RoseWrist thing, and to, if somebody wants to say something dickish to me and they want it to get to my eyes, or if somebody wants to say something dickish and have me respond to it, go ahead and donate, and then you'll look like a dumb fuck in front of everybody. But I see some like mean shit in the chat, and it's like, you know, you're not going to convince me to not do it the way that I'm doing it by being a dick, and I don't know what you're looking to accomplish with that. So yeah, YouTube chat, you're not looking too hot today. You got a lot of rough people in there. Can we use Morbin? I don't care. Are you going to make a whole video apologizing for calling things nanners? I never said that before. And I also think, let's see here. Also applies to Minecraft server. It does apply to the Minecraft server, because anything posted in the Minecraft server is going to be posted in the Discord. Hey, Book, I'm not advocating for the continued use of schizo or the R word, but... Here we go with this but. How do you reconcile not wanting to do harm with those words when you make off-color jokes, like the colored text joke earlier that can be hurtful to others? I'm going to use my, let's see if I have it in here. I'm going to use this one.
Prefer really not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble. And I don't want to be in big trouble.
That's what I'll say to that. I could go into a whole thing about how the stream is going to be this and this is that, and get into a complicated disagreement with you. If you're interested in talking that one out, you can catch me when I'm in Discord. I'm in Discord all the time. I'd be happy to explain it to you if that's something that you're curious about. But I already foresee that this will be a 15 to 30 minute long discussion where we have a back and forth. And if I can't answer it in one message, I'm just going to encourage that you catch me at another moment or use the Q&A feature that we have in the Discord. Does that mean you'll be staying at one place now if you're buying a house? I won't be buying a house, but I will be renting when I return to the US. So yeah, I'll be in one place for at least 6 to 12 months. The idea is to talk with the rental agency and work that out with them. So that is the plan for that. Will that streamer house have other streamers? No, not at the moment. That is not the plan. I've talked with other streamers about doing it. However, getting streamers together to do anything is a lot like wrangling cats, is what I hear a lot. And wrangling cats seems to be an apt description of it. It's been very difficult to coordinate with other streamers to do that, and so probably not. Unfortunately, I would love to room with some cool streamers, but it's not looking like it's going to be the case. It would never happen if I put it on the backs of other streamers to work out. We need you back in the US. Things are nutty right now. Yeah, well, maybe we'll cover more politics stuff as well for the Americans. I'm not good at maths, but that haircut makes up for it. Oh, okay. Did I fuck up the math? Nah, fuck that. Base as fuck. Ableist language is uncreative and needlessly harmful. At best, it's just rude. Yeah, that's where I'm at with it. Like, we may not agree that it's harmful to all the people that are hearing it and whatever all the time. There's debate to be had there, but at best, it's rude. And at best, it's a shortcut for what you actually mean to say. And I'm not going to keep encouraging the shortcuts, just do a better job at communicating what you're trying to communicate. And to give a little bit of a response to that person from earlier, maybe you could read between the lines here and pick up on what the difference is between making jokes and trying to communicate with people. A lot of the time, these things are being brought up when people are in the middle of a larger discussion or a debate or a conversation. They're not really jokes. They're kind of things to shut down a line of talking in a conversation, right? Not that the jokes are allowed on the Discord either, but just you begin to maybe be able to parse out some differences there. Hello from Brazil, from Carol in the YouTube chat. First time that I could catch up with the stream. I always watch later on YouTube. Love all. You always make me company. Thanks for that. Yeah, not a problem. Hello to you in Brazil. The way RoseWrist talked to Vaush was exactly how cops talk to people to get them to incriminate themselves. Well, I guess we'll see. I have heard that this is a theme in that chat. He enters the theater with a stopwatch. What do you mean? Oh, that's how he's getting his timeline there. Okay, gotcha. Let me look here. How do you reconcile? Oh boy, here we go. How do you reconcile your hate for Destiny and your attempt to curate your community? How do you reconcile your hate for? So first of all, I don't hate Destiny, and you may not believe that, but if you want to Mr. Girl me and call me a liar, then I will book smarts you and leave the conversation. So I don't hate Destiny, so I'm fighting you on point number one, but reconciling that with my attempt to curate my community. Again, I don't hate Destiny, so I don't think it has anything to do with my attempt to curate my community. The question falls apart when one of the premises is something I don't agree with. If I've said the R word or called someone schizo, I don't care about them. Maybe I should, but that's not where I'm at that point. Sure. And then I would encourage you to care about the people you're talking to or disengage. And this is another huge point that I don't think I got from the long list of notes that were in front of me to talk about this topic. If you're at the point where you just want to call them retard to end the conversation, don't. Just end the conversation. Just stop talking to them. Block them. Mute them. We don't need to keep harming each other as like a last, nuclear weapon flying off before you're wiped off the face of the earth. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's something I could advocate for. Just block them. Just say I'm done with the conversation. Be a mature person. And that's what I'll be continuing to encourage in the Discord. But you're probably right. It's just a shortcut for your opinion is completely unsubstantiated. Sure. Yeah. Or a gazillion things. It might be unsubstantiated. It might not be practical. It might, show a certain lack of understanding about social situations or social change or the political situation. There are so many specific things that could lead you to use one of these dismissive, ableist, phrases that I find it difficult to classify all of them as one thing or another thing. And it's because of that I think I want to encourage people to use your words, explain what the problem is, or disengage, frankly. It's tough to know what the problem is because you used a word that just shuts down the conversation or is meant to upset people or, make certain other people in the chat laugh, and it really doesn't do anything for the discussion. These are the same arguments people used to defend using the F slur or gay 10 years ago. It is easy attack people's arguments, not the person. Exactly. Let's see here. Since when does books hate Destiny, lol? People probably think that from the conversation I had with them most recently, probably. That would be my guess. If you don't care about someone, why would you waste time talking to them? Exactly. So just dip out, end the conversation. He's always been mostly positive towards Steven. Well, I'm happy you think so. There's like 3 DGGers in the BIA. Book doesn't hate Destiny. Yeah, I don't hate like DGGers. I have criticisms for the most vocal, awful people in that community in the same way I have, misgivings about the most vocal, toxic people in Chud Logic's community. But you guys watching Steven doesn't make you a bad person. You guys watching Chud doesn't make you a bad person. You guys chatting in their chat. Even you guys being in there and being a part of the mob and throwing shit doesn't necessarily make you some irredeemable person. I think we have people from all sorts of communities. I've occasionally gone through the user list and checked what are the other mutual servers that I share with these people, and they're from all sorts of different places. So, that's how it is. I do actually agree with you. I'm merely not mature, lol. Well, there you go. So I would encourage you to, be mature. And if we can agree, then I've gotten through to you somehow. Let's see here. I hate the use of the term schizo posting. It comes off as incredibly dismissive and offensive. A lot of streamers use it so nonchalantly. I hope that one day the stream grows to the point where we influence our own kind of subsection of orbiters or people. And this is part of why I'm returning to a lot of the principles that we had when I started streaming that I've kind of let go of to be more entertaining or whatever else. I think that we need more positive influences on people. And I need to do better at being a role model for the other streamers to do better, right? I have mistakes of my own. I fuck stuff up. I can be hyperbolic. I can be mean. I could use jokes like the one that I did about the colored text and whatever. I don't think all of those are things that need correction. Not immediately, perhaps not ever. But I also think that there are other people doing things that go too far. There are things I do that go too far, and we need to work at correcting those things and fixing them. Do I think a joke about how my text is colored, and apologies to my American friends for using the word colored, do I think that that is a big transgression? No. Do I think that looking at somebody who took the time to write a 3-paragraph long YouTube post and calling them schizophrenic is an acceptable thing? No. And I'm going to reflect that in the way I police my community. So everybody's going to draw their lines somewhere. My lines are drawn over here. And I think I need to do a better job at kind of encouraging that in other people and being more visible and vocal in the space, connecting with more streamers, being more available. And maybe that'll lead to a slight change. But because a lot of the big people now seem to be doubling down on doing awful shit, like being super ableist, being super encouraging of violence and shit, like things are falling apart and people are running in every which direction. They're running into fires and oil slicks and other problematic things that I want to avoid. So that's just where I'm at with it. Can Booksmarts fans be called boogers? I always like the idea of calling you guys Noah-lots, because my name is Noah and you would know a lot, like kind of like Booksmartsy type theme. I like Noah-lots. I think Noah-lots is fun, but that would be my personal selection. Would you take the Foucaultian approach to, I don't even know, you've lost me at that word. Destiny said he won't use subhuman anymore, so that's good. Yeah, that's a start. Anywho, without further ado, because there's lots of people bitching about us getting on with it, we will move into the main content for today's show. Vaush versus RoseWrist. Let's go ahead and get into it, shall we? Let me make sure that I have all of my things in the right place here. I do. Wonderful. Make sure this is here. Not book files. Yamero! No, I don't very much like book files, but I understand it's something that's moving around out there. He said he won't use subhuman, but instead some German insult that goes past a plausible dog whistle. Interesting. No commento from me.
Prefer really not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble. And I don't want to be in big trouble.
All right. That being said, let's go ahead and jump into our show for today, our main topic, which is RoseWrist versus Vaush. If you'd want to watch this, we'll be watching from Vaush's perspective. You can get the video by looking at RoseWrist Had Some Questions, and that is on the Vaush Pit channel, which I assume has some kind of affiliation with Vaush. I was initially going to watch the RoseWrist version, but I think Vaush is far more emotive, and so if we have a video on screen, it's probably best to have Vaush. Plus, he has the chat and stuff, so I just figure that's probably a better place to be looking at things. And again, I will open up my notes, and we'll occasionally be flipping back to here, where I'll be keeping track of things. Some things that I will be keeping track of, and this program is Notion, for anybody interested. I use Notion for all of my note-taking that is not involved with the BIA. So let's go ahead and add in problems. Let's go ahead and add in a play-by-play. And this is normally what I start with here, and these are toggles. So when you click them, they expand. That way you can hide these kinds of notes later. What I do when I'm watching something and I really want to understand it is I usually have some kind of chronologically ordered system of notes where I'll go ahead and take a note. Like if I take a note right now, it's 014, and then I'll write whatever I have to write. That's generally how I do that. And up here, I'll be keeping track of some problems, or maybe we'll call them themes. So if Vaush says, I think you're doing this, or RoseWrist says, I think you're doing this, then those would make it into there, and I would know, hey, this person says that this is a problem in the conversation. How does that hold up with what we're trying to accomplish here? So that is all we'll have for right now, and we'll see how much this expands as the thing goes on here. I want to see the updated note-taking stream. Where's that dono goal? Updated note-taking stream. Maybe it'll be in the future. I think that'll be post-move, actually. Yeah, I don't think we'll do that for a while, but when we do, I'll make it a dono goal for you, Nicole. Vaush has been slowly turning me off from his content with the way he speaks in definitives whenever he talks about the opposition. Also, this calling for violence, a hyperfear mark. Well, I'm going to avoid looking at clips or anything. We're defining and staying within a limited scope right now. That scope is going to be defined as the contents of this conversation, and that is it. Maybe later, if they reference a clip or something, I may ask you guys for it and we will expand the scope of this. But for right now, I want to stay within the scope of this conversation. So just bear that in mind if I'm not responding to something. That being said, I will go ahead and take maybe 30 minutes to really focus on the video, and in about 30 minutes or 45 minutes I'll check in with you guys and we'll see what you have to say. If you have something important to say, you can always donate by using !dono or the super chat feature on YouTube to get your question or your statement on the stream. Without further ado, let's get into it. Here we go.
I've seen tweets, I've seen all this stuff circulate about some of the things. Clips, I've seen takes, I've seen tweets, I've seen all this stuff circulate about some of the things that you've said recently, and instead of going through like 16 million links and timestamps to try to piece together what I think you believe, I think it'd just be easier if I just ask you a few simple questions.
Yeah, hit me up.
Instead. All right. Okay, cool. So this is about the all the discourse about the LGBT genocide. Do you believe that there is? Okay, first of all, would you define a genocide when you use it in that context?
I mean, we all know the UN definition. I mean, there's a lot of wiggle room around the edges. I think that you could fairly argue that forcible detransition of trans youth is already something approaching like genocidal intent. In the sense that it's leading to a kind of cultural deletion of the existence of a minority group. But if we're talking more explicit stuff, when I say like LGBT genocide, I mean the more traditional, like government encouraging stochastic violence against a population to the point where some kind of correctional effort, big figure quotes with correctional, is made to address the mental illness of said groups and so on and so forth. It's the same shit the Nazis did, you know. First it's because they're mentally ill, then it's because their mental illness is like corrupting society, then it's the Jews that made them mentally ill to corrupt society and blah, 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 you know, that kind of thing.
Okay. When you talk about that, do you believe the state would participate in this LGBT genocide, or do you think it would just be the state kind of looking away?
Well, if the Republicans were successful in dismantling democracy, then sure, I believe they'd participate, yeah.
Okay. All right. So then, I already know what your questions are, what your answer is going to be most likely, but I just want to make sure. Do you believe that there is currently a genocide going on against trans or LGBT people in the United States?
No, I think there's a ramp up though. I think Republicans are ramping up simultaneously to dismantle democracy if they win. If they get all three like branches of power at the federal level, and additionally they're looking to legitimize their dismantling of democracy by redirecting people's antagonisms towards a minority group, which in this case would be yeah.
All right. So we're not there yet. Do you believe that we're at the precipice of an LGBT genocide?
Well, I mean, it depends on whether or not the Republicans are successful in ending democracy. That's like the breaking point. If they can be stopped from doing that, then I think we're fine. I don't think there would be any LGBT genocide in a meaningful federal broad sense with Democrats in power, or even with like an effective split of power in government. It would be if the Republicans are successful in taking over, which they might in 2024. So if that was the case, then yes, right now I would say they are laying the flagstones.
Do you think it's likely that the Republicans win and are able to do that? Well,
it really comes down to whether or not I think they're going to follow through on all the signs they've given that they are uninterested in democracy. Like they've made it pretty clear they don't.
So one thing that I'm going to note, because we keep hearing it repeated over and over again, and when people are repeating something over and over again, then it likely means that it is important. If we go ahead and take a look at our notes here so far, this is my shorthand of the play-by-play of what's going on here. So we have repeated several times already the dismantling of democracy. So this is going to be a really, really, really important point from Vaush here. If the Republicans are able to dismantle democracy, that is the first major domino that's tipping in the direction of genocide, because then they will blame the dismantling of democracy on minorities or on marginalized groups such as the trans people, and then that will be in turn what leads to genocide. And when asked, is it currently happening, or are we close to it happening? Is it happening soon? They're laying the foundations they would need to dismantle democracy, which I'm going to use double D for. I suspect that this will continue to be a point that is important to Vaush. He's been very intentional about repeating it over and over and over again. So I think that this is something that we will want to focus on for the duration of this conversation, and it is an important first step in maybe justifying some of the violence here. That hasn't been made super clear as of yet, but I suspect, and I'm using good faith here, I think that Vaush would say that we probably aren't going to be using violence and stuff like that until the dismantling of democracy happens, since a lot of his opinion about this hinges on that dismantling of democracy. Now, what all is involved with dismantling democracy? What are the kind of, checks there, like the boxes that you would click that would, after they're all done, you would say, okay, now we're dismantling democracy. That's what's happening here. These questions, if I were in Rose's position in this conversation, all of my questions would be focused on the dismantling of democracy, because that seems to be the hinge on which a lot of this seems to be, happening or whatever. So I think we'll kind of keep that in mind as we move forward here. Let's continue.
Intend on following the rules, so I have no reason to believe they wouldn't at least try to dismantle democracy if they had the power to do so without the checks and balances coming to get them at every possible opportunity. In terms of how likely it is, I don't know if it's like a 50-50 split. There's a long way to go before 2024. It could be the Republicans self-implode by then. That would be nice.
Okay, so you're not making any statements about whether or not you think it's likely that it is going to happen, merely that it is it that it is likely that they are going to try, or is it that they are currently trying by your assessment?
I think they're laying the groundwork to do so if they do succeed. And if they don't succeed in 2024 to achieve power sufficient for them to dismantle democracy, I think they'll just try again in 2028. I think something substantive has to happen to the Republican Party in order for them to not be this kind of threat.
Okay, so would it be fair to say then that you believe that the Republican Party today likely has the intent to commit a genocide against LGBT people?
I don't know how far out in the future they tend to think. No, I would say yeah. When you have mainliners like Tucker Carlson who are explicitly doing like white genocide, great replacement rhetoric, and like the entire party falls behind like the passage of hundreds of anti-LGBT bills in the space of a couple of months in the lead up to an election. No, yeah, I think so. I don't know how much these people just follow the wave and how much of it is them like thinking in their head like, yeah, we got to get rid of these degenerates. But regardless of their level of like cognitive involvement, I definitely think it's something that they're ready to do.
Okay. So then if you believe that the Republicans have intent right now to bring about an LGBT genocide, how can you morally object against people right now taking up arms and going out and killing Republican lawmakers?
Republican lawmakers?
Yes.
Well, it would be a utilitarian thing, wouldn't it? It would be if you could get better political outcomes from them doing so, which unfortunately, I don't really think it's possible to know that because I'm not God, but as a general rule, that type of thing doesn't tend to work out. But there are plenty of examples throughout American history of lawmakers who have tried to crack down on civil rights, facing at the very least legitimate threats of violence. And I do feel that threats of violence, are a legitimate component of a democratic process when people in power are trying to use that power to suppress minority groups. But if you're asking me whether I think I can morally justify these things, I mean, I don't know. Do you think so? Because I feel like you can pretty rationally arrive at the conclusions that I have vis-a-vis Republicans' likelihood of dismantling democracy and using queer people as a scapegoat and so on.
And I would love to answer any questions about the way I view this. As soon as I just want to make sure that I get that all the questions I have are answered first. So
okay, I don't want to spoil myself, but I worry that this not answering this question might not look good. And I think that RoseWrist has been plenty polite here, but I do worry that this might be the first kind of bad indication to Vaush about this, because now it feels like less of a conversation and more of Rose kind of asking a lot of questions, which I just know from a few clips that it seems like he was concerned that Rose is just trying to get him to say certain things. So I worry that this might be part of what leads to that. So I am going to color this in my notes a little bit here, that this flipping of the question onto RoseWrist, which I'll do this so you guys can see it. This flipping of the question on Rose here, and then Rose not answering here, I worry that this might come back to bite us later, but I suppose we'll see. My worries may be unfounded. That's just my prediction at this point.
Then given like what you just said, you would then, because you said that, you could, your opposition to that would be based on utilitarianism, which as far as I understand, you're a utilitarian, right?
I try.
Okay, so would you say then it would be morally objectionable to kill Republican lawmakers right now then, given that you're a utilitarian?
I mean, given you're painting a very broad brush right now, right now, any lawmaker, any circumstance, any like preceding incident, whatever else, as an aggregate, I disagree strongly with engaging in any behavior like that, because generally speaking, this leads to bad outcomes. And it's also really difficult to, guarantee the right targets. Like you can always say in an abstract, I think this should happen or that should happen. But of course, when you enable that logic in general, you have no idea where exactly it will lead. However, given the purview of this conversation and the limits of what sorts of like politics can be talked about on this platform, I can't help but point out that the last time I had this conversation, it seems like I was like the other person I was talking to was getting nervous answering questions about whether or not Jews could engage in preemptive violence against Nazi officials because they didn't like the idea of those arguments being applied to the current situation. But I feel like any political structure, any political...
Let me listen back to that one more time.
Point out that the last time I had this conversation, it seems like I was like the other person I was talking to was getting nervous answering questions about whether or not Jews could engage in preemptive violence against Nazi officials because they didn't like the idea of those arguments being applied to the current situation. But I feel like any political structure, any political priorities, which would disallow Jews from preemptively assassinating Nazi officials, if you argue against that logic, what you're essentially saying is that you're happy to have it happen again. You're not, you nothing's been learned,
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like any of the questions I'm asking you are being asked in bad faith, and I'm trying to bait you into violating TOS or anything?
No. Did I imply that?
Okay.
Uh-oh. So the first person to really ask that about the question baiting is going to be Rose. Okay, interesting. And I don't think Vaush has very clearly made it to where he is communicating that he thinks that Rose is question baiting, but if we look at our notes again, so we're having two kind of not so great things happening. The question being flipped on Rose was rejected because Rose wants to get through their questions first. Then we have Rose asking about the question baiting, which I'll go ahead and just put Rose in here so that we know that that's from Rose. These back-to-back, I think, are causing some problems. I'll also go ahead and highlight this as well, but in a different color, because this is Vaush mentioning this other conversation that he's had. I'll put that in blue. So we're kind of turning a little bit here, and perhaps we'll kind of get back on the rails, but I know what to look for here, and this is worrisome, but we'll see. Maybe it'll turn back around real quick.
No, maybe I misunderstood the implication then. So essentially what you're saying is that people are, because on the virtue of the platform, they're too afraid to answer even very obvious questions about, for example, Jewish self-defense against Nazis, correct?
Look, there are plenty of fascist genocides that you can look at in the past and draw direct parallels to the behavior of the Republican Party today, for which people will look in the past and say, of course people should have killed those officials, of course people should have done this, that. But then when we talk about the modern day, people get nervous. Now, everything makes more sense with the benefit of hindsight. You never know how things are going to pan out. So of course, looking back on some unfortunate incident, it's going to be easier to make strong calls like that. But I do feel as though people, especially when we're talking threats of violence, well, a anti-LGBT law passed by a Republican legislator isn't a threat of violence. It just is violence. They're just doing the violence right there. And when democratic systems fail, as they will if Republicans take charge again, the law is no longer going to be an acceptable metric for determining what effective.
I also want to point out there, because he out and says it, that if the Republicans win.
Hi.
Hello. Thank you for the sub. I do appreciate it. I want to listen to that one more time.
The law is no longer going to be an excel, as they will if Republicans take the violence right there. And when democratic systems fail, as they will if Republicans take charge again, you know, the law is no...
If democratic systems fail, as they will if Republicans take charge again. So I'm just going to write that shorthand here. Okay. I just want to note that because this is the kind of yikesy stuff that I think people have a problem with in the way that Vaush talks about these things. It's different to say it's possible versus like it will. The democratic systems will fail if the Republicans take charge again, because you're directly kind of associating a loss in the race for the presidency with the fail of democracy, or the victory of Republicans with the failure of democracy. And I think we want to be careful about that, because we have hinged on top of that also that at that point, then this genocide shit becomes okay, or this fighting back, this arming, this going after politicians and stuff, it's going to become okay, because then the first domino has fallen and the chain reaction has taken place, right? So you kind of have to follow that up the chain with the logic. So if the democratic systems fail, then it would seem that the genocide is going to happen. And if the genocide happens, then it's okay to take arms against these people. And it might even be okay now, but I can't advocate for that because it's difficult to control what people are going to do with that kind of advocacy, right? It may go one way, it may go the other way. They may not target the right people that it'll actually have an effect on. In aggregate, when we look at history, it doesn't seem to work out. So I won't advocate for it, right? But that's not to say that individual acts of it couldn't be beneficial for these people, yada, yada, yada. So if that fighting back hinges on genocide, which hinges on the failure of democracy, which we've now directly tied to the Republicans taking charge again, then, you know, we have a lot of extra dominoes set out before the actual failure of democracy, including Republican victories, Republicans taking the three branches of government in the U.S., right? And the further back those dominoes go, the more I think impactful the statements that Vaush is making are, because the more likely it becomes that we've railroaded ourselves and we're on the tracks to advocating for violence against lawmakers and stuff. So that's kind of the worrisome thing that I'm going to be keeping an eye out for here. Anywho, let's go ahead and continue. And again, I think we have 15 more minutes, and then I'll check in with chat and see what you guys think.
No longer going to be an acceptable metric for determining what effective, praxis is.
Okay. Okay, so just taking it back a moment from there and back to the other question. So we ran on a thing where I asked you, how could you morally object against LGBT people right now taking up arms against and killing Republican lawmakers? You said that you could make utilitarian objections to that. I would say then you, as a utilitarian, what would you be able to object to? And you said, well, I mean, any Republican lawmaker ever, kind of like, okay, well, there's some dependence there. So would you say that there is a group of of lawmakers to which this utilitarian defense that you would say would make it morally impermissible to kill Republican lawmakers at large would not apply to?
Hypothetically.
Okay, that was a lot of words from RoseWrist, and we're going point by point. I'm sure it's much easier when you have the notes in front of you, but I'm going to listen to the last part just one more time.
Lawmakers to which this utilitarian defense that you would say, of lawmakers to which this utilitarian defense that you would say would make it morally impermissible to kill Republican lawmakers at large would not apply to?
Jesus Christ. I have to go even farther back because this doesn't make any sense. Oy vey. This is rough. Okay, let's give it one more listen.
What would you be able to object to? And you said, well, I mean, any Republican lawmaker ever, kind of like, okay, well, there's some dependence there.
Mm-hmm.
So would you say that there is a group of lawmakers to which this utilitarian defense that you would say would make it morally impermissible to kill Republican lawmakers at large would not apply to?
Hypothetically.
That fucking last part throws the whole thing off. Like this like triple negative talk. Let me show you my notes. So RoseWrist says, we're going back. How can you morally object to LGBT arms now? So they're following the kind of course of the conversation. They asked, how can you morally object to LGBT people taking up arms now? Vaush mentioned utilitarian objections. I'll add that it was based on like historical, in aggregate, doesn't always work. You can't control it, yada, yada, yada. Any lawmaker if there was any lawmaker he can't advocate for. Oh, okay. Then it goes to Vaush says that I can't say for any lawmaker. I couldn't advocate for that. I can't advocate for it against all Republican lawmakers. And then we move to, is it okay to kill a particular group, a particular set of lawmakers, using the argument that you mentioned from before? So that's the question that we're at now. Let's see what Vaush says. Very complicated and convoluted.
Republican lawmakers at large would not apply to?
Hypothetically, but you could say that about literally any group of people. I have to ask again, do you disagree with that? Like, do you think that, would you, like, as a rule, object to literally any kind of, like, advocacy for violence against a political figure, no matter what it was they were doing or planned on doing?
Yeah, so you've answered a lot of questions. I'll answer some of yours, to be fair. So at the moment where I'm at, I am undecided, and I haven't looked into specifically whether or not like an LGBT genocide is on his way or is happening, or what that might look like. So therefore I'm undecided on the question of, you know, is there genocid happening?
No,
is
but
that's not what he's asking.
I understand, of course.
So
given that is
Okay. This was such an easy question to answer. I don't know why we didn't just give a yes. And now we're gonna have problems. Now we're gonna have problems because you didn't answer this when you were asked it. Recently on the Discord, we had a similar problem where I really put my foot down on somebody else speaking because of the way that they were answering questions. When people begin to get frustrated with you not answering questions, or you've refused to answer questions, I think you are being put on the spot to be a lot better about answering questions. If RoseWrist rejected answering questions before, if RoseWrist has mentioned fears about these questions being baiting, I think Rose is at the point where, like, you need to give a definitive answer to something immediately. It's kind of like the advice that you all wish, who is that professor? Richard Wolff would take, which is like, give your good answer first, the simple answer first, then explain your logic, then get in the rest of it. Because if you don't, then the other person can interrupt you in the middle of it. Or if you pose another question, or if you pose another hypothetical, or if you recreate the question in a way where now 3 new variables are involved with the question, then you answer that question, and then you circle back to... So all of this is making it more difficult for the person that's answering or asking the question, and we're causing problems with the way that we're answering this. So I just, this is frustrating. I'll listen to this last part. Vaush made the scope so wide and vague, which makes it easy to answer. Let us be clear. Like, let's go ahead and listen to how he asked the question one more time. So we have the quote.
Would you, like, as a rule, object to literally any kind of, like, advocate?
So would you, as a rule, object to any kind of... Oops.
See, for as a rule, object to literally any kind of, like, advocacy?
To literally any kind of advocacy
for violence against a political figure, no matter...
For violence against a political figure. For...
No matter what it was they were...
No matter what it was...
doing or planned on doing?
Okay, and I'll go ahead and put that in quotes for us and make it our color of problems, purple. All right. So if we look at our notes here, would you, as a rule, object to literally any kind of advocacy for violence against a political figure, no matter what it was they were doing or planned on doing? Easy answer, at least for me, and I would hope for most of you at home. No. I would not object, as a rule, to literally any kind of advocacy for violence against a political figure, no matter what it was they were doing or planned on doing. What he's setting up here is what we in the Booksmarts community like to call a smell test, a little bit of a litmus test. See what the acidity of this random liquid is. Because there's a very easy answer here, and it's not a trick question. It is the foot in the door of sanity. And if the foot can't fit in the crack of the door of sanity, then I'm just going to have to assume that there are other reasons why you're not being sane with me right now, why you're not like engaging with me in good faith right now, right? This is an easy smell test. There isn't tons of consequences that come as a result of saying yes to this. I think all of us should, unless we're like the Tinkers in fucking Wheel of Time, who are these people that don't believe in ever taking up weapons or enacting violence against anybody or anything, unless we're like the uber pacifists, extremists of the world, we would answer no. There is some point where a political person, a political group, a political entity is pushing for certain things or planning certain things where violence should be enacted against them. If you believe that a crime group is going out there or maybe there's some like extremist faction of your government that's planning on bombing government buildings, you would probably be okay with the violence of the state being used to detain them, to stop them, to maybe even enter into a firefight with them if they're doing some kind of crazy last stand. I think that we can easily come up with situations where this would happen. Nazi Germany, which has been brought up several times here, right? If they're rounding up Jews into camps and you're a Jewish person and you choose to do something against those Nazi people that are rounding people up and to stop them, like maybe there's 2 Nazi officers here to round up everybody in the town and there are, 150 of you and 17 guns, right? So it's an easy no that I wouldn't object to literally any kind of advocacy for violence against a political figure. If somebody in that group of 150 Jewish people was like, hey, we have 17 guns and the border to Austria is over there, or the border to, wherever, or we could take a train out of here, or we could do this, or we could do that, but we would need to shoot somebody, I wouldn't be the one standing up, putting my hand up and objecting to it. I certainly wouldn't, right? There are other situations where we could concoct in our head where that would be the case. So not answering this like immediately, I think is a problem. So let's see how this plays out with RoseWrist here.
So you've answered a lot of questions. I'll answer some of yours to be fair. So at the moment where I'm at, I am.
Then reframe after saying, yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly. Then you can say the rest of what RoseWrist is trying to say here. No, I wouldn't be against literally any kind of advocacy for violence against any political figure, no matter what it was that they were doing or planned on doing. I'm not crazy. But I will say that, and then bring it back to the specific thing that you're talking about. And then that would be fine, right? Let's see what Rose does, though.
Undecided, and I haven't looked into specifically whether or not like an LGBT genocide.
So this wasn't in the question. This isn't what we're asking. We're not asking about an LGBT genocide. We're not asking about this specific thing that Vaush is commenting on. What we're asking about is a broader question to do a smell test, and Rose is failing it here.
Side is on his way or is happening, or what that might look like. So therefore I'm undecided on the question of, is there genocide happening?
No, and that wasn't the question that was asked. So he's going to jump in. Vaush is going to start getting frustrated now. Let's hear what Vaush has to say.
It's the preceding thing.
Yeah, I understand. Of course. So now, given that is happening,
not even.
And now we have this where they're talking over each other. Like, it's not good. It's not good. It's definitely not good.
Not even that.
Okay.
So the Republicans are openly anti-democracy. I don't think that's objectionable. I think that's fairly straightforward. I don't think you have to be a crazy left.
So I hear somebody else saying, no, never mind. Save your questions, save your comments. We're nearly at the point where I'm going to go to the chat and talk with you guys. We literally have 2 more minutes. I'll get through what I can get through in 2 minutes. Let's hear this back and forth.
To believe that. Now, I think that's fairly straightforward. I don't think you have to be a crazy lefty to believe that. Now, given that, and given the fact that, like, no matter what the law says, realistically, if you hold the 3 branches of government and you don't believe in democracy, you can do a lot to undermine these institutions. Is there any threshold at which you think it would be acceptable to, like, advocate for violence against the government? Something the founding fathers were principled believers in, by the way. It's written in the Declaration of Independence. Is there any threshold where you think that'd be acceptable?
One sec.
The government, something the founding fathers were principled believers in. You can do a lot to undermine these institutions. Is there any threshold at which you think it would be acceptable to, like, advocate for violence against the government? Something the founding fathers were principled believers in, by the way. Undermine these institutions. Is there any threshold at which you think it would be?
Is there any threshold? And I'll go ahead and put subtitles on here as well. Which you think it would be
acceptable to like advocate. For violence against the government, something the founding.
Okay. And it's the same like spirit of the question repeated yet again here. So we are at the 30-minute mark, so I will move to be taking questions and giving answers from the audience. So I will bring up the chat in front of me here, and let's hear you guys out. What are you thinking? I'll put it right here, and then I'll take a look. I hate the American deference to the founding fathers. Fuck them. Well, Dylan, as we've said before, you are not the most mature person in the world. So, I mean, this fuck them simply for talking about the founding fathers, I disagree with. But, you know, it is what it is. Kino nose breathing. Well, better to breathe out my nose than my mouth. GOP leadership is openly anti-democratic. They aren't hiding it. Okay. I like your haircut. Thank you, femboy. And I think that Vaush will say, okay, well, you've done a two-part thing here, and you're adding other people. Please be careful with the back and forths. It makes it very difficult to read my chat, and it's against the rules. So just, you know, keep that in mind. We're not like the other streamer boys. Senate GOP, let's narrow it further. Let's even remote the House GOP, which does help with. Okay. I'll wait for questions that are addressed to me to roll in, and I'll kind of scroll through what we've been saying before. Blatantly anti-democracy is doing a massive amount of work here. Sure. Though, you know, again, he's making these points about Republicans, but Rose isn't focused or fighting on it. So again, let's limit the scope of what we're looking at here to what's happening in the conversation. We might personally have problems with that, but that doesn't seem to be the focus of either person here right now. I mean, it is the focus of Vaush, but certainly not the focus of Rose here. So if Rose agrees, though, he, according to Vaush, agrees that Republicans are anti-democracy. No. That has nothing to do with what we were looking at. So let's go ahead and switch back scenes here and take a look at our notes. Would you, as a rule, object to literally any kind of advocacy for violence against a political figure, no matter what it was they were doing or planned on doing? This has nothing to do with the Republicans. This is a very broad question that could have to do with all sorts of different people. You may, even if you're an authoritarian or another kind of person, not even think that being anti-democracy or destroying democratic institutions meets this threshold, which is why then we ask about a threshold, right? So no, this doesn't have anything to do with that. I really want to make that clear to you guys. This doesn't have anything to do with the Republicans. It doesn't have anything to do with the LGBT genocide. It doesn't have anything to do with that. This is a super basic smell check to kind of check and see if Rose is engaging here at all, or is really listening or willing to answer questions. So I disagree with that. And I think that Vaush will say, so should they enact violence against the Republicans now? And Rose will say, okay, should they enact violence against? But we haven't even set up any of that. If Rose would have fought at the point where Republicans are being brought in or LGBT is brought in, like, Rose's response could be good if the question was different. The problem is Rose is responding to a question that doesn't exist. It hasn't been posed. So this is something that I've said is a problem with debate bro people, which often Rose doesn't run into the problems of. But like jumping the gun and presuming what the questions that are going to be asked to you are can be problematic. And in this case, I would say it is problematic. That's not what Rose is being asked. Did Rose end up answering the question? No, we switched to another question. I was trying to quit my social media addiction today, but I pulled up YouTube from habit, and now I'm going to rewind to watch all of this because this hits the perfect dopamine spot for me. Well, I'm happy to hear it. Speaking of hearing, let's go ahead and listen to Neandro.
Love the new stream format. Hope you keep it up if you can.
I will try my best. That is $20 towards our goal, which brings us up to $78. $78 of our goal, which pushes us over the halfway point, I believe, if my maths are any good. I think the halfway point would have been $75, and now we are at $78. So we are halfway towards meeting our daily goal, and that would go ahead and unlock the post-debate kind of wrap up with Destiny here. All right, let me keep going through here. I think the line by line isolates the question, but Vaush preloads it with a reality description that makes it feel like RW is agreeing to. Perhaps. But again, the scope. We have to look at the scope here, and I'm sticking to our scope. That's not the question that's asked. The question isn't asked like that. If you would like, we could go back and we could go look at what he says prior to that, but I don't think that that's necessarily going to bear fruit. But I can go ahead and do it if that's really something you guys want to do. It's just we are at 30 minutes that it's taken us to cover 11 minutes of this. So let's try and keep that in mind. Do you think Rose having English as a second language has affected this a lot or not? I never think about that. I don't think so. This isn't bad faith from Rose. I'm not saying it's bad faith from Rose, to be clear. I'm saying it's a check on whether Rose is listening, whether Rose is engaging. This is a misconnect in understanding what is being asked. Vaush wants to isolate the questions and Rose thinks in terms of broader debate. And in any case, it is a misstep that I think is going to lead us to problems here, right? So I'm not saying it's bad faith from Rose. That's not, to be clear. So I think the rest of this doesn't really apply to what I'm talking about. See, this is what I meant earlier with the crazy rhetoric. It feels like Vaush has constructed a reality where everyone on the right is a literal fucking monster. But it's not something that Rose is fighting against. So remember, scope. If Rose isn't focusing on it, we need to be careful about focusing on it ourselves, because Rose hasn't seemed to push on that too much. The Vaush violence arc is a bit worrying. He is basically copying Trump's January 6th rhetoric. That could be a problem for you. Is the conversation over whether the genocide exists or Republicans or anti-Democrats relevant to the current line of questioning at all? Not to the line of questioning that was posed by Vaush. However, I think it is important to the line of questioning that Rose is putting forward, or seems to be a focus of Rose, because when Rose was asked a question that had nothing to do with it, Rose gave us an answer that seems to indicate where his mind is at, and it is on, whether or not the genocide exists at all. Is NT Rose just trying to steelman his position? I don't understand what you're asking. YouTube chat is actually off the rails. The fuck going on over there? I don't know. I don't see him off the rails. Vaush says it immediately afterward as if it's implicit, though. I don't think so. And I don't think so. The scope is the main problem, and Vaush doggedly pushing the conversation in a certain direction. Hold on. Vaush has been doing nothing but answering questions. Hold on. Now I'm realizing where the jerk is, and I don't want to counter jerk, but I want to open your eyes for a moment here at how much speaking time has been dedicated to moving the conversation. It has been Rose asking every single question. Vaush asked one question. No. Let me finish asking my questions. Vaush asks a question a second time, and he gets an answer that doesn't address what he asked. He asks the third question. I don't think Vaush is pushing the conversation at this point. He may start pushing the conversation. You may have watched ahead, but it's not within the scope of what we've seen in the conversation. And I'm going to keep bringing us back to scope, because we really need to stay focused on what has happened. I don't know what is going to happen, but I know what's happening now, and Vaush isn't pushing the conversation right now. Rose has been in control of this conversation for at least 10 of the 11 minutes that we've been watching. So let's be careful with our characterization and make sure that fits in with what we've seen so far, right? Technically, no, but Vaush places the question behind that statement. It's not shocking Rose conflated them. We'll go ahead and we'll go back and we'll take a look at it. It's a general rule. Is violence ever justified? Exactly. It's a very general question. I think Rose is mixing up the political violence points and talking about an LGBT genocide. Rose might be mixing all sorts of things up. So far, this convo just seems like Rose trying to get Vaush to plainly state his stance on violence against Republicans, in spite of knowing that Vaush can't really do that safely on the platform. I don't really get the point. I mean, Rose could just be trying to understand Vaush's positions. That's what Rose said at the start. If we want to be handling Rose in good faith, then my good faith interpretation is that Rose wants to understand where Vaush stands on violence against conservatives. It doesn't necessarily need to be that Rose is trying to get a plain statement that would be against TOS and that somehow that is the goal here. I don't think I would be comfortable saying that, but definitely trying to hash out this position, which is a position that if Vaush says it plainly, plainly could be something that is against TOS. So yeah, we're in murky waters here in terms of TOS. I think you're being too good faith again, but I understand why you're doing it, and it's fair of you to do. Okay. I really just feel like I'm just looking at what they've talked about, right? Like, I can't go with you on the idea that Vaush is railroading the conversation, or that, like, there are certain things like it's like in Star Wars where Padme is like, you're going down a path I cannot follow you down, or whatever. That's what's going on here. You're going down a path I cannot follow you down, because it's not what I'm seeing here. But there's a disconnect with the question. I see you repeating stuff. We will go back to it in a second here. I can see what you mean when you say that book. It would be better to bite the bullet on, yes, people can do violence, and then if pushed, say you are unsure about the current situation. That's all that I'm saying. So if anybody needs to hear it from Elijah, what Elijah is saying is exactly what I'm saying. You can give the yes on this, and then you can continue to say you're unsure about the present situation. There is a world that exists where we can do both of these, and it's the one that I would advocate that we move towards. So that's all I'm saying here with the failure to answer this question. I think Rose's English is amazing. If he was avoiding a question, I would imagine that is a choice. Yeah, I wouldn't put it on ESL stuff. I think it's often a place I don't like going. Rose, I think, was being safe with the handling of that question, and that's another fair interpretation of it. I do think Rose is trying to be safe in how he's answering these questions, but I think he's being a little too safe, and he's not realizing the purpose of the question being asked to him, right? Seems like Rose doesn't want Vaush to build the foundation of the argument on Vaush's terms, but Rose is going to build the whole thing on Rose's questions and terms, which I can somewhat understand since it's one of Vaush's better rhetorical techniques. Sure, I get it, and you're not saying anything that says that it's bad or anything, but I will say debates oftentimes are like this. We're asking questions as if we're in a courtroom to start to build a narrative around what it is that we're trying to do. And I think fighting that on the first question that he's asked, when it's that broad, I think is being overly cautious. And I think it's going to lead to distrust being sown between the two of you. And it sounds like from the other clips that Rose put at the beginning of his video version of this, that distrust is going to be a thematic problem in this conversation, right? I think if Vaush can't say something on the platform safely, then he shouldn't be fucking alluding to it. I don't believe that. No. Maybe it's less Vaush pushing and more just slightly pulling with the way he's answering, but he is ceding a lot of ground to trying to answer Rose's questions. Yeah, I think he's ceding more ground to Rose than he is asking from Rose. Just to be clear, I don't think Rose is trying to get Vaush to break to us in some bad faith way. I'm more just pointing out that Vaush likely can't even have an honest conversation about this issue without risking a TOS violation. I think this is why he shifted a previous convo on this topic to the Nazi analogy to avoid this. Sure, I could definitely see that and bringing that up as well. If you want Vaush to legitimately engage with your questions, Rose needs to do the same as a show of goodwill. Put plainly, yes, I would agree. I do think Rose is too safe thus far, but I would understand if he makes money on YouTube, there are legit TOS concerns. Sure, there are legit TOS concerns, and if that is your concern, just say it's your concern, right? I think that would be... I would be way happier if the way that Rose answered that question was, I am making all of my money off of YouTube, and if I answer that honestly, it could get us into murky waters of TOS, so I can't. And at that point, it would give Vaush the door to close the whole fucking conversation. Because then it's like, oh, okay, so you don't want to answer my questions because it would be against TOS. I won't answer the questions because it might be against TOS. And goodbye, have a nice day. And then it would be done. And I would appreciate that more. It's not, I don't think it's as entertaining for us, the viewers, but I would have appreciated that more. I like the idea of that reality more. Or Vaush limiting the way he answers questions based on how much Rose is willing to answer questions. I would be fine with that too. If you don't want to answer my question about that, I'm not answering your questions about that. And then we'll see what's left and we could talk about it, Rose, and we could have a cordial conversation. But if you can't answer the same kinds of questions that you are asking me, then I don't want to have this conversation with you. And I think that would be totally reasonable. And thank you, Lux. I'm happy you like the way I look. It feels like Rose is doing the debate bro thing of, no, I cannot and will not concede a single point, even if it's reasonable. But they could also be preempting Vaush and not realizing how it comes off. I think it's the latter. I don't think Rose is super debate bro-y unless they've changed since the last conversation I've watched of theirs. I do think it's just preempting Vaush and not seeing how it comes off or how it's building distrust. Anywho, I am going to move back into the content. We will take another uninterrupted half an hour. I will see you guys at 7:34 to continue discussing this. That's my time, CEST. And yeah, we'll see how much more of this we can get through. Now, the first thing that I wanted to do is go back to when we have our question, because I understand that there is some problems with how he loaded the question. Let's see if that is the case.
I do feel as though people, like, especially when we're talking threats of violence, well, the law is no longer going to
from their impact against LGBT people, right? We ran out of objections to object to, and you said a group that you
would you like as a hypothetically, but
lawmakers at large would not apply to.
So 1013, let's see how this plays out.
Hypothetically, but you could say that about literally any group of people. I have to ask again, do you disagree with that? Like, do you think that, would you, like, as a rule, object to literally any kind
of there is a group of there is a group of lawmakers to which this utilitarian defense that you would say would make it morally impermissible to kill Republican lawmakers at large would not apply to?
So we had the very, very shitty, complicated fucking statement that we had from Rose about this. Now, if you're saying Vaush is loading the statement, I would say that maybe Vaush put the fucking pellet or the bullet on top of a cartridge that was created, manufactured, scientifically engineered, and loaded by Rose. He immediately goes into the question.
Hypothetically, but you could say that about literally any group of people.
And makes it vague. He makes it vague, and then he asks his vague question. So this is why I disagreed with your characterization of it, because it's not what happened. If we had rewinded and Vaush had been like, if Vaush had actually loaded this by explaining a super specific thing and then immediately jumping to a vague question, I would be more sympathetic to your perspective, but that's not how it went down.
I have to ask again, do you disagree with that?
And then we get our question, right? So I will mark this as 1013 in the document so that I have it there. And I'll just say that 1013 is here, and then we can get our question, and then we can go on from there. But yeah, so it didn't happen. And so yeah, that's what I'll say to the people that wanted me to rewind. So anywho, let's catch back up with where we're at and continue here.
Is there any threshold where you think that'd be acceptable?
Absolutely. There are thresholds where it's absolutely acceptable to engage in violence against governments, 100%, without a doubt.
And then we get this. Wonderful. Let me go ahead and get the real quote here.
There are thresholds where...
So absolutely, there are thresholds where...
acceptable to engage in violence.
To engage in violence. And a lot of the narratives that we were talking about in our discussion just before this have been thwarted by this answer that Rose has given here, right? Rose doesn't appear too afraid of answering the question actually. Rose just didn't and had a misstep and maybe was preempting something, maybe tried explaining something that he thought he would have all the time in the world to explain before answering. But now here we have our I should put that 1013 above the very first one up here. Okay.
Violence against governments, 100%.
To engage in violence against governments, 100%. Wonderful. Good that we have an answer. I do appreciate a good answer. Wonderful. Oops. Let me make sure my chat is up here. All right.
That's without a doubt.
What line would have to be?
Without a doubt. I'm going to add that in too, matter of fact. And we'll put the timestamp for this at maybe 11:40. And then we'll continue on with what we're doing here.
be tripped for you to think like, because that could be YouTube TOS, depending on how that was phrased, you know, like how far they would have to go. If it's always something in the future, then it's like, well, what happens when that future arrives? What would they have to do?
Yeah, that's true. And to be fair, I would need to think more about where my line for that would be. That's not something that I had. I thought going into this conversation. It wasn't. Yeah, it was mainly just asking a few questions that I had in mind right now.
Well,
so
then to be
I
honest
acknowledge
with
your
you,
point. I absolutely think that there is a line where that would be justified. I can't unfortunately give you an answer right now to where the line would be. For me.
I think that's fair. And to be honest with you,
I don't think that very minor, but I am the king of pedantry. I don't think that little interruption is necessary. It's a bit forceful, but that's okay. Vaush doesn't seem to respond negatively, so totally fine. Let's just continue.
that's my position as well. I'm not some crazy revolutionary leader or whatever. I'm like a YouTube live streamer. I think that it's reasonable to make statements like, you know, I think that we should defend our democracy. I think violence against government officials if they try to destroy our democracy. Like, I think statements like those should be unobjectionable in popular discourse. They're enshrouded in the Declaration of Independence. They are commonly echoed both by lawmakers and civilians. Like, this is something that gets, you know, the tree of liberty thing, this gets talked about all the time, and Republican lawmakers aren't shy about it, fighting to defend our democracy. That was the whole thing they screamed during the whole, you know, 2020 election fiasco when they lost. Clearly it's not like out of purview of common discourse. It's just, what do we mean when we say that? The whole LGBT genocide, for me, that's just the thing I think they'll do to legitimize and redirect if they dismantle democracy. The dismantling democracy thing is the thing I'm concerned about. Republican LGBT...
Now, I again want to focus on this. Because remember how I fucking called it from the very beginning. The dismantling democracy is the most important thing that Vaush says during this entire thing. If you want to be good faith, if you want to be a good little Booksmarts viewer, a little know-a-lot, be good faith. His entire thing isn't about the LGBT genocide. That is the redirection of attention that they will do when explaining why things are falling apart in the country and why democratic institutions are being changed in the way that they're being changed or destroyed, depending on your interpretation of that. But it is the destruction, the dismantling of democracy, which is the main point here, right? So again, I'm gonna again put that in yellow. And it's something that came up in the very beginning of this conversation. It's continuing to be repeated. Everything hinges on the dismantling of democracy, right? And that's even in his statement, that they're fighting to defend democracy. It may be one of the few things that he agrees with the Republicans on, that we should fight to defend democracy, right? Even if maybe when they say it, it's just a platitude or something, right? So... here, I'll make sure that's on screen because I know it only sees the top part of this. But like, that's something that we should keep in mind here. And if we're really listening and being good faith, which again is a huge part of my purpose on the platform, what I aim to do, so it's going to be what I'm focused on, then that is our main thing here. That is really what we should focus on here. And the genocide thing is a side thing. It is the sticker on the tin with the... It's the sticker on the beer can with the girl with big tits that's supposed to make like grown men want to buy it, right? It is the marketing and the lipstick on top of what they're actually selling, which is the beer. What he's actually selling here is the dismantling of democracy. The other thing is lipstick on the pig, okay? And I think that now, if you have criticism of that you're using an LGBT genocide to like it's distracting from your point about this or whatever, build on that, build on this understanding, build an argument around it for why you have a problem with the LGBT genocide thing. If you disagree with the LGBT genocide thing, then concede about the democracy thing and say, sure, if they actually destroy democratic institutions and tomorrow they put in place a president who didn't win the popular vote and whatever, perhaps there is some, thing that I'd be okay with violence about, so I really want us to focus on cutting out the cancer of the body, cutting out the cancer cells and taking as little hunks of the surrounding meat as possible. So just if your problem is with the trans genocide thing, focus on the trans genocide thing. But, also keep in mind that it's the destruction or the dismantling of democracy that is the main focus here. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue.
Fear-mongering is always going to be neutered as long as they live in a democracy.
Okay, I understand. Okay, so then another question I have right now. So You talked about the utilitarian thing before. So if it would be possible, if it were to be possible to get away with killing Republican lawmakers with no consequences, would it then be?
Are you actually?
Okay, what the fuck is? You guys talked about how Vaush's questions are railroading, whatever. Let me get the exact fucking quote of this, because this is not good. Okay.
Republican lawmakers with no consequence to get away would it be possible.
If it would be, holy shit. Oh my god. Okay. If it would be possible.
If it were to be possible.
I'm just gonna put if it would be possible and put dots.
To get away.
To get away.
With killing.
With killing.
Republican lawmakers with no consequences.
Like, you talked about how scared Rose was of answering a vague question from Vaush, and Rose is asking questions like this. Like, I like Rose. Let's be clear about my biases. I like Rose. I have problems with arguments that Vaush makes or the way he's argued. All of that is on stream. All of that I've been open about. I also liked old Vaush a lot. I thought that the way he engaged, the debates he had were both entertaining and intellectually stimulating and whatever. And I think he still has some of those conversations today. His rhetoric has gotten more extreme, and I disagree with that. And I'm not alone in that. A lot of the people I talk to as hosts believe in the same thing. It's why they've stopped watching him, or they've kind of grown apart from him and his community. But like, even I have problems with the way that this is being framed and asked. This question is just so bad.
Would it then be?
Like, because now we're railroading him into saying something in particular, and this gets to we actually had a stream segment, I think last week or something, on extraneous hypotheticals, on crazy hypotheticals. And here we have a crazy question, a crazy hypothetical. It's out there. It's meant to do something really, really specific, and the writing is on the wall with what it's trying to do. And I wouldn't blame the person for not wanting to engage with it. The average person wouldn't. This isn't a Vaush thing. So, like, goodness gracious, dude.
Wait, are you actually Fed posting at me right now? You're glowing in this convo. Wait, are you being fed these questions?
No, I'm not being fed these questions. Wait. This is like the line of questions that I want to ask now. How the fuck did somebody in my chat get my RoseWrist thing? No, I'm not trying to bait you into things. I'm just trying to understand exactly where this line is. Because
Destiny is watching the stream right now. I don't know. If you could describe the exact rooftop vantage.
Oh no, and then this is awful from Vaush too. So, it's the line of questions I want to ask. I'm not trying to bait. I'm trying to understand the line, which I feel like is a fine response, although it is an awful question. And then, what does he say?
Bait you into things. I'm just trying to understand exactly where this line is. Because
Destiny is watching the stream.
Destiny. I don't like this either. Destiny is watching the stream. All right. I am escaping the scope of this because the scope of this has expanded. Is there any information? Is there any admission from Destiny or from Rose that Rose was being fed questions during this? Is that ever something that's come out, or no?
Stream right now. I don't know. If you could describe the exact rooftop vantage point from which you would, I defer to your answer. I don't know. My only answer is that I'm erratic.
And Vaush took the thing that I said would be smart to do at any point here. If RoseWrist refuses to answer a question, gives a vague answer, or whatever, then RoseWrist is putting a Yu-Gi-Oh card on the top of your deck that at any point you can pull up and use. So deferring to Rose's answer, I feel like strategically is a smart thing to do here, because yikes. No, there is no reasonable reason to come to this conclusion. Vaush mentions because Destiny posted a video about him. Okay, we'll see that. Don't spoil me. Destiny literally typed out the question on stream, but just that one question. He admits he got a question from him. One question. Is it this question? And do we have any link to when that happened? Vaush later said he was getting DMs that Rose was being fed question. Also, Destiny was typing in Rose's chat. If I have any proof of this, then it will go into the record because that's not good. He's not feeding him questions. He fed him one question and then joked about it later. Rose has these written down. Okay. Yes, there is proof, and admission comes up in this conversation later for a specifically fed question. Gotcha. But it'll be that one question, I assume, that happens later. Destiny debated Vaush through a notepad. What the lol, yes, it's that question. So it's not this question, it's a later question, right? Answer 1 if it's this question, or 2 if it's the other question later. 1 if it's this question, 2 if it's the later question. 1 if it's this, 2 if it happens later. That's all I want to clarify here. A lot of ones, okay. It's in Destiny's video around this time. Well, then look it up. You're fucking part of the BIA, bro. No, it's this question. Okay, so lots of ones. I see not a single 2. It's a question. Okay, you guys with the long answers are not helping yourself here. Rose maintained he was being given questions from Destiny, but he was ignoring them. It doesn't change what Vaush is saying, which is correct. Okay, so... I'll put it in the notes. And I will make this whole thing yellow because no, I'll make it red. We're having a major problem here. Okay, well, that's not good at all. Rip. I watched it live. It's not this one, it's the next one. Somebody's got to link me, or I'm going with majority vote here because I didn't have time to research this. So no, Rose said he was given it. All right. I'm marking it red. It's going in the notes as red. If somebody links me something that proves that it is 2 rather than 1, I will go with that. But otherwise, I'm going to go with the majority opinion here. And you saying, no, Rose said he was given a single question. That doesn't answer anything that we're talking about because there are multiple questions. And I'm asking, is it this one or another one? And everybody said this one. So... just keep watching. He admits it. Okay, we will keep watching. This will be the assumption I make on the record, and until I have a link from my Booksmarts intelligence agency saying otherwise, then we will not. If you would like your question to be submitted through the Booksmarts intelligence agency and validated, send it to @SaintNicholas in the Twitch chat, because that will be the only person I will listen to on this, and he will be in charge of it. All right, let's move on.
Radical advocate for democracy. My position on political violence is less radical than the one that Destiny advocated for in his conversation with iHypocrite back in 2019, where he said that voting is an act of political violence, which people could fairly utilitarian justify violence against people for their votes. I don't think there's anything controversial about my positions, unless you're trying to, you know, hand wave over it.
Okay, so here's a question that this is a question I have been fed. If you're yeah, I presume you'll be fine with answering it. If they, assuming people who are to be opposed to the genocide, if they could,
and if this makes 2 questions, the last one was fed and not admitted to, and this one is fed and is being admitted to, that is a possibility that could be true. That's one dimension. Another dimension, the last question wasn't fed. This is the only fed question. Another option, the first question wasn't fed, this question is fed, and there is some other one that exists in the future. Those are the varying realities that could exist, and you linking me a not time-stamped fucking... Oh, God. My Booksmarts intelligence agency. You know they're training. It's like the early days of the CIA, okay? They'll get better at it over time. So this is 623.
Broadly speaking.
All right, we will look at this, and if Saint Nick has given us something that doesn't answer the very specific question that I've been asking a gazillion times, I will ignore Saint Nicholas for the rest of this stream. So let's see. Let's jump to... Oh, God, I love how I can't read this video. Okay, so 623. So we'll go back to here.
I'm not God, but as a general rule, that type of thing doesn't tend to work out. But there are plenty of examples
Ask him this.
in history of lawmakers...
If it did work out, if they were able to kill lawmakers
facing at the very least least
with no consequences, would it be morally justified? Question mark.
You know, are a legitimate component of a democratic
Let's hear it.
process.
Make him answer our question.
Power are trying to use that power to suppress minority groups. But if you're asking me whether I think I can morally justify these things, I mean, I don't know. Do you think so?
No.
I feel like you can pretty rationally.
Don't let me do that. Flip it back.
That I have vis-a-vis Republicans' likelihood of dismantling democracy and using queer people as a scapegoat and so on.
And I would love to answer any questions about the way I view this. Yeah, I just want to make sure that I get that all the questions I have are answered first. So, then given like what you just said, you would then, because you said that you could the opposition to that would be based on utilitarianism, which as far as I understand, you're a utilitarian, right?
That's right.
Okay, so would you say then it would be morally objectionable to kill Republican lawmakers right now, then, given that you're a utilitarian?
No.
I mean, given the...
Ask me the other question, Rose. If they could get away with it with no consequences, should they kill Republican lawmakers?
Like, right now, any lawmaker, any circumstance, any, like, preceding incident, whatever else, as an aggregate, I disagree strongly with engaging in any behavior like that, because generally speaking, this leads to bad outcomes, and it's also really difficult to, you know, guarantee the right targets. You know, like, you can always say in an abstract, oh, I think this should happen or that should happen, but, of course, when you enable that logic in general, you have no idea where exactly it will lead.
This is way early in the conversation, but sure, the exact question was sent by Steven. Basically, Destiny vindicated Vaush's behavior here. I don't know. I mean, Vaush had a suspicion, and Vaush, it seems like, was correct. Who am I supposed to accuse Booksmarts of simping for on this one? I found the DGG. No, just kidding. No, I don't know. You'll pick somebody. I'm sure it'll be Vaush this time around because things are not going well for Rose. So he knows Destiny fed him that. I would assume so. Rose's chat goes so slow. I'm gonna make the call. I'm making the call, okay? I'm making the call. This question was given by Destiny. I'm making the call. I'm making the call. I'm making the executive decision. I have to make a narrative choice here with this slight expansion of the scope of the conversation, and I would say that this whole section will remain read. This question was given by Destiny, as was the one that followed it. So I just, we're having problems. These are massive problems. This isn't good. And I'm not holding Vaush's feet to the fire for saying this. Now, if Vaush was wrong, maybe it would have been different, but here's what it is. Umpire Booksmarts. Yep, I have to make a call here, and that's the call I'm making. Is that not precisely the question Destiny typed out? What's ambiguous about this? So, let's scroll up. Let's scroll up for a minute here. Let's scroll up here. I want to be charitable and fair within reason. This is an example of me struggling with within reason. Okay, so I am overly charitable and overly fair. I don't think that is rude of me to say. I don't think it's off for me to say I am overly charitable to people, and I am working on it. I am a recovering addict from being super charitable. The part of me that thinks that there's ambiguity here is the part of me that's open to, unless RoseWrist tells me that RoseWrist had copied this question from Steven, that it didn't exist on his document beforehand, or that he got it from another chatter and he didn't see that it was from Steven. Perhaps DGG is in there and they're all repeating this question, and he sees that the question is repeated 7 times and was like, oh, okay, I'll ask this question because all of chat is saying this question. All of these would be different worlds and scenarios where the way that I handle it is different. If Rose says that I saw it asked a gazillion times, so I asked it, that's different than Desi sent this, so I did it, right? And it's still factually correct that Destiny had sent it, but it changes the way I interpret it, right? But that's all hopium, okay? I'm gonna stay within reason for this, okay? And within reason, I'm making the call that I'm making, and yeah. So, anywho, let us continue. Let's keep powering on here.
Get away with it with no consequences. Should they kill Republican lawmakers consequentially?
Are you asking me, like, just generally Republican lawmakers? What about a Republican lawmaker who is trying to pass a bill to revoke their rights in some sense?
If the lawmakers were trying to, you can answer that in both cases. If they were or if they weren't.
With no consequence. So we're talking.
What does he ask?
Lawmaker who is trying to pass a bill. Just generally Republican lawmakers. What about a Republican lawmaker who is trying to pass a bill to revoke their rights in some sense?
If the lawmakers were trying to, you can answer that in both cases. If they were or if they weren't.
With no consequence. So we're talking like hypothetical what? Thanos snapping?
No, in the sense that the main reason why you objected towards it previously, you said like utilitarian thing, is because you believe that like the blowback would be worse, and it would maybe lead to worse outcomes overall. But assuming that there isn't any like blowback in like a democratic process, and there aren't any like broader negative outcomes or implications or whatever from killing these lawmakers that might like set aside or you know, push into the side that the outcomes that you're trying to get at, would you be okay with it then?
I have to defer to the wisdom of a wise man who used to once share my platform. The looting and rioting has to stop. And if that means these redneck motherfuckers are out there gunning down something like that, surely if you can advocate for violence against people for torching unoccupied buildings, the act of fighting to legislate against the existence...
I will say this. I actually think this is brilliant. I actually am liking Vaush in this conversation. Destiny is watching. DGG is watching. And they have hijacked Rose. They have fucking entered into Rose's body, and they have possessed Rose to ask the fucking questions that they're asking, and they have taken all agency from Rose, and now Rose is an agent of the DGG, and we are in front of a stage of DGGers, and he is going to use that platform to talk as if he was talking to the DGGers, and I think that that's brilliant. I think that that is a fine way of handling this, and I bow my head to Vaush. I think this is a smart thing to do.
Of entire minority groups is up on the table, but I wouldn't know. You'd have to ask the person who from whom that original quote originated.
And bringing it back around to that. Okay, wonderful. Advocate. Interesting.
I do feel like we engage in very, very selective, phony, outraged political violence, depending on how angry we are at the people who are advocating for it. Politics is violence. By the way, the only reason this has been discussed at all, my original position, by the way, which is that, you know, people who are trying to destroy our democracy and enact a genocide are like engaging in political violence against minorities, and that defensive violence against that is warranted. This is a position which is not only legislatively backed, but is commonly accepted in politicians and social media. Like, this is like a broadly accepted thing. It's, again, less radical than stuff that Destiny has said in the past, but he is insistent on feigning outrage at this. Like when he called me a stochastic terrorist for my hatred of cops, until somebody pointed out to him on a panel that would make him a stochastic terrorist too, because he's done more than his fair share of that kind of rhetoric. It's like all phony play pretend stuff. I guarantee you that if we took away all the hypotheticals and the specifics here, and if I talk to you like, do you agree that politicians enacting anti-minority legislation is a form of violence? Like you and I would agree on every single premise. I think my positions are being made to seem radical here. I don't think they actually are.
Okay.
And if you want to say to the people who are in the anti-Vaush camp that, well, Booksmarts, that right there, that's the reason why Rose doesn't want to answer Vaush's questions, because Vaush is going to manipulate the situation through his asking of questions and the answers that any sane person would give to put Rose into this position. Like, yeah, but is that bad? That's what we do in debate, right? Like, if you can ask questions from somebody and through the most sane answers that any person who isn't in a debate situation would give, you turn the script on them, like, then that is what it is. He's using like the common sense of the common person and the person in front of him to like make his point. And I think that's fine. Like, I don't know. I think this whole part is like a giant win for Vaush. So we'll see if the tide shift. But so far, it's just been rough for Rose, and we're almost 20 minutes in.
Yeah.
But you understand, don't you? Think about it, because I want your answer. When there's a government trying to destroy democracy and attack minority groups, at what line do you think it's acceptable? I'm sure you would have agreed of, you know, Tutsis defending themselves, the Jews defending themselves. Where is that line? If you have a general, because there's no like hard line, of course, but if there's a general answer there, you have to be careful, because if the line is too far down the road, it becomes too late. You know, you're like, oh, you can defend yourself after the camps have been built. And if it's too early down the road, then you interrupt the democratic process, because advocacy for violence has a chilling effect on the free speech of other groups. So that's an incredibly difficult line to thread. I don't pretend to have like successfully threaded.
And here's the other thing. I don't know about the other clips. I don't know what he said and everything else. And what I am aware of, I'm going to keep out, because we're limiting the scope to this discussion. Vaush is being super reasonable here. He's saying, I understand that if you're too careful, this shit's going to happen to people. If you're too willy-nilly with it, then you have the problems that people are saying that Vaush is creating by advocating for the violence, right? Like too early and you interrupt democracy, it has a chilling effect. Like he is acutely aware of the stuff that I have seen circulating about him that's negative about him. And there may be points where he's too hyperbolic or whatever. In this conversation, he demonstrates an acute awareness of all these problems and he walks a line fine. I think he's doing a fine job of walking this line here. Now, there are some parts that are less fine, that are not perfect, okay? Just because it's fine doesn't mean it's perfect, right? We talked about hinging the Republican victory, like adding enough dominoes that a Republican victory necessarily means that the institutions will be over. Like, that's a problem because now we're taking a step further into somewhere where I don't know if the probability is on his side. I don't know if the Republicans, if they win in 2024, are going to like destroy the democratic institutions. I don't know if that's as clear cut as he thinks that it is. I think he's been propagandized to believe that, and I think it's a bit extreme. But you know, like that's where the problem is, but it's not where we're focusing at any point in this conversation, which is a major, like, I guess it's something I disagree with Rose about. I think that's where the focus should have been, not on the violence itself, because I think most of us would be okay with advocating violence depending on the scenario of the government, right? Like, and yeah, as an American, you guys make fun of the Constitution thing, but he's correct. Like, that was one of the main things that's what started the whole fucking country. Like, I don't know. You can be mad that it's virtue signaling or whatever, and I will grant it, but like. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't think this one is it. This is not the awful Vaush thing. Although it might be. We have a whole hour and 50 minutes left. It might be, you know. So we'll see. We'll see. I think when was it that we were supposed to? I think it's at 30. Oh, so we're past it. Okay, let's have our chat intermission here. Okay, and I will take the responses from chat. Hopefully, we're at more or less the same place because this conversation is playing out so transparently that I can't imagine that you would have a vastly different position from myself here. But let's open the doors and let's see. Is there not an issue between the line of overturning democracy versus the genocide issue? You could have a democratically imposed genocide if the parameters... I don't know about engaging with this question. Booksmarts lost the forest for the trees, in my opinion. Explain. Elaborate. I'd be interested to hear. It's not by accident that Rose asked the questions he did, my dude. The questions were chosen, framed, and timed to maximize the possibility for inflammatory answers. Perhaps... I don't want to be that bad faith to Rose. I don't think we need to go that far to interpret this conversation, because charitability, that's a key foundational principle that I'm holding to. Okay, you made your answer a two-part thing, would prefer not to, so I can't read it. Vaush isn't talking about a hypothetical scenario. He is saying there is an unavoidable genocide coming, which is where the focus of the conversation should be, and yet it's not, which is why I disagree with the way that Rose is engaging here. Vaush's argument about institutions collapsing is super simplistic. So Rose should focus on it, and maybe Rose will. We still have an hour of a conversation left. Somebody's saying Bender is a good... summary. Let's see. Vaush is arguing that we're on the precipice of an LGBTQ genocide and that we need to start arming ourselves. He's completely avoiding honest answers to questions about how he got there. I don't agree with this last part, unless you could point to a question and answer where he avoided answering it. He was pretty good at answering the questions in the beginning, and the ones that he's not are the ones that Rose didn't give an answer to. Doesn't he say there is a genocide going on? Not in this conversation. No, maybe in another place, but remember scope. Sure, Vaush is no longer a debater because it doesn't benefit him or his... Okay, I don't know about any of this. Let me scroll back down and see what the recent statements have been. I see Vaush coming back democracy over and over and over. He does seem as interested in the genocide stuff. I don't understand any of that. I took what he said more as something that could happen, but is uncertain to some degree. That would be a good faith way of interpreting it. Also, he says a few times that Republicans are openly anti-democratic. Seems hyperbolic. I'm not sure. Destiny fed a question that seems perfectly in line with Rose's concerns, so Rose needed to express that it was fed, but also is a question he personally wants an answer to. Sure. Book Smarts. Hey, Book. I want to say I somewhat disagree with your interpretation of the convo, because in my mind, well, you should have prepped the fucking BIA thing on this, shouldn't you? But I'll answer. Because in my mind, it's disingenuous to compare what Destiny and Vaush has said about violence. Sure, I'm limiting the scope of this conversation, right? You as a BIA person will have to do some training on the scope thing. So yeah, we could look at the quotes. I don't think they're necessarily the same thing, but that just came up. Right? And it's come up in the last maybe minute or two. And Destiny himself will admit that the situations are entirely different. They may be. Outside the scope of this discussion, I won't comment on it. It could be completely off base, could not be off base. In any case, I think speaking to the people in that audience, which is within the scope of this conversation, is an interesting move and one that I think is smart. Now, if he's being disingenuous about it, maybe less smart. Maybe people will take it differently than he intends for it to be taken. But, I don't know. While I agree there is some point where violence is justifiable, I worry it empowers misinformed people like the January 6th group or the ones who think the election was stolen from Bernie. Yeah, and this would be the chilling effect on democracy and the undermining of the institutions that Vaush mentioned if you advocate for such a thing too early, right? I think there is a lot of context that is informing chat's view of this conversation. However, this conversation in isolation seems reasonable. Thank you, enter channel name. Yes. So remember, I'm operating within this. If you would like to expand the scope of these conversations, then join the fucking BIA, the Booksmarts Intelligence Agency, and you can help prep these conversations. I didn't receive prep about the gazillion different clips and this and that and this Reddit thread and this dive into his other rhetoric and yada, yada, yada. So I don't have access to it. I don't have the time and patience for it. I'm here to stream, and I'm giving you as much as a React Andy would give you in this stream, and that is what it is. Join the BIA, contribute. I knew watching Booksmarts go line by line over this instead of Rose's stream would be more entertaining. Well, I'm happy you thought so, Jay. I'm happy you're still around. So in my mind, his usage of Destiny's positions as a shield of criticism is just wrong. Okay, I'm going to ignore you from here on out, Nick. Rose should stop asking Vaush questions that they know Vaush can't honestly answer, especially given that Vaush was the first one in the convo to bring up TOS concerns. Sure. The convo literally starts with Vaush saying there is not a genocide happening right now. Yeah. But here, here, I'll be good faith to the people about the genocide stuff and the stuff outside the scope of this conversation, okay? I'll lay it on you. I'll be a little bit nice to you. So he may have said that here. But let's do a little bit of a naughty thing. Let's take a look under the skirt of our scope, and let's look outside of it a little bit, okay? It could be that in other conversations, Vaush has been far more adamant that a genocide is happening right now. And it could be that the people listening to this right now don't believe when he says that it's not happening right now because they had heard the opposite on a different stream. That is entirely possible. But because it lies in the plane of it is possible, but Booksmarts doesn't know because Booksmarts hasn't seen every fucking thing about this minor internet celebrity drama, it is locked outside of the scope of this conversation, beyond the iron skirt curtain that lies in front of us. And for that reason, it cannot be considered. And we will look within the scope of this conversation. If that upsets you, then join the fucking BIA or shut the fuck up. I am putting a Booksmarts classic, a chilling on the conversation, if you will.
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
Shenanigans, which you can learn about by doing exclamation point shenanigans. I am putting a shenanigans on people who go outside the scope of this conversation and talk about other shit. If you want to do that, the only permissible way to do that is to @St. Nicholas and send them your links. And St. Nicholas will vet them and will write a brief in the way that I have told Nick to write briefs, and he will link it to me. And after this conversation, we will look at those. If we hit our donation goal, okay? We are 78 of our necessary 150 towards our donation goal. If we hit that donation goal, I will be happy to look at all this extra stuff, but it's not prepped, it's not planned, and it will take me forever to get through this 1 hour and something minute conversation as it is. And I don't want to make this an 8-hour stream, ideally. So that is the way it is. It is the way it is. We need the accent for people that disagree. Yeah, I'll find one. The split is that Rose is going after the LGBTQ genocide thread, and Vaush is not. I don't think so. I don't think Rose is focused on the LGBTQ genocide thread at all. I think Rose is focused on violence, and Vaush is focused on violence when democracy fails. And I think that is the problem. Rose wants admissions on when violence is permissible. Rose isn't focused at all on this fucking LGBTQ shit, okay? It's only when Rose is asked the question that Rose jumps to, I don't even know if an LGBTQ thing is happening, which is not the answer to what Vaush is asking. So, you know, I'll keep repeating myself if I need to. I thought I was being ignored. Nope. You can DM me, or you can add it to our drama doc and put it in the brief in the way that you're supposed to. And if you don't, the entire community can blame you and you alone, St. Nicholas. It will all fall on you. If you, St. Nicholas, do not help the people with their time-stamped links, getting them into my feed, into my DMs, into my drama doc, then it won't happen, and it'll all be your fault, and I am offloading all responsibility for such a thing onto you. We're doing a cutscene breakdown on a full lore, history, retrospect, meta-analysis. Such is the way. Such is the way. Yes, scope. I think Vaush has some violence is admissible subtext. Well, we'll see. Let us go ahead and continue with our coverage of this so we can power through it, okay? I will try to do less pausing, less commentary, so we can get through more of this. I will go ahead and switch scenes, and then we'll get to that, okay? Okay, younglings, we'll continue. Let us also take a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a break. Okay. We've calmed down a bit, pumped the brakes a little bit. Stay cool. Remember, that's one of our key principles here. One of our key principles here is to stay cool. Okay? So let's stay cool. You had shenanigans pulled. You can at Nick with your things. Thank you for that. Let's see what you have to say, and then we will... we'll
I see your
continue.
Shanahan's and raise you a donation.
Wow. Thank you. I love it. Let me go ahead and see what that donation was. 25 big ones. 25 big ones. I will add that to our list of donations, and that brings our total up to 8, 9, 10, 103 out of the 150 for our donation goal. Thank you to Hoppy Hob on the YouTube for that. And we will continue with the stream. Breathe in, breathe out. It's nice. Yeah, it's almost like that's what we were built to do.
Credited, which is why you'll note all the rhetoric that I've used on stream on this subject, all the explicit rhetoric, has just been saying that LGBT people should arm themselves because if there is a disruption of democracy, neighborhoods that have large communities of progressive or queer people should be armed to defend themselves against right-wing militias, which is what happened in Portland during the BLM riots. So that's not even... I think police would agree with that, wouldn't they? Like, buy guns to defend your home against lawlessness? That's a tough on crime position right there.
Yeah, so you asked me again there, like, what would my question be? And like I mentioned before, and I understand this puts you in an odd position, because essentially in this conversation, depending on how it's framed, depending on what the line is, also to be fair, you're going to have to commit to a position essentially of like, okay, at this line, I think that it's okay to get back with violence. And because, like I mentioned before, I don't really have that line. It's like, you know, I don't have a position to be committed to. So therefore, it's kind of like we're arguing like an uneven deck there. Essentially, you've committed to a position that you now have to defend, and I'm still undecided.
No,
on.
I
So
don't. I've never said that I have a hard line. My belief that the legislation of politicians can be construed as an act of political violence is an unobjectionable one. But I don't have a hard line for where like stuff on this should be determined. And you know that, which is why you've had to do all this like, well, what if there were no consequences, hypothetical, invisible Thanos snap stuff? Like we're operating in frictionless spherical cow territory.
Yeah. So what I was trying to say before essentially is that I understand how this this puts you on like a bit of a backfoot because you fundamentally have a position to defend. You know that you think that they're. But you said you didn't have a hard line, but you do have a line to which you think it would be justified, correct? That you have like thought out, right?
No, I don't have a line for that at all. At no point have I ever said when this law gets passed, that's when we go hooping and hollering. Because I don't believe that. Frankly, I don't think that like anti-legislative violence is an effective method of achieving political change in this country due to a wide variety of material circumstances. I do think people should arm themselves to defend themselves. And I do think that like implicit threats, like protesting outside of Supreme Court justices' homes, I think that's an effective and desirable form of political advocacy.
Okay. All right. So you don't have a hard line to that. Okay. Well, that's fine. But the main thing is it's more me asking questions, not so much me arguing with your position necessarily. On what you said though about defensive thing, and this is another thing that I wanted to ask. If there is like a claim that these people they're intending to like genocide you or whatever, in that case, is there like wouldn't any like even what's it called preemptive violence be considered justified?
I like at this point I have to interpret what you're saying as bad faith, because I've answered these questions pretty thoroughly, and it seems like you're trying to parse out a specific enough answer such as to violate TOS, when nothing that I've said so far is even outside of like Destiny's political prescriptions.
So I will answer this question for you.
So wait, well, hold on, really quickly. If Destiny's
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I want to get that question written down, like word for word.
I have to ask
justified?
I have
called preemptive violence. In that case, is there like to like a claim that these people they're intending to like genocide you or whatever? In that case, is there like
okay, so if they're intending to.
Wouldn't any like even what's it called preemptive violence be considered justified?
Ay. I gotta say, like, so here I'm torn. I don't necessarily think that, like, in a vacuum, these are, like, bad questions, but you add in the TOS dimension and you add in the whole rest of how this conversation has been going, and it feels like you know this isn't gonna work. Like, he's not gonna answer this question, so I don't know why we're... Whatever. Let's just keep listening. So...
at this point I have to interpret what you're saying as bad faith, because I've answered these questions pretty thoroughly, and it seems like you're trying to parse out a specific enough answer such as to violate TOS.
I will say this, because I think you guys might miss it, because I don't want to counter a jerk, right? Not what I'm trying to do. Keep note of that. But what I will say is, I have to explain. I have to spend time addressing the popular narrative or where the popular people are at if I see something different. So what I see that you might be missing is that Vaush repeatedly, and we'll go ahead and we'll go to our notes actually to do this. Let's go ahead and find every instance of this. So it's not effective to harm legislatures. Let's go ahead and go up this. No. Let's go ahead and start with the beginning, because it did happen in the very, very beginning. All right, so stochastic violence currently, no 3 branches legitimize, blah, 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 laying foundations, no statements, laying the groundwork. If they succeed, they'll need a substantial change. How can you morally object to killing lawmakers now, right? The preemptive thing. He's already asked this. Historically, no, right? And he's given a million shades of the same answer to this question before. And I know that he has. He's already talked multiple times about why he's not advocating for violence against the legislatures. So we have this happening like numerous times throughout this conversation. It keeps happening. And like, I just, when we keep asking these kinds of questions, like, you know, it's, we're running into problems. We're running into like problems that we know already exist. So like, I don't know. I don't like this, but yeah, it's, you know, it's this is the way that this conversation is playing out.
When nothing that I've said so far is even outside of like Destiny's political prescriptions.
So I will answer this question for you.
So wait, well, hold on, really quickly. If Destiny still holds to his belief, which he stated unambiguously, that you could morally justify violence against Republican voters if you were a minority member who was threatened by policies they voted in favor of, like at what line does he think you could start killing Republicans in the streets? He wasn't even talking about lawmakers. Now, if I...
all right. Oh, I'm being taken over by the ghost of fucking Booksmart's past before we put into place all these rules and stuff. So, hold on. We're running into a problem here. Help me figure this out, chat. I want to be charitable and fair, and I also want to stay within a limited scope. However, I'm running into a problem. I know what Steven said, and I know that he's missing details here. So if I'm charitable and fair to Steven, who is not in this conversation, who is outside the scope of this conversation, as is the discussion that he had and the points that he had, I'm going to lean on this is within reason to be charitable and fair to go outside of the scope. Okay, I'm going to put 2A over 3 real quick. Let's listen to this one more time and I'll explain what I mean.
He think you could start killing policies they voted in favor. If Destiny still holds to his belief, which he stated unambiguously, that you could morally justify violence against Republican voters if you were a minority.
Okay, actually, listening back to it, he skips over it like it's so fucking quick. You could morally justify it. Not that Destiny morally justifies it. Not that Destiny's position is it is morally justified to kill Republican voters. In the conversation, he was very, very careful about the way that he worded it. And he was like, I think it could be morally justifiable, or those people could have a good reason to go after Republican voters if those Republican voters are trying to kick them out of the fucking country that they live in, right? He was just careful in that conversation. I think he even clarified himself in that conversation that it was like, I don't personally like say that they should do that. He as a matter of fact, kind of words is similar to Vaush. Like you're gonna hate that I said that, but like, I do think it's similar. You can't fight me on similar, motherfuckers. I'll beat the shit out of you. What you could argue with me about is exact. They're not exactly the same. It's going to be very, very difficult for them to be exactly the same. It would have to be a copy paste, and it's not. So exactly, no. Very similar, yes, right? Because he gives a bunch of caveats. He says, not right now, and I wouldn't advocate right now, and yada, 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 and there are other things that are in the way, and whatever. It's several steps removed in the same way that it's several steps removed with Stephen. And therein lies the similarity, that they're saying similar things with similar blocks in the path of doing it, although I think that Vaush is much more close to advocating for it for people, because he puts these ideas, these dominoes that fall that will justify it, and those dominoes are very realistically going to happen like now, right? That if the Republicans win in the elections, bam, that knocks over the domino of the institutions, and once the institutions are gone, then, you know, lock and load, right? So therein lies the problem, and therein lies the difference. So just so you know, I'm not crazy. I see the difference. I see it's similar. They're not the same. Yada, yada, yada. There you go. So there's my... I always have to be so fucking careful when Steven is involved with stuff. And I am learning my lesson. I'm trying to be more careful. So I hope that meets your guys' requirements of me. Because it is like walking on eggshells whenever Steven is brought up and we talk about things. So that being said, I went with 2A over 3, okay? And I will just say that, like, we want to be careful about the way that he's wording this.
Minority member who was threatened by policies they voted in favor of. Like, at what line does he think you could start killing Republicans in the streets? He wasn't even talking about lawmakers. Now, if I were to have that conversation with him, I'm sure he would back off all of it, because he's a coward who backs off his positions when he fears they might agree with mine. But,
Oh, Jesus Christ. Again, he is, like, behind an invisible shield that will always protect him from having to deal with Steven. And from behind that fucking shield, he is just taking shot after shot at people in the audience that are watching from outside of the shield. All the DGGers and Steven, he's taking all these shots. You may argue those shots aren't hitting, those shots are unfounded, whatever, but he's going to keep taking them because he knows that they're watching right now, and that is more of the audience than is RoseWrist or RoseWrist's people. So he's going to play as if he's in front of DGG right now, which, you know, that's his strat.
Yeah. When you're in a position like this, what you're doing right now is you're overlooking the fact that you could even say I have a line here. It suggests to me that you're trying to ascribe a degree of immediate intention that is simply not present. And you come on here when he's watching the stream. I've answered the question. I want to ask. No, Rose. I want to ask you.
Okay.
Where's your line? What do you think? What behavior do you think would be justifying for political violence? Yeah, I see he's fear-mongering. I'm sorry. I just looked at my subreddit, and he's got his video, the Destiny video, genocide is in blah, 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 where the thumbnail says they're all evil, shoot them through the windows. What I was referring to was if democracy was destroyed and right-wing militias came in armed trucks to try to occupy a town and, like, were killing people in the streets, that it would be better to be able to shoot them through the windows than just let you get killed by them. This is less radical than his fucking shooting down or like gunning down arsonists and rioters or whatever.
I don't know. I think maybe by like a tiny bit, like they're burning down the fucking buildings that you're in and shit, bruh. Like, versus like pulling up in a truck with armed people. Like, I don't know, bruh. We're talking about varying degrees of like Vanta black versus like that other kind of black that's like super black. Like, I don't know, bruh. It's all. I think these are such small differences in my opinion. But okay, yeah, I don't know.
But he pretends to get angry over it because he hates me.
Okay, so I'm gonna answer that question of yours, and I'm also gonna say a few things about.
I've never seen this clip. That sounds wild. You hold on, Booksmarts. Handle them nicely. Remember, stay cool. Okay. Okay. If somebody rolls up, if we're at the end of democracy, and the fascists that have taken over roll up in their fucking fascimobile, and they climb out of it, and they're about to eliminate all of my LGBT friends in some perceived genocide that is happening at the end of democracy. Like, I just, hold on. No, let me not engage with this. Oh, we're in a fascist state now. Hold on, yeah. I'm just not going to engage with it. It's not the comment period. I'm ignoring you. I'm turning the phone away. I'm not looking at you guys in your cute little peepo body. I'm ignoring you. I'm turning you around. You're too distracting for me. I will pay attention to you when the time comes, which should be 8:17 my time.
About Destiny. So me coming to, like, you can witness live the process for me coming to talk about this. I was going to make a video first, a segment where I talk about your takes on this, and then I realized that fuck, I'm gonna have to go through like 63 million clips to do this. It's better if I probably just ask, and then someone's like, oh, by the way, Vaush stream, you could probably do this now. And then I messaged you and you responded, and now we're having this conversation. So this isn't like a fucking premeditated attack or whatever. When it comes to Destiny, nothing, like, he was not involved in this. I got one question from him that he wanted me to ask, and I just asked that question, but that's the full extent of his involvement. You mentioned before how I'm not here to defend.
No, it's Rose. So Rose, it's fine. It's just you've asked me 6 versions of can you fed post for me.
Like, and I can answer the questions that I've asked you.
Lean into the microphone that I have taped in my chest. Can you describe to me what plans you've made to assassinate, like...
Yeah, so I think this whole fed posting thing's cringe, but I'm not a lefty. The joke's not made for me. I don't really even understand it. I guess it's like if you're a federal agent, then you're constantly trying to get people to answer questions in the affirmative that would get them in trouble legally, and you're like undercover and whatever. I think this is the joke. It doesn't work on me. I'm not a lefty. So what I want to point out here is, we have Rose here. He doesn't want to go through the clips. He thought talking was better. It's not a premeditated attack. The one question that Destiny wanted to ask was the extent of his involvement, yada, yada, yada. What he's missing here is what Vaush's problem was with this. It's that you've asked the same question like 15 different ways in 15 different times, and you're not really, it feels like, listening to what my answer is to this. And ever since the Destiny thing, now the Destiny thing is going to be brought up every time you continue to do that. So like, I think Rose is dropping the ball in the questioning here, because it's just, you can't keep asking the same fucking thing over and over again. If he said that there isn't a solid line, you're either being bad faith, you don't trust him that there is a solid line, in which case then let's move past it. Let's end this line of discussion, or hang up. So you're either being bad faith, you don't believe him, you think that there actually is a line that he's not telling you about, or you're not listening and you're not hearing him when he gives answers like this. So I don't know where we're at with that, but like, it needs to stop. These questions need to stop, and they're not going to. I think it's just going to continue and keep going, but whatever.
Political official.
Yeah.
Like, I feel as though I've answered the basic premises, like the underlying logic, and nothing that I've said is controversial in public discourse or less radical than stuff Destiny has said.
Yeah, and
so
I'm going to demonstrate that by answering those
done,
questions for you.
What?
Yeah, and I'm going to answer the question that I just asked you that started this thing, just to demonstrate that I'm willing to answer this myself as well. Yeah, and I'm about to answer that as well, but I just want to wrap up the point about Destiny first. So that's the extent to Destiny's involvement in this. I'm not particularly interested in litigating this between like Destiny and you, or like defending Destiny in a conversation about you. You said that if you were to confront Destiny on this, he would move off it in like a cowardly manner. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that he would probably most likely be willing to have a debate or discussion with you about this.
I have no doubt, Rose. Wait, that's the answer you've been stammering your way towards for 30 seconds, that he wants to talk to me? I get bricks thrown through my window every morning from him, letting him know that he wants to make out with it. Like, I get it. I know he wants to talk to me.
But if we're having a conversation and I read out one question that he's asked, and then we get the whole thing about his elongated history, about the way that he would react if you were to talk to him about this, and the way that he would go about it, I just felt like it warranted mentioning in this instance.
Yeah,
I am aware of the fact that he enjoys talking with me, and I'm sure that he would constrict his position or previous positions to whatever would be necessary to spend the longest length of time talking to me possible. Hence these desperate bids for attention. But the
so hold on, this wasn't his bid for attention.
No, I meant like him offering to bet 25,000 on whether or not there will be a genocide or some deranged shit to get my attention. Like, I don't. He has my Discord DMs. He can fucking message me if he wants to talk. I won't, but like, he can. There are less weird ways to get my attention.
Why fucking mention it? Okay, this is not a winning thing for Vaush. Like, I thought that Rose did a good job of being like, I'm not interested in litigating this. He's more than willing to answer this. The reason why I'm bringing it up is because you keep bringing him up. Like, and I'm glad that Rose brought this up too. So now it's within the scope of the conversation. I could talk about it. I don't think it's that bad that Steven gives a question and that Rose then passes the question on. As long as Rose admits it, it's whatever, you know? Now, in the context of this conversation, when it's Destiny versus Vaush, kind of a silly thing to do because you're going to get caught. You're going to get in trouble. Not smart. That's like reading your chat when you're talking to Mr. Girl, something that I learned about. But like, you know, I think that the Vaush's reaction is, you know, to the average person going to be an overreaction. So like pointing that out and pointing out the unwillingness to litigate this and catching him on little things like this desperate bid for attention and that being misconstrued as like Rose being here as the desperate bid for attention, or that Rose is the mouthpiece for Steven because one question was repeated from him or somebody in his community. Like all of that I think is like, it's all rough. So Vaush is kind of losing it a little bit here. He is slipping here. Let's see how this goes.
Pay attention. But with you specifically, because you're curious.
I'm about to answer this question.
Right. Okay. So I want to know for you. Right. Where would you generally, like, you're in Germany in the 1930s, okay? And there are some Jews there that are getting real antsy. You know, they're not being allowed to leave. Their businesses are getting discriminated. When do you think it's okay? Where's your line?
Okay, so the question that I asked you previously was that if you believe that there are people right now with intent to genocide you, and like,
why don't we just answer the fucking question? I'm going crazy, dude. I'm going crazy. I need a fucking woo-saw, rub my earlobes. Yeah, I know. You can sense that I'm going crazy, huh, Ophelia? You can sense that I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. He doesn't want to answer a question. He just wants to say his same shit over and over again. Anywho, let's go ahead and listen to Rose repeat the same thing again.
How would you be able to mount a what's it called, an objection, a moral objection towards them doing that thing, towards violence against those people? And this is what I will say. I think that if there are people in positions of power who have the intent to genocide you, and you believe that they will genocide you, it is justified in engaging in violence against them. I'm answering that question.
Okay. What about an intent?
That's morally justifiable.
What about an intent to dismantle democracy? Because that would be the preceding force behind any genocide in a liberal democracy. You would have to undermine the democracy before you could do that.
I'm not sure if an intent to undermine democracy gets you all the way to intent to genocide. So when it comes to intent to undermine democracy, I would evaluate that based on like how likely they are to be able to succeed in that.
But with democracy itself, like say there was no threat of genocide, but of democracy being dismantled.
So if there is that, you're saying if there is like a real threat to democracy being dismantled, not just there are people in power with that intent. Because one of the things I very specifically put, and the previous question I asked was that there were people in real positions of power with intent to genocide. Real positions of power there kind of implies that they actually have the capabilities towards doing so.
If the Republicans win the presidency and they hold the House and the Senate and the courts, I would say that's a real position of power. That would be the most power any group of humans could hold, really, anywhere on Earth.
That is true, and that's why I mentioned before that I would need to brush up on the checks and balances that would be involved within the U.S. process and what
They would be the
rolling
checks and
back
balances.
democracy would mean, and like what process would need to be like included within that, and how likely anything like that is to actually happen.
Okay.
And
So-
this is the, and to be fair, and this is the reason why I didn't want to get super deep into this, because I put you on the back foot now. Essentially, you need to answer and stand for all these things, and I'm undecided. So I
just want to talk
which
with
is
you
why
about
I've
it.
just been asking questions.
The threat to our
Since I've
democracy is a serious one. If they control all three branches of federal government, there wouldn't be meaningful checks and balances. A lot of the government's functionality relies on gentlemen's agreements that they've broken for years now. They clearly don't care about them. If Congress wanted to put forward legislation to radically alter voting rules or guidelines or redistricting rules, anything they can do on a federal level, the courts will sign off on it. Anything like legislatively that they want to put through, they could. The president could put forward any executive orders. They could just break the law if they wanted. Remember Andrew Jackson with the whole trail of cheers? The Supreme Court tried to stop him.
Andrew Jackson's the president, right?
Yeah, and the Supreme Court tried to stop him. He just said no. The Supreme Court would be on their side. Now, none of this is guaranteed 100% or anything like that, but at the very least, I would say that the second largest political party in the country, which is already favored by undemocratic institutions like the Senate and the Electoral College, pretty much openly indicating they're contemptuous towards democracy with repeated attacks on the legitimacy of existing institutions and half-handed comments towards, Trump third term, Trump's the real president, open QAnon support from the legislators. Like, you look at all that and like, damn, I don't know if democracy would survive. I don't know if we'd get a 2028 election if they won in 2024. Is it guaranteed? No, but at the very least, people can be arrested for threatening to commit murder. They're threatening to dismantle the most powerful liberal democracy.
What percent is that at? Because I'd like to know, like, how certain are you if Trump won in 2024 that democracy would be done by 2028? Like, that's another one where maybe one of those crazy destiny bets would be worth it. Like, I don't know. Trump gets elected in 2024 and then immediately before the end of November, let's do a little bit of a bet, because I don't know. Although it is shitty and it would be a bet on the death of democracy and whatever, but I don't know. And I'm willing to eat my words if it happens and the democracy, falls apart. Although I think that would be the least of our worries. But I don't know how close that is. But I don't know.
On the planet, that's worth taking seriously.
And I agree that it's absolutely worth taking seriously. The Republicans are. They do a lot of, like, especially the whole I wouldn't call it a coup, but the January 6th riots, especially, and the rhetoric and all the conspiracies that led up to that is absolutely
they back Jan 6
general
too.
Misinformation. It's like crazy shit. Yeah, I know. I think I don't know how many Republican lawmakers have because I remember, if I remember correctly, at the beginning a lot of them were in with Trump on that, and then like right after, in the aftermath, a lot more were trying to like distance themselves from that.
Well, everyone distances themselves from their failures, right? If it had succeeded, they all would have been on it. I think.
Yeah, and I don't doubt it.
Only a few were like morally, openly against it. Like
was Romney against it? He's usually like
Romney.
Okay,
Yeah. Romney, Cheney. Yeah, just a couple of them. The older ones. But yeah, apart from that, and that's the threat to me. They can get away with anything after the democracy is dismantled. After you dismantle a democracy, it's not like genocide is some far cry away. It's not like genocides don't happen. I mean, generally speaking, when a authoritarian party takes power, they consolidate their power by redirecting the antagonism of the people in that state against something external and internal. The Nazis did it against international Jewry and everything they could tie to it, which was everything. Here, I mean, whether you want to take it, Mexicans, illegal immigrants, China, Muslims, but for an internal group right now, what they're gunning for clearly is LGBT people. And the rhetoric in just the past 4 years has changed so much. 4 years ago, the rhetoric against.
But like, here's another thing, just a bit of a brain fart. If I were Republican leadership, and let's assume I wanted to destroy democracy, as Republican leadership wants to do in this reality, is the LGBT the real group that I would want to pick? Are not immigrants a better group? Are not, the radical leftists, progressives, are not these better groups? Like, LGBT people aren't out here trying to take people's guns away or trying to, like, do a lot of the things that the conservative base would be very upset about. I mean, sure, like, they could be degenerates or whatever in the opinion of some of these more radical Republican people and whatever. But it seems like a less big, less good group to direct all that at. I don't think it's the most likely. Like, if we assume a genocide is going to happen, insofar as somebody's getting blamed for, like, the problems in the United States, LGBT people? I don't know, but maybe I'm out of the loop. Who knows?
Trans people was like this fake compassionate scientism, you know, like this. Oh, those poor transes don't even know that they're wrong about being the gender they think they are. Oh, they're delusional, but you know, we you know, like, not we support them, but like, you know, okay, well, God bless them. And now it's this crazy, like, they're grooming our kids shit, which was also something they threw against the Jews, by the way, the idea of some sort of, you know, morally degenerate cabal and control of education, you know, introducing sexual degeneracy to their children. Like, that's it all ties together. Not in a conspiratorial way, it's just something authoritarian governments tend to keep coming back to. An atmosphere of paranoia is the rational response to behavior like this from the Republicans.
Okay, I understand. So yeah, when I answered that question before then about, you know, people in power with genocidal intent, and I answered whether or not violence against them would be justified. Would you agree with my prescription there, or do you think I'm incorrect or I'm irrational?
Hold on, now we're getting serious again. Let me pay attention.
Would you? And I answered whether or not violence against them would be justified. Would you agree with my prescription there, or do you think I'm incorrect or I'm irrational when I said that?
If violence against legislators can preserve a democracy and end genocide or prevent genocide, then I think that's justifiable.
Now we've gotten the answer we were looking for. Wonderful. We love to see it. Good progress. I have to ignore this call.
Specific democracy and end genocide or prevent. If violence against legislators can preserve a democracy.
Oops. Fuck.
And end genocide.
Fuck me.
Or prevent genocide. Then I think that's justified.
Wonderful. Okay. Good. We got a solid answer. And that's all we want is solid answers, because we're super good faith. We're not looking for clips, and we're definitely just trying to understand what Vaush is saying. Okay.
The specifics as to how that could be done will require foresight and thus are unknowable to us now, but it's a general
okay. I'm not going to write all that down.
Principle that I hold.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Okay. You caught the car. You're like the dog chasing the mailman. You're the dog chasing the fucking the car, and you've got the bumper. Now, what are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it, Rose?
Because fuck, I understand the TOS limitations.
Well, no, I'm not trying to be slippery. Do you that answer that I just gave? Like, do you think this is disingenuous?
No, I understand why you're doing it. Okay, I'm gonna lay something out, and then if I'm wrong, you can feel free to correct me. If there's something I've misunderstood, then you can feel free to correct me. Otherwise, you don't have to speak to it. That's perfectly fine.
Okay, what's gonna happen here?
So at the beginning of this conversation, I talked about what your definition for genocide is. I asked about whether or not one was currently going on, whether or not you think there was we were at the precipice of one, or there was a real chance for one. And you seem to answer in the affirmative when it comes to the real chance and being at the precipice and stuff like that for this types of thing, especially if the midterms and stuff like that seems to be going like it's going. Now, given that belief, that you believe that there's like a real chance of people in positions of power doing these things, then the prescription then that I gave before and that you agreed to would entail the justification for that type of violence right now today. I think that all follows from what we've talked about in this conversation. But given TOS, I would understand why you may not want to.
You keep implying that I'm hiding something. I've said this multiple times.
No, I'm not. Okay.
The precursors for
you are implying that he's hiding something. Oh my God. You can't say all this and not just own it. Just own it, Rose. You are implying that he's hiding something. It's in the very last thing that you said. That maybe he can't answer it because of TOS. Just own it. Yeah, you don't think that he's answering. You think that all of these answers would justify violence today, but because of the TOS, maybe. And you said before this, understanding why he's doing it, doing what, we don't know. Maybe avoiding the answer that all these things point to. Just own it. I'm getting sick of this cat and mouse game, you know?
Understanding how effective that would be as a solution require foresight or much more explicit lines to be drawn.
Would require foresight. That require foresight and much more explicit lines to be drawn. Okay. Which he's already said a gazillion times, but we keep ignoring it because we hate Vaush. Yes. Let us keep ignoring it. Let us keep ignoring it. I'm ignoring. I'm gonna have to make these green because it's yet another thing that we just keep ignoring, even though it's in all of his answers. And you know, we think he believes something else, so we're just gonna keep ignoring those because they don't really fit into our narrative or the other answers we got in the picture that paints for us.
It's not something that I could responsibly advocate for right now, which is why I don't. The rhetoric
can't responsibly advocate for it right now. But we're just going to ignore all this. We're going to say, yeah, but you answered those other questions this way, so you must believe this other thing. After I'm done with this little piece, then I'll go to the chat because we're up on that 30 minutes.
That I get in hot water for has to do with self-defense if democracy breaks down, not targeting legislators. At the moment, speaking perfectly honestly, at the moment, anyone advocating for or attempting to engage in violence against legislators is charitably fed posting, and uncharitably is a fucking retard. The idea that any kind of meaning...
Well, Jesus Christ. I love how YouTube will just blank about, like, oh, we're just gonna pretend we didn't see that one.
Posting and or attempting to engage in violence against legislators.
Okay.
Is charitably fed posting, and uncharitably is a fucking retard. The idea that any kind of meaningful action can be taken, this isn't some Hitler situation where everything's going to fall apart like a stack of cards if you take out like one peg or whatever. The Republican Party is like everything in America. We don't live in some sort of like Latin American junta, or however you pronounce that word. This isn't some situation where some gang of guerrilla rebels can sneak their way into a building and single-handedly change the entire junta.
Okay, but here we got a problem. Because this isn't in line with how readily it seems to happen when he's describing it. That we lose in 2024, and holy shit, are they going to have control of so much stuff? And their goal is definitely to dismantle democracy, and we have every reason to believe that the people that they would blame for that are the LGBTs and...
Thank you. Change the entire, the whole arc of American politics.
So why don't you just apply this to the Republican thing? Do you really think all the Republican legislatures are just, I don't know. Oh, if only Rose was capable of poking holes where I think holes could be poked, but I don't think that he's going to, nor is he maybe even able to, but
political history. The best thing that we can do right now is to hunker down, to do everything we can to prevent Republicans from winning electorally. And if they do win, we have to fight as effectively as we can on the legislative level against any efforts they make to destabilize democracy. And if they succeed in destabilizing democracy, then yes, I do want queer people or left-leaning people or even liberals to be armed to the teeth in their houses, because if democracy falls apart, the next step is going to be conflict between the federal and blue state governments. And if that takes place, who knows where things are going to fall? What about the state guard? What about the National Guard? What about police? There's going to be a massive range of conflicted interests between different groups, and I want people who are not fascists to be well armed.
And again, I don't want to escape the scope. Not escaping the scope of this argument. This point in and of itself, which I will put on the screen with notes, just so we're clear. Hunker down and prevent Republican wins, fight on the legislative level, and if they succeed, though, then we should be armed in our houses because there will be conflict between the state and the Fed. Now you could debate on this conflict between the state and the Fed. Maybe there won't be conflict between the state and the Fed. Maybe you disagree with that. We could go ahead and put that in pink. Maybe that's not a given. But this part, Be armed in our houses. That seems fine to me. I'm okay with people advocating for that. I'm a red-blooded American. I believe in this. In terms of hunker down and prevent Republican wins and fight on the legislative level, that's all good to me. I'm sure as shit fine with that. We should be doing that too. So, I mean, when he says a statement like this, I don't have problems with statements like this. What I have problems with are the kind of earlier statements about these dominoes that we keep talking about. But let's see where Rose focuses and what Rose chooses to do. Because I doubt it'll be what I want him to do, but, I'm not God, so...
Under those circumstances. Okay. But those are my prescriptions. None of that, I think, is TOS bait or anything to the sort. My abstract positions about if you can do violence to prevent a genocide, then do it, only account for the knowledge of foresight, which, again, I don't have. I can't make that prescription.
I understand. Do you... Okay, so here's another thing that I was curious about, because and this is probably me making more of an
I want to go back to this, okay? Because you also need to hear this
about if you can do violence to prevent it.
His abstract positions about violence to prevent a genocide. So, which I'm going to write, because this is a good little summary moment here, and then I'll talk to you guys. I promise. And we confront the problems with crazy hypotheticals.
To genocide, then do it. Only account for the knowledge of foresight, which, again, I don't have. I can't make that prescription.
I understand. Do you... Okay, so here's another thing that I was curious about.
No, we're not going to hear it. We're going to switch to our cam view, and we're going to hang out. And we're going to have a wonderful time. Me and my chat, I'm sure. We'll have a wonderful time. Lots of things to talk about. Lots of things. My wonderful chat. All right, let's see. He committed violence against himself. Well, some people would wish that. I'm not in that group. If it's over, then leave. Everyone leaves a disagreement smug on the internet. Okay. Do you guys have anything to say to me? Or do you want to just jump back into this and finish it up? His argument is if they win in 2024, they will once again be in a position to maximize harm, weaken, and delegitimize our democratic processes. Sure, and I don't think that's a crazy thing to say necessarily, but... the kind of one-to-one with them winning and democracy falling is the problem that I have. In the interest of not clogging chat, let's stop discussing this. You're not budging on your position. Yeah. Remember, chat, that there is a rule against having back and forths. You want to have back and forth, join the Discord by using !Discord to ask your wonderful chatters to join you in there. And if they don't join you in there, then it isn't worth discussing because they won't even go to Discord to discuss it with you. But you could get timed out and you could get banned for having a extended, prolonged back and forth because you do clog my chat and you make it more difficult for me to scroll up and see messages that are meant for me. Ignore this if it drags us backwards. Well, I'm already reading it. But the whole Destiny feeding questions thing seems unfair. If Destiny shows up and starts asking a bunch of questions in stream chat, I don't feel like it's an auto-out for Vaush. I don't think it's an auto-out. I don't think he uses an auto-out. And he didn't, because he stayed here. I assume by auto out, you mean that he leaves. But I wouldn't put it against Vaush if once, one question was asked from Destiny and he asked him not to, and then Rose did it again, then probably. Or even if he asked if that question was from Steven and Rose said yes, and he's like, I don't. I've been avoiding questions from this guy and stuff like that. I don't want to talk with him. Then it's like a Sam Cedar moment. And my opinion about the Sam Cedar moment, right? So I just, I have my opinions about that, and I'll let you figure that one out. If you want to keep disagreeing, take it to Discord. That's not what this chat is for. That's very, very true. I did get banned because I didn't know better. Well, then there you go. Sorry, I didn't know about the back and forth rule. Not a problem. That's why we remind people. I think they meant auto out as in out of answering the bad faith question, but he did answer them. Exactly. So not the most studious thing to say, given that he answered it anyways. Do you think this convo and others would go more smoothly if Vaush shared the steps to genocide? Perhaps. You know what I think would make it go more smoothly? Asking about the genocide, asking about it. That'd probably be helpful, but that's not what Rose is going to do. Rose is on a different path, and he is going down a path which I cannot follow him down. I think he's assuming it's common knowledge when it isn't. Yeah, probably. or it just works out better in his favor not to explain it, which would be a bad faith interpretation, but it could be one floating around out there. Rose, getting caught using a Destiny question made him seem weak. Yeah, it wasn't a good look for Rose. Definitely wasn't a good look. If Rose could go back in time and hindsight it, I would hope that Rose would make the decision not to ask it. The last thing Vaush said didn't make any sense. You can enact preemptive violence to prevent a genocide only if you have hindsight. How do you have hindsight before something happens? He said foresight. Although excellent listening skills from Professor Thoughts. I'm just kidding. I'm in a roasty mood. I clearly don't mean it personally against you. But no, he said foresight, and he needs foresight in order to do it. Foresight, of course, being the flip version of hindsight. Let's be good faith to Vaush, even if he did say hindsight by accident. I think you could grab a second neuron bunch in your brain and rub it together with the other one to figure out what it is that he might have meant. So even if he did say hindsight, I would assume he meant foresight, because that's the only way that makes any sense. Moving on. I disagree, GigaChad. Nice. Good to hear it, Fruity Clorox. Why do you have multiple copies of board games? They are not my board games. I am staying in a host house in Moss, Norway. And he really likes board games. Hasn't he stated the steps? Probably in other places, maybe in this place. I haven't been paying attention to it because Rose hasn't. At Booksmart's GOP focus on gender rights because those are the most recently gained and are not so normalized. Yeah, perhaps. The crumbling of democracy and rising of anti-LGBT policies to crack down on rights as such. I don't know what your... Oh, okay. In terms of the steps, it would be much easier for me if you would include them all in the same comment. But sure, he should at least have changed up the wording. I don't know. By the way, your hair is so clean today. I'm happy to hear it. Thank you for the compliment. The board games do make a nice stream background. Yeah, that they do. I would agree. Books, your look suave as fuck today. Thank you, Facta. There's a fact. Now I know a lot. Thanks, Book. Not a problem, Professor. I don't see much of a difference when Vaush or others ask his opponents questions from their own chat. I do. It's about the person. If Sam Cedar was in the chat room of somebody debating Steven Crowder and was asking a bunch of questions, it would be a similar thing. If the person is avoiding a conversation with the other person and they've rejected it on numerous occasions and made that a very public thing, and then you take the questions from that person doesn't want to talk to, then that creates the conditions for that to be a different situation. Whereas if Vaush uses questions from his chat, whatever, you're removing the context that makes it bad. That's what I would say, Rumatus. Shorty B says, yes, about genocide. It is thought of in academia as a process with steps that starts with hateful rhetoric. Would have been interesting to drill down on where Vaush believes the U.S. is in the process. It would have. Didn't happen. Hair do be looking clean. I'm happy to hear it, Sleep Witch. Where are you right now? I already answered that. This is approaching total recall territory. It makes me, and evidently some others, uncomfortable. I see. Shorty B, he will gonna tell us later. Especially if their relationship is contentious. Yes, if their relationship is contentious or they've rejected speaking to the person before, then yes, you're creating the conditions for taking that question to be interpreted in a negative way. You're in Norway. Stuff is expensive, right? Not my opinion. It is no Switzerland. Switzerland was very expensive. I find it hard to take Vaush seriously since he said he doesn't care about the truth, only good outcomes. How can you trust him? Well, I'll tell you how I can trust him. I'll tell you. I'll let you in on my little secret. My little secret is this one right here. It's Rule 2A of the Booksmarts objectives and rules. Rule 2A, be charitable and fair within reason. And I think it's plenty reasonable to be charitable and fair to Vaush in this conversation. So that is what we're doing. We're being charitable and fair, and that's why. Hope that answers your question. Booksmarts. I think Democrats / the left sort of sabotage themselves by refusing to do what's effective politically, all for the sake of optics. It ties into the gun stuff Vaush debated recently. Well, I didn't see that outside the scope of this conversation, though. Thank you for commenting. Let's see. that wall of games is seriously impressive. Huge investment right there. There are a lot, and there is even more that you don't see that is out of frame. So yes, it is a very impressive collection. I do agree. Wrong movie reference. It was the wrong movie reference. I didn't want to point it out, but it appears that other people in the chat have. Oh yeah, Switzerland might be up there as well. Yes, Switzerland is one of the most expensive places I've ever been. He said it himself, though. I'm not being uncharitable, but fair enough. Yeah, but remember, and here, I'll bring it up to you again, because I need to get you guys used to this, right? Remember, rule number 3, define and stay within a limited scope. And we made the scope this discussion. We brought in a little bit more of an expanded scope as it was necessary, but we need to define and stay within a limited scope, which is this conversation. I am not going to some conversation from 2016 where he says these things and whatever. That's bad faith. I'm not doing it. You could do it. That's totally fine. I would just encourage you not to. Let's see here. Even if it were true that Vaush doesn't care about truth intrinsically, which utilitarians generally don't, then he can still care a lot about truth instrumentally. DGG doesn't understand this. Well, I don't understand it either, so count me in. What would be the cutoff point for being charitable to someone? I'm not sure myself. Me either. I'm working on it. I'm not good at it. Don't ask me. I'm learning, okay? A lot of people think I fuck it up, but a lot of people also hate these internet people that I talk about, so, and I don't. I would prefer not to, says, do you think Rose had an agenda to expose Vaush on violence and wasn't able to adapt to Vaush's more nuanced answers? Here's the thing, viewer. Come here. I don't know if Rose had an agenda before going on. I don't know. He had mentioned he had seen clips and seen all these things and whatever. Who knows what Rose had seen that led to him having this conversation. But I will say this. Set that aside. Let's pretend Rose didn't know about nothing. The way that Rose asks these questions, the way that Rose drills down, it would appear, if we're being super good faith, that Rose, over the course of this questioning, at the beginning of this conversation, started to sniff something out. Started to smell something funky cooking in the kitchen. And that funky thing is that Vaush wants to kill Republicans. That's what he smelled. Something like that. He smells something funky, and he doesn't believe what Vaush is telling him. He believes that there's something that isn't being answered, and whether he came to that conclusion before he had the conversation or during the conversation, I think it makes no difference, because we see it exemplified through his behavior that he believes that, and implicitly through the things that he's saying, especially in the last review period that we did. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at. Whether it happened before or not does not have an impact on where we're at with this. So that's why I'm just ignoring it, because I can't know and I don't know, and it's outside the context or the scope of this conversation. So I'm not giving too much credit to it. All right, I give Vaush credit for answering the question, says Bells, but it makes me slightly uncomfortable that if Steven asks a question similar to something you were going to ask, you just can't ask that question now. Yeah, sure. I don't think that's what happened here, but yeah. It's the implication for future conversations with people in Destiny's orbit, which is nearly everyone. Yes. Yeah. It does have a nasty implication for future conversations, but hey, this is the Fortress arc, baby. Welcome to it, Bells. I regretted the word agenda as soon as I pressed enter. Well, that's why we think about things before we press enter. Take that advice with you to Twitter and you will live a great life. Let's see here. Are you going to do line-by-line depth trial? No. Can you smell what the Vaush is cooking? The Vaush is cooking bratwurst. It's very good. Lol, what I'm saying is constantly lying can have bad consequences for him. So, okay, I'm not engaging with this. If you engage in good faith, sure, what's going on with this, Jay? Then it won't matter if you interpret the other person charitably, because at least you're arguing in good faith. I think this is a bit of a riddle that doesn't make any sense. So I'm just going to not waste energy on it. Books reviewing Amber Heard answering questions would be amazing. Sure, but it's not happening. So don't get your hopes up. Anywho, what I will say is this. So we're at 103 of our $150 goal And I will do something else here because I am beginning to get tired. And when I get tired, I make mistakes. When I make mistakes, I don't get charitability. And as much as I give other people charitability, I would like it given to me. And so I'm not. Let's see here. Let's see. Finish will be $250. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. So I am not going to finish this conversation. I could already feel it. We will do, let's see, what should we do? We'll do 2 more of these 30-minute sessions. We'll get through as much as we can get through, but I don't think we're going to finish. I'm going to give it another hour of listening to this, but I'm already kind of sick of it. If you would like it to continue, help us get past our first donation goal, get us up to 150 to listen to the Destiny debate conversation. And if we're able to get to 250, I will finish this. But as it stands right now, I think it's very likely that we hit the 150.
My friend.
And if we hit the 150, then I will have to stay up even later. That I'm already staying up, and I don't want to. And so that's what I will say. So let's go into one of our last 2 30-minute chunks of reviewing this, and then if we hit our donation goal for 150, of which we're at 103, so we have $47 more to hit that, then we will review the aftermath conversation with Steven. But otherwise, not really about it. Not feeling it. Let's see what Jay says.
Have some charitability, less than 3. Appreciate your analysis in these kind of discussions.
No problem, Duder. So that's another 5. That brings us up to 107. Thank you, Jay. Oh, wow. They just roll in when you threaten them. Let's see what they have to say here.
Why aren't we just keeping Book awake?
I don't know, because you want content, probably. That's 127. You have less than $25. You have $23 left until you hit that goal. And without further ado, I will not keep going on and on with the shilling, because I know it's not fun for you guys. I will go ahead and move on. Okay, move on. Let's go ahead and get through this. All right, 30 minutes on the clock. 8:39. I will see you in 30 minutes, chat. Let's go.
Because and this is probably me making more of an argument than I have made thus. So if the rhetoric,
a little bit, giving a gift sub to Vaush Vidya. Vaush Vidya's 2nd month of being a sub. Thank you for gifting that to Vaush Vidya. I hope we see him around. I'd be happy to talk with him if he wants to talk. The offer is open. I think there are only 2 people on this platform that I don't want to talk to, and Vaush is not one of them. Neither is Destiny, in case you were thinking that. I'm happy to talk to Steven. So thanks for gifting that sub.
Were to be, hey, we're seeing some, and maybe I misunderstood. Maybe this is exactly what your rhetoric has been. If it's like, hey, we're seeing some threats to our democracy that could lead to violence down the roads. Just make sure that you're protected in case that should come to pass, and that you could be able to mount some self-defense if that were to happen down the road. Do you understand? So those set of prescriptions, given that identified problem. Now, if you identify a new problem, you're like, hey, by the way, there is a real risk for like an imminent genocide of you and your people coming up right now. But only the kind of the defensive action is warranted in this instance. That prescription doesn't follow that well from the identification of the problem as compared to in the former case, because the issue is that it's essentially saying like, hey, by the way, there's like a genocide that is like about to happen, or like that is going to happen, or that might happen in the near future. There's a significant chance for it, but all that you should do about it is just be ready when it comes. Which doesn't feel like we would both say that, like, hey, if we had like some, maybe Nick Fuentes or whatever talking about the Great Replacement, if he were to talk about how, hey, people in power, they're genociding you, white people, they want you to die, and then when somebody else like, hey, what would your prescription be to that? They would probably just be like, okay, well,
whistling now.
I'm not accusing you of dog whistling.
Rose.
Like, what would your prescription be to that? They would probably just be like, to die. And then when somebody talk about how, hey, maybe Nick Fuentes or whatever talking about the Great Replacement.
This is a rough part of the conversation. I don't think Vaush is engaging in good faith anymore. Anonymous gifting his sub to Keffels. Yet another person that I wouldn't mind talking to. Yeah, DGG, I see you getting mad at me. First Vaush, now Keffels. Ay caramba, this Booksmarts guy. I knew it. I smelled it on him the first day he walked through here. I said he's a fucking weasel. Look at him. He won't stand by our man. Fucking talking to these people that got him banned and shit. Fuck that guy. I know. Hey, you know, I like talking to everybody. I've been that way since I first started. I don't care. I would love to talk to Keffels because then I would have an image in my mind of who Keffels is. Because all I know is what little time we've spent on drama with Keffels, and it doesn't pan out. And my private conversations I've had with people and arguments about Keffels, and they don't pan out. The worst things I could say about Keffels are she deletes shit habitually, and she tries to get people banned. Those are the two main things. Now, either of those could be bad enough to where you hate her. Not for me. I don't know. The banning thing, kind of fucked. Kind of really fucked. I don't like that. But I talk to all sorts of people who try to get people banned. So, especially behind the scenes. So, it'd be what it be. Cheeto 1 gifting a sub to Bad Empanada. I don't know who the fuck that is, but nice. I assume they're another person who I'm not supposed to like or talk to. But I couldn't for the life of me tell you who the fuck that is. Anywho, let's continue.
If he were to talk about how, hey, people in power, they're genociding you, white people, they want you to die. And then when somebody else like, hey, oh, you know, like, what would your prescription be to that? They would probably just be like, okay, well,
whistling now.
I'm not accusing you of dog whistling.
Rose, if democracy gets destroyed, so this is, I guess this would be the difference between myself and a LARPer like Nick Fuentes, whose I don't know, whose audience is driven primarily by the aesthetic of feeling like they're on the precipice of rebuilding like a way. Actually, no, his audience is about gay denialism. I take it back. It's all fucking boy moding over there. No,
you should have seen him when I put on the cat ears and the debate I had with him. Holy fuck,
yeah, I heard about that. It was a good meme.
What is this? Wow, Jack Murphy.
I'm watching the VOD, so I won't see this for a while. Good Lord, you are looking fine.
Thank you for that. 25 on the scoreboard. That brings us up to, if my math skills are correct, $152. Wow. We have hit our goal. Which requires me to bring up my OBS and change my scenes so that I can bring it in front of me and to correct it so that people don't think that we're still waiting on that. Thank you. That is very, very cool of you. I appreciate all the support today. I'm happy to see that people still want this content, still are willing to contribute to keep this gravy train rolling and keep the train on the tracks. Very, very happy for that. I will say that the goal now will be to finish the review. Let's just do this. Finish Vaush to be Rose, and we'll do 250 at $250 dollars. And okay, cool. So we're at 152. We are 98 away from that. And again, we'll do 2 30-minute chunks. I have written down in front of me when I'm supposed to check in with the chat and stuff. And I will be very studious about it. Believe me. Believe me. All right. Back to it. Thank you for the 25. Jack Murphy, I do appreciate it. Thank you for pushing us over that hump. And let's get back to the content.
Sure.
Wait, people in chat are complaining
exponentially about more polite to me after that. But yeah.
What is the issue with my mic, chat?
It was doing a weird whispering thing. I thought I was going crazy. I was like, fucking poltergeist shit in this house?
Yeah, I hear some vague, like some very quiet voice coming from your microphone.
Very quiet.
It sounds like a news broadcast almost.
An echo? Wait, do I have something playing on the desktop? There's a weird buzz when you talk.
I can hear it, which means it's not your desktop output as well, unless your microphone is picking up some output.
Wait, that's
on your end.
Wait, let me just make... Okay, wait, I'm just going to hang up for a second to make sure that it's not somehow you, because that's never happened to me before. 1 second.
I don't hear it anymore.
Okay, it's gone? Okay, that's really weird. I've never heard of that audio issue before. Okay, hello?
Hello.
Okay. Sorry, I've never had that audio issue before. Oh, shit. Fucking Destiny's in the call. Oh, God. Fucking sneaking. All right, the question, am I dog whistling? No, the critical difference here being that there's like a threshold. If Republicans succeed in dismantling democracy, I think all bets are off. I mean, if you want me to be explicit about it, then yes. Like if McConnell like goes mecha Hitler and like puts his brain in a jar and mounts it on a robotic spider and goes like door to door and starts like firing lasers through the windows of people who have like the gay flag hanging outside their house, then like, sure, fine, you can shoot. Like, past a point, you know, if democracy gets dismantled, and by that, you know, there's no like clear hit the button to dismantle democracy type thing, but you know, if democracy is meaningfully dismantled, if there is this like big crackdown, then yeah, I think all bets are off. But at that point, my positions are as radical as like Top Gun. You know, like my positions are as radical as like, if the bad guys when bad dudes try to take over the White House, what will you do? Like, sure, you know, I subscribe to Duke Nukem politics. You know, if the bad dudes, if the bad dudes destroy democracy, then sure, fucking go hog wild. But we're not at that point right now. When we arrive at that point, I doubt there will be a YouTube TOS that you can get me kicked from. But, you know, I don't want it to arrive at that point, which is why my prescriptions right now are towards defensive violence. You know, like hunker down, buy guns, buy ammunition. If something happens, then that's bad. And if something doesn't happen, then that's good. I would prefer that. You know,
do you believe that?
Oh, yeah.
So when I say, I can't think of a better word to describe, and this word has negative connotations, because usually when people say fear mongering, they refer to fear mongering about something that is not a real threat. When I say fear mongering now, I'm not making any implications towards the accurateness or the veracity of the threat that we're talking about. So I'm going to ask you then, do you feel like when you are fear mongering about the prospect, or even like a likely prospect of an LGBT genocide, do you feel like that undermines your prescription that violence should only be defensive?
No, not even remotely. In fact, I think you suggesting that is borderline offensive, because it implies that you would have to be willfully ignorant of any potential for attacks against minority groups in America in order to not flag this like anti-liberal, like potential stochastic violence flag. You know, acknowledging great evil within a country will always carry with it the potential for inciting violence in an audience, but I would rather be honest about what's happening and take that risk than I would like lie about it. Like at that point, like the real question is like, should we lie and pretend everything's okay, because then maybe nobody will act on anything, you know? Like, I mean, like,
and so essentially
maybe,
what you're saying is that yeah, you understand, you don't necessarily disagree with what I'm saying, but you're just simply saying, yeah, but the alternative is worse. Like, well, not accurately reflecting the situation, the prospects for an LGBT genocide then in your eyes is worse. Correct?
If you're referring to stochastic violence, this is something which is potentially a threat whenever anyone talks about anything bad going on. Whether you're talking about drugs on the streets, immigrants coming in from the southern border, you know, from a conservative end, like different racial groups or different religious groups, if you're talking about how cops do this or wealthy people do that, any complaint about society is going to carry with it the possibility that people will hear that and do the Joker smile and go reach for their, you know, for their armory or whatever. I don't think there's any way to get around that. I think you contribute to that. I think Destiny contributes to that. I think literally everyone does to some extent or another. It's not avoidable for anyone. The only thing we can do is try to be honest when we talk about the issues we're referring to. So when people...
Okay, so... oh God. This is why I want to stop, because I don't know if Rose is going to be able to dismantle this. There's so much... like, part of me listening to stuff like this, it makes me want to be a debater, because I just hear shit and I'm like, I would ask this question, I would push here, I would make fun of this, I would do, like, there's so much that I don't even want to talk about it. I just want to see if Rose will push on any of this, and I just have the sneaking suspicion that he won't, and then I become sad and I deflate, okay? And then I deflate. Yeah. Let's see what Rose does.
People talk about the problems with like drug users or criminals or immigrants. I think they lie all the time. I don't think that I'm lying. I think that a fairly straightforward assessment of the behavior of the Republican Party today can lead one to the assumption that, yeah, they do want to undermine democracy, and yeah, they do want to sort of foment tremendous social antagonism towards queer people.
I think that part of that was I'm not sure if that was if I got any feedback on whether or not my statement of your positions was accurate. So I want to revisit that in a little bit. But before that, I think that there was a little bit of muddying the waters in that instance when you talked about, well, everything contributes to or has a chance to contribute to stochastic violence.
Okay, there's one of them.
That's absolutely probably everything the case, does too.
Yeah, but to like vastly, like incredibly different degrees. So for example, if you have like a conservative person's like, hey, you know, we should probably limit immigration because of the effects it has on native workers' wages or whatever, okay? Regardless of the truth of that claim, that's one statement you can make, that's one political prescription you can make. Now, if you also make the statement of, we need to stop immigration because these people are invading our countries, they're destroying our values, devaluing our institutions, and eroding the racial makeup that made this country so great for every second that passes, those two statements are going to lead to vastly different risks of
problem there,
that leading into stochastic violence. Wait, do you agree or do you disagree with that?
Of course, but the problem there is one of honesty. If the second statement was true, if the
notice that I just want to point one thing out. Vaush does what we've been saying that Rose needs to do. Yes, and then quickly keep doing what you're gonna be talking about. It's not hard. Give the yes and move on with what you're trying to be talking about. It's very quick. Very quick.
Different risks of
problem there,
that leading into stochastic violence. Wait, do you agree or do you disagree with that?
Of course, but the problem there is one of honesty. If the second statement was true, if the country literally was getting invaded and was going to be destroyed, which is of course not the case with any immigrant group, but if that was, if that hyperbolic language was true, then yeah, whatever products, you know, like that language might lead to people getting angrier, but it's also an honest assessment of the situation. We have to be honest. For example, people have been, including liberals, by the way, not just us crazy lefties, have been talking about how the attack on Roe versus Wade is this huge deal. That's already led to a Molotov bombing of an office. That's going to lead to a lot of stochastic violence. Should I not say, like, yeah, Republicans are revoking Roe v. Wade on a federal level because, you know, they don't believe in women's reproductive and health rights, because that might instill in my audience, you know, a violent tendency? As long as you're being honest, then, you know, I feel it's your responsibility to address the, you know, the situation at hand. Most stochastic violence comes about from dishonest political propagandizing. But the problem there, at the end of the day, from the end of the person producing that info, is the dishonesty, because otherwise what can they do?
Okay, so this brings me back to the other thing that I wanted to circle back to. So so obviously we both agree that different types of rhetoric is going to lead to different likelihoods of stochastic violence occurring. I didn't think you'd disagree with that, but I just want to make that clear. So then, am I correct in understanding that essentially what you're saying there is, when it comes to the questions I asked you before about whether or not you talking about your fear mongering about the like an LGBT genocide is undermining your prescription for defensive violence? So I'm correct in saying then that you understand the effect it has on your prescriptions and what prescriptions that might intuitively lean people towards, but you still take distance away from those. But you think that doing that, even though the effect that that's going to have on your prescriptions is better than the alternative, which
I wish he was better at wording this. Holy fuck, he talks like a fucking philosophy manual. It's so fucking rough. Like, I get the gist of what he's saying, but it's a lot like in Harry Potter when the snakes talk and they're like, and then the captions go on the bottom. Is like, I actually didn't really understand what you just said, but somehow in my brain I got like the words appeared from the clouds and I had a meaning, but I didn't understand what it is that you actually said. Like, it's so rough with sometimes the way that Rose talks. He's just way too fucking wordy.
Effect it has.
And it's not even that it's using inflated diction or like flowery language. It's like complicated functionally in the way that the sentences are set up.
I'm correct in saying then that you understand the effect it has on your prescriptions and what prescriptions that might intuitively lean people towards, but you still take distance away from those. But you think that doing that, even though the effect that that's going to have on your prescriptions is better than the alternative, which is
okay. See, I keep getting
though the effect that that's going to have, take distance away from those. But you think
take distance? What the fuck does that even mean?
That doing that, even though the effect that that's going to have on your prescriptions is better than the alternative, which is in your case, and like lying or misrepresenting.
I'm just gonna delete all this and say better than lying.
Presenting or underplaying the severity of the harm or the issue we're talking about, which in this case,
it's not that he takes too long to get to the point. It's that his points are convoluted. He needs to like break them up into individual sentences and shit. Like, I hold on. Can we actually just grab the transcript of this so that I can point it out to you guys, like what I'm talking about? So let's see. Where does the sentence start? Where does this fucking sentence even start? Agreed. You know, Tutsis defending themselves against you. Where is that line if you have a general? Oh, fuck. This is way not where we are. Okay, we're at 48:35. 48. Okay, so so to analyze, I'm still undecided on. Okay, wait, no, I'm at 48. 48.55. I don't know. I'm not gonna do it because I'm wasting your guys' time. I think you know what I'm talking about. I don't think I have to point it out.
This is the Lgbt genocide. Is that correct?
I don't think we should lie about a political party potentially gearing up to undermine our democracy and commit a genocide, because telling the truth about that might lead people to engage in irresponsible, violent behavior. Because the logical extension of that is that we should always...
Like that. Like, he words it perfectly here. Like, oh, God. We shouldn't lie about a party gearing up to... Okay, wonderful. We shouldn't lie about a party gearing up to destroy democracy, even if it leads to violence. Wonderful. Yes.
Sugarcoat all bad information and never tell the truth about anything political, because it might encourage people to engage in bad behavior.
Yeah, excellent. And I agree with what you said. And then the only like extra conversation to be had at this point, which is one that I'm not prepared to have at the moment, would be examining the veracity of the claims to the risks of the disillusionment of the dissolving of the U.S. democracy and of the chance for an oncoming LGBT genocide, which both of those things I'm not prepared to analyze in this conversation, and I'm still undecided on both of these, as I haven't done enough reading into them yet.
I get that. With respect, though, doesn't it seem a little bit odd to be curious about my positions on this when you don't have your own? Because it seems like you have an implied counterposition to me that you're just not expressing. Mm-hmm. Because in order to do so, you would have to draw a line in the sand on which other genocides you would prevent potential victims from engaging in violence to defend themselves for. But you don't want to commit to that counterposition. You just want to get...
I don't know if that's the reason, but I think this is partly what's going on, is there is an unspoken counterposition that is just not getting much airtime here.
TOS bait out of me.
Yeah, and that's what I think I tried to say this 2 or 3 times earlier in the conversation, which is why I've been focusing this mostly towards asking questions more than a debate, because I recognize that the position of the upper hand position that this places me in.
Also, I see all the comments about English as a second language. I get that. I treat all of you the same. If you have a convoluted super long sentence, then you have to fix your convoluted super long sentences. I'm not making it a mark on people that are ESL or something like that. I can empathize with it being a difficult language and stuff. But I'm here to give advice, and that's advice that I would give, right? It's not some racist crazy thing. Like, it's making it difficult to understand what it is that Rose is saying. And also, I think Rose is good at English, and Rose could figure out a solution to this problem. I have complete faith in Rose at their current. Fuck that. Rose is more than fluent enough to communicate clearly. Exactly. I think Rose has all the tools in his toolbox to do better. So it's I feel like you guys go somewhere I don't go with this, right? So I just want to be sure that you're not hearing something I'm not saying, because it's not my intention.
By virtue of me being undecided on the
Destiny
of those.
Puts out a video on me 3 hours ago on this subject. You come into my chat. For the first time, you say, hey, can we talk? Check DMs. And in DMs, you want to talk now. Destiny's watching the stream as you talk to me. You admit you've been given a question by him to ask me. Most of the questions you ask me are TOS fishing fed bait, where you're essentially trying to bait me into commit specifically into violating you.
I don't know about this last one, but the rest of it paints an ugly picture for sure. But
YouTube TOS. And then when I ask you what your positions are on the subject and whether you can be consistent in this, morally consistent, and say oh, well, I don't think the Jews should have fought back against this, that, or the other either, whatever prescriptions you would arrive at, you're like, oh, well, I don't have those answers.
I did answer those questions though.
Well, your answers were you don't fully know. So you aren't.
Not really. He did say that he would be, I don't know. I feel like now we're painting answers atop questions that they don't belong to. I thought he did answer this personally.
No. So I answered that given a descriptive reality, these are the prescriptions that I think would follow. I answered those, and I even said at the very beginning, I think that I'm undecided about the descriptive reality.
Right, but Rose, I'm not dumb.
So let me address the other things that you mentioned there. So I don't know what the. So I'm gonna ask you 2 questions again. So before I ask you if you think I'm asking these questions in bad faith, you said no. Have you changed your mind on that?
I don't know what you consider bad faith to be. To be honest, I don't trust liberals. I don't really know. You might think that
isn't that bad faith though? What the fuck is going on? What's going on? Oh, mamma mia! Let's just keep going.
This is some good faith effort to like expose like stochastic terrorism or some shit on my part for beliefs that would have been considered moderate by the founding fathers.
We got 5 more minutes until I get to talk to my chat, bro. I'm fucking counting down, motherfucker. Please save me. Lord Jesus, please get me the fuck out. I only have 1 more half hour I need to spend on this. We're at 152 of our $250 goal. If you're into suffering, holy fuck, this is turning into a suffer conversation. But otherwise, once we hit that time and I talk to you guys, we'll only have half an hour more, I promise. And then we'll move on to our dono goal that we hit, which is listening to the aftermath conversation with Steven. And I'm sure that will be a nice shakeup from this. And I will appreciate it when it happens. Okay, so
I genuinely don't know. The only thing I know is how your behavior comes off to me. And this is also, I can't help but note, like, not the first time that I've had this convo with a liberal, and every time this happens, they're like, when I ask them, like, well, what line would you draw for historically preceding instances of violence and authoritarianism? They don't really have, like, they can't draw like a comparative answer. So it just seems like often there's this intuitive repulsion to the idea of applying lessons learned in the past to the modern day.
So what's the equivalent of today's like situation, like a question I haven't been able to answer when it comes to the like drawing a parallel to
you can look up the stages of genocide. What are we on, stage 5 or something? It's a whole list that you can look at. Well, you can take a look at the timeline with the Jews in Nazi Germany and the rhetoric that they engaged in. You know, I think a lot of it is pretty similar to the rhetoric that we're seeing today. We also know the Republicans are anti-democratic. You know, even if the Republicans fail in destroying democracy, that doesn't make them less anti-democratic. It just means they're going to be a problem down the line. Something has to be done about that. I'm not shy about saying I think Republican Party officials should all be arrested for sedition. You know, if we want to settle this in some law-abiding liberal sense, then I suggest you advocate for that as well. Because the alternative is having an openly anti-democratic party in a democracy that chips away at our institutions every successive election season, which is not sustainable when the Democrats aren't willing to do anything about it.
Okay, so to be clear, I don't think that I've been unwilling to answer any question, and which was kind of like the thing about the comparison you drew there with like the liberals who won't answer the questions about Nazi Germany or whatever.
Okay, what about if here, I'll ask you, if Republican officials passed a law saying that
before you ask that, up until this point, have I been unable to answer any of those questions?
Yeah, you weren't able to describe a particular point in other historical genocides where you feel it would be morally justified for the minority group to engage in defensive violence.
Okay, do you think I'm not answering that question because I don't want to answer it, or do you think I'm not answering it because I don't think I have enough knowledge on it?
I don't think you can know the answer. I think that it's a fundamental moral gap in liberal ideology, because a slavish adherence to the aesthetic of anti-violence is core to liberal ideology, when political violence is what the system is built from. Because I've had this convo with plenty of liberals, and I get the same answer every time. So I have to assume that it's like a fundamental like core issue. You know, it's not an intelligence thing. I just think it's something the ideology can't account for.
Okay, so you're saying that by virtue of my ideology,
but is it a bad faith thing? Like, hold on, let's really think about this. Let's dive into this for a little bit here. If your ideology doesn't provide you with the answers to the question, then if you don't answer the question, or if you do the best thing you could possibly do, which is what RoseWrist did, saying like, I don't have an answer to that. I don't have that thought through. I don't have the answers. Is that bad faith? I don't think it is. I think it's good faith, especially if you're transparent about why you don't have the answers to the question, right? Like, I don't. Right? Like, then you're giving the honest answer. The honest answer is you don't have an answer to the question. Like, I don't know. I don't think this is bad faith. We may not. Okay, yeah. You guys in the YouTube chat, I'm trying to be nice, but like, yeah. I don't know. I don't think this is bad faith, because if you don't have an answer, then the honest answer is that you don't have one. It's honest perception of the weakness of liberalism. I was setting aside Vaush's interpretation about liberalism because it's not what I'm curious about or asking about. but I'm just going to assume everybody agrees with me that that's not bad faith. Okay, we'll move on.
If I were to like look into the in-depth, the stages that led up to the rise of Nazi Germany and the beginning of the Holocaust, I would be unable to draw a line there anywhere.
With respect, Rose, I talked with you in DMs about climate change and where you think it would be acceptable to engage in eco-trolling as a potential solution, and you said you wouldn't find it acceptable to attempt that until after such damage had been done as to end the world. I think I can find our DM.
I'm not sure if that's what it's. I'm gonna go back and check if I.
No, I think I recall the convo.
I think I'd be digging through all the answers to this conversation.
Well, no, I don't want to go looking, but I distinctly remember that the line for you when going outside the law would be acceptable for anything climate change related was
but now I have to go looking through these old DMs, right?
Well, it was definitely well past where I would
This was the part that I believe was bad faith. I don't know what the fuck just said. Now we're leaking DMs about stuff like answering I don't know isn't bad faith, but criticizing somebody else's answer at the same time is pretty slimy. But it's not bad faith. Like hold on. Let's think about this. When Wicked Supreme says, I don't think I have enough information to answer this, but you don't either, and he's criticizing somebody else's answer about something, I don't think that's bad faith. I also don't think it's slimy necessarily. Depending on the topic, depending on the execution, it could be slimy. Like you might argue this is slimy, but I don't think inherently those puzzle pieces put together are slimy. I don't think. It's not about bad faith. I think he's using it as a shortcut the same way you were talking about ableist language earlier. That's a very interesting statement. And that will bring us into what will likely be our second to last chatting moment before we jump into the aftermath thing with Destiny. I'm willing to take questions from you guys if you have any. The DMs reveal hypocrisy. Do they now? I guess we'll see. But my understanding with what Vaush just said about the DMs is that RoseWrist has said at no point except for past the destruction of the world would it be okay to break the laws and engage in eco-trolling. I may have interpreted that 100% wrong, but to me that sounds like it's pointing to this liberalism flaw that you would literally wait until the world was destroyed before you would do eco-trolling. Like, to me that seems to be ideologically consistent even if it's stupid. That was what I thought the point of it was, but I may have misheard. I think that bringing up the DMs is totally appropriate here. Rose says that he doesn't have and cannot take a position on the questions that he is asking when he has previously staked the position. But if his position was, it's like when the world ends, I don't know if you're proving any, I guess kind of, that there is a position and his position would be bad. Okay, I guess I could kind of see it, but unless my interpretation is wrong, if my interpretation is wrong, that changes this whole thing. I think it's okay to say, I don't like your answer to this while not having a solution himself. That's not even slimy. It's maybe not great in a discussion because it leads to nothing great, but I don't know. Yeah, that's not much, eh? Vaush says libs can't accept violent solutions, but people like him can, but Vaush can't define the point where political violence is okay besides when it leads to good outcomes. I think that's not good faith. He's pointed out that when it's leading to the genocide of people and stuff like that, like I don't, he's given enough specifics of this conversation that that's just wrong on its face for me. Ooh, thank you. Heps.
Love you, my guy.
Thank you. I love you too, random person on the internet. Thank you for your 3 months using that Prime sub. Again, if you would like us to continue this conversation, this will be the last 30-minute segment I'll spend on reviewing it. Otherwise, we're at 152 out of our $250 goal. We hit our first goal, so we'll definitely be listening to the Destiny Aftermath. But if you'd like us to finish up this conversation, we'll likely need more time. And to get more time, we would need to hit that $250 goal. And we are $98 on the way there. If you'd like to support this stream, if it's the kind of stuff that you like and you want to see more of it, that is the way to support it. But otherwise, we'll spend 30 more minutes on it after I'm done talking with you lovely people. Booksmart's most every job I've worked requires strong communication, but I found that many people lack good communication skills. I appreciate what you do. I appreciate that you appreciate what I do, Kowzook, and thank you for the kind words. Vaush said you only know it with foresight, which is useless or circular. Not really. Because foresight can happen as you get closer to the thing. Because I feel like you guys are so, I'm just going to say it. I feel like you guys are really bad faith to Vaush, and it's starting to frustrate me. I'm just going to keep it $150 with you. I think you guys are being really bad faith to Vaush, and it's frustrating me like hell because he says so many other things. Like, I'm not the biggest Vaush defender, but he says the foresight thing. He also says you're constantly walking this tightrope of getting it too soon or too late for advocating for violence. And that right now it's less clear that it's going to happen. But if the Republicans get all three branches of government and they're starting to get rid of democratic, they're starting to dismantle the democracy, and they're starting to pass laws against LGBT people, then obviously we're going to start acting, and he might start, doing that because you have enough foresight to make the conclusion. You pretending like foresight means you always know the future at all times, and no human has that power, therefore we can never do it. Like, it's bad faith. And I've been trying to like keep it cool this whole time, but like, I'm getting sick of reading it, dude. That's part of why I'm burned out on this conversation. I don't want to keep listening to it because some of you guys, it's just like what you're typing is just, it saps a lot of my energy to try to respond to it, man. I know the times when we arrive at chat sections is random, but it's not random. It's every 30 minutes. Rose is about to go over the exact content of the DMs. Right now we are shooting in the dark. Well, it is what it is. I believe Rose's position appears to be that institutions of democracy must be threatened before violence is necessary. That would be consistent with his liberalism. Okay. Background is very cute. Thank you, Shorty B. Do you disagree with that? I don't know what you're talking about because you didn't put context in your Twitch chat. Congrats. I think the bad faith comes from this. When Rose says he doesn't know where to draw the line, that's fine. When Vaush says he doesn't know where to draw the line, Rose assumes Vaush is dog whistling. Yeah, I guess that's a problem. Let's hear out Saint Nick here.
I feel like this conversation is a shitstorm. I think on the larger scope, this convo looks bad. Maybe that's just me, but I still wanted to support you. Dusty and Vaush are mutually obsessed with each other.
Nice little addition there. That's $3 towards the goal. That brings us up to $155 out of our $250 goal to finish this conversation. If we don't hit that in the 30 minutes after I start rewatching this, then that'll be what it be. And then we'll listen to, Rose talking with Destiny afterwards for maybe 30 minutes or something. I respect you so much for defending Vaush here. Well, I'm happy to hear it, but it's just like, I think Vaush is doing way far better from a pure conversational and persuasion standpoint. I would agree. Whoa, I'm in chat and kind of Vaush defender. Wow. Hey, welcome. Thanks for clarity on his position for us misunderstanders. Yeah. Booksmarts, I 100% have a bias against Vaush. I don't think he was super bad in this conversation in isolation, though, but it's hard not to be bad faith with him sometimes. Okay. I mean, there's a lot of, vagueness in there that would let me agree with it. Sure. I mean, if you don't believe somebody in something, you're being bad faith, in my opinion. So, yeah, I respect it. I don't like Vaush, but he is so obviously winning this conversation. Yeah, it's like, it's difficult to read these things. But can you see how saying I would need foresight allows one to always walk people right up to the line of advocating violence, but always claim you don't? I'm not engaging with this. I'm so sorry. I'm putting shenanigans on it with this shit, dude. I'm not with this anymore. Please stop. Doesn't Vaush, like, if you really want to discuss this, put it in stream discussion and write it out in a nice way. But I don't want to right now because you're gonna keep sapping energy from me and I can't keep doing my job. But if you let me handle it on my own time and you put in the stream discussion on the Discord, I would be happy to respond to it, and other people would be happy to respond to it. And maybe they would answer in a better way than I would. But like, just right now, I'm gonna shenanigans it.
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
Because I can't, dude. Because I'm not gonna have the mental to like keep going with this. My PMA is being sapped with this conversational topic, brother. Anywho, let us go ahead and continue here, because again, I'm running out of steam and I still need to watch a whole other thing after this. So let us continue on this escapade. Again, if we hit our $250 goal, I will stomach through this and likely take a short break to drink some water or something. But yeah, and go to the Discord if you have, a bunch of takes on this, because I'm running out of steam, brother. I'm running out of steam. Rule number one. What's rule number one? Let's go ahead and check the document, eh? Let's scroll up to rule number 1. Improve and promote communication. Okay. Yeah, I'll improve it and I'll promote my Discord where we fix communication. So if you want that, go to my Discord. That's what I would say. Okay, what time is it? Because I'm putting 30 minutes on the clock. It is 9:17. We will finish this at 9:47. All right, let's get going.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's at the point where I don't do anything until fucking the world is on fire, correct?
It might have been around that point.
Okay, well, hold on. Now I need to read through all these DMs because this is brought up. So this thing, I don't think that would be.
Oh, we were talking about Jews back then too. That's crazy.
Probably wasn't me that invoked them.
Wait, we were having this exact conversation. What about insurgents before death camps were built then, before the night of broken glass even? Often when the state is actively calling for your death, it's already too late. When it's merely worsening conditions and the looming threat of mass death, is it morally permissible to fight back? RoseWrist, when I was talking about liberals not having answers to this, I was thinking of you. Well, in the past, not just you, but it's happened before.
So what did I... Okay, wait, sorry, can you read out exactly like what...
This is a very long text convo, but the basic... We had a...
Yeah,
I don't know. I just brought it up offhandedly, you know, but yeah, I just hold on.
So okay, here's what I let me see if I can find. I would say with this type of thing, if there are no institutional alternative solutions, then yes, ego trolling would be fine.
But you were never able to answer when that.
So you can ego troll when you don't have. Oh, why am I gonna write this down? I'm gonna type this down on the thing. Okay, so DMs are brought up here. And then I'll mark this other timestamp. So we're at 57, 38, 37. I'll put it at. And let me rewind this.
Then,
if there are no institutional solutions. There we are. I'll put that at 33, 57, 33. All right.
Yes, ego trolling would be fine.
But you were never able to answer when that would be, like when there would no longer be institutional solutions. And this will be a problem with the breakdown of democracy too, because when the democracy starts getting broken down, your solution is going to be, well, look towards institutional solutions. When Republicans start doing crazy shit on the federal level, you'll be like, okay, well, this like legislative stuff should happen. We should do this or should do that. But all these possibility spaces get blanked out over time. And then eventually the looming specter of ego trolling you know, looms high, but eventually, like past a point, it's too late. That was the convo that we had.
I mean, I would I'd probably say when democracy.
Yeah, right here. You said my breaking point for allowing non-legal responses to climate change would be when climate change brings about the fall of democratic society, which in America and Western Europe would be a point after hundreds of millions of people have died in the developing world.
Yeah, that was a weird way. So what I said right before I started reading that, I would probably say that
America and Western Europe, would change brings about the fall of democratic.
I'm trying to listen to all this before I have takes on it.
Democratic society, which in America and Western Europe would be a point after hundreds of millions of people have died in the developing world.
Yeah, that was a weird way. So what I said right before I started reading that, I would probably say that breaking point would be when our democracy is no longer functioning. It doesn't have to be like it's incapable of like resolving this issue.
But when that's like, how I feel right now.
It's so broken. Yeah.
But that
takes into the conversation about the descriptive facts, which we not descriptive facts, the descriptive reality, which once again I've said that on this current issue I haven't made a decision on yet.
Right.
Hold on. Did I
the descriptive facts, which we not descriptive facts, the descriptive reality, which that takes into the conversation.
And that's how I feel right now.
It's so broken.
Wait a minute. If about climate change or about this genocide? Back more? No, I'm right where the fuck I need to be. If Vaush believes that democracy is incapable of solving these issues right now, doesn't that mean we're already at the point of violence being okay? Or am I losing it because I'm tired? Like, do you see what I'm saying? If democracy is incapable of solving issues like the climate change solution or other things, then isn't this like a super important line? Finally, you understand? Shut the fuck up. The problem is it's in the middle of this discussion about climate change. So it might be about climate change. And I don't know if Vaush has explained what solutions he wants for climate change. It can solve other issues, but not climate change, I guess. I don't know. Like, to me, this is like a huge point, but I don't think RoseWrist is going to focus on it. So again, it won't be important, and I will continue to be frustrated with this conversation, but whatever. Okay, Booksmarts, let it go. Pretend you didn't hear it. 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 Yeah, yeah. Pretend you didn't hear it. Yeah, yeah. Pretend you didn't hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but now
that takes into the conversation about the descriptive facts, which we not descriptive facts, the descriptive reality, which once again I've said that on this current issue I haven't made a decision on yet.
Right. I guess the only reason I bring this up is because I feel like this is just a difference with liberal ideology. It's a belief in the resilient.
Why is Booksmart simping for Vaush? I'm not simping for Vaush, bro. Here's warning number 1 of many. That you will be allowed, because I'm so very, very nice, but you trigger me again, Brad. You're timed out, and I will continue to time you out until you disappear. Okay, I'd be very, very careful if I were you, because I think you're coming in late and you're coming in hot, and we don't let spaceships crash into Coruscant. Okay, we will shoot you out of the sky, friend. So I would be very careful. You're entering what I call. Oh, should I make fun of Keffels? No, I won't make fun of Keffels. Never mind. Hold on. I'll hold in that joke, okay? You're entering into the ban zone, okay? And you would want to be careful. You're coming in too hot. No, hold on. This is a much better comparison. If you guys have seen The Expanse, in the TV show The Expanse, there is this... there's a ring that these spaceships fly into. And the thing is, if you fly too fast, the ring will destroy you. So everything has to move really slow inside the ring or it'll blow up whatever is moving fast. And you've just entered the ring zone, okay? If you shoot a gun, if you turn on your fucking hyper thrusters, you'll blow up. So be very, very careful. You've entered the ring zone, okay? You must move very slowly, carefully, pay attention to what you're doing, because if you don't, you're gonna get blasted, okay? And it's not gonna be fun. Not gonna be fun. Slow down in the ring. Yes, sir. Slow down in the ring, okay?
Of institutions and their ability to fix problems. But the Weimar Republic was a very democratic and very progressive society before the Nazis took over. And I just don't have as much faith in these institutions as you do. And I am very worried about this country and its future.
So once again, I'll say when democracy ceases to, when you no longer have like a democratic process, I would probably say that's most likely where the line would be. When it cannot be addressed to democracy. So I've answered your question now about the line. I'm the first liberal to answer that question.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, well,
welcome.
then.
Okay, so I want to get some of the other stuff as well that you said.
Sure.
So
most of my comments are kind of like predicated on that, right? The idea of democracy being undermined by a Republican victory when they start dismantling our institutions.
Yeah, but now we get into the descriptive things again. So before you said a thing about how you said, oh, Destiny uploads a video 3 hours.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. My audio. Yeah, Johnny Depp won the lawsuit against Amber Heard. You heard it here first. This is from the NRK, which is the Norwegian state media thing, which is very, very trustable, very dependable. I love them. They're very, very good. Yes, we are back. I'm sorry about that. That was all I said, basically. Then I started reading what it said. So, yeah, there you go. There you go. A unanimous jury has concluded that she defamed him. There you are. Let's see if it's anywhere else. Let's give this a good refresh here. I wonder if there's a way to sort this by... Yes, there is. All right. Who do I trust? The Hindustan Times. That sounds plenty trustable. Ah, WAPO. Why not WAPO? Well, if you were parasocially invested in that, there you go. There's your Johnny Depp news. That's the only bit of news of this you're going to hear on here. So there you go. There you go. Let's see here. What are the TLDR? Jurors found Amber Heard liable in Johnny Depp's defamation lawsuit. They awarded Johnny Depp $15 million, double and then one of the money that he gave to her in the divorce. The verdict comes after 6 weeks of testimony, or was it $13 million? I don't remember. I don't follow this. The verdict comes after 6 weeks of testimony in Fairfax County, Virginia. The jury deliberating the trial between Johnny Depp have reached a verdict on Wednesday after 6 weeks trial testimony, less than 3 days deliberation. They didn't fill it out correctly. She gave him back the forms, yada, yada. Due to previously scheduled, blah, 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 blah. Wow, he wasn't even there? Mr. Depp will not be physically present for today's 3 p.m. verdict. Interesting. Watching from the UK. Probably hooting, hollering, and cheering, that man. Your presence shows where your priorities are, the spokesperson said. Johnny Depp plays guitar in the UK while Amber Heard waits for a verdict in Virginia. Depp is taking his snickering and lack of seriousness on tour. Depp brought the $50 million lawsuit against Heard in 2019, alleging she defamed him by describing herself in a December 2018 Washington Post op-ed as a victim of domestic abuse. Depp claimed it was Heard who was a real abuser. Heard countersued for $100 million, alleging a dozen specific instances, yada, yada, yada. Jury has been tasked with determining whether each party is liable for defamation as well as damages to award, yada, yada. Okay, cool. Well, there you are. There you are for you Johnny lovers out there. And for the Amber Heard lovers, rip. Another woman beater. Fuck, gets away with this. Fuck this system. The fucking UK had it right, matter of fact. Can't do nothing in this country. Maybe Vaush is right. Fucking democratic institutions, these fucking liberals have the court. Or not the liberals, I guess. I guess it would be the misogynists have the court with the woman judge. Yeah, for sure, bro. For sure. For sure. Oh, well. Anywho, let's continue with what we were focused on before that.
Hours ago, in chat, you know, you've been fed one question, but you won't weigh me off my perception that I've like been sent here as like a minion of destiny.
No, I don't think you've been sent here as a minion of destiny. I know you operate autonomously. I just know
I've been streaming for more than 3 hours. I could not have watched that video. I mean, unless I watch it live, but I don't watch his live streams.
I'm not debating over the timeline. You have to.
But you keep bringing it up.
Yeah, but you bring it up, bro. Oh no, Vaush is gonna start losing it just as we're about to stop watching this because. What is it? Oh no, actually, we're done at 47. We still have 17 minutes. We could see this.
Bring it up as if like I'm like do you realize like when somebody says like, oh, you know, you were here after this other person made a video on this exact topic and they've been talking about a lot about it, and you even admit that you got one question from him and like I know he's watching it right now.
Was anything that I said there incorrect?
No, it's not.
Okay, then those facts are sufficient for me to have warranted chaining them together and making presumptions.
But the implication there, you realize that even though those things are
Are any of those individual things false? Well, no, but the problem is when you loop them together like that, it almost seems like you're trying to tell a story. If I'm telling a story with the truth, doesn't it make the story true? No. Oh, there you go, Vaush haters. Here's your moment. Maybe he'll continue to slip like this. I don't know. He doesn't... I feel like he starts to mess up more when he's under the thumb of people. And maybe now that he's feeling the pressure, maybe he'll perform worse. I don't know. Let's see how it plays out.
Actually accurate. The way that they've been selected leads to an implication, right?
Well, the implication is a byproduct of the fact that those statements are true. So it won't, like, that remains.
So what
the
is
case.
that implication then?
Well, the implication to me is that well, it wouldn't be anything as significant as like you were sent here by destiny or anything. Only probably, actually, no, the best guess is that his community is in your community. He does this to a lot of people's communities. It took ages for me to break mine free of his, where DGG is a huge part.
But I'll say it right now, I have no idea why any of you would put any of your money, any of your channel points on Johnny Depp winning this. You are about to take the fattest out of your life, and it's your own damn fault. You can blame nobody else on God's green than your own, like, I don't know, blame your own fucking mother for not raising you right. There is no way in the world that Johnny gets a W here, all right?
He was wrong on the internet. You're so stupid. You're the fuck. You said something and then you were wrong. Ha ha ha. There you go. I don't know. Riley's a friend. I mean, he's been watching it more than I have. I'm not pretending like I had it figured out that somebody was going to win or something. I've been completely disconnected from it. So I have no idea about this. Obviously, I'm memeing. That's unfortunate. It is not fun to be wrong on the internet. So, all right. No, rep. I'm glad you linked that clip. You are slowly edging away the time that we are spending on this, and I appreciate you for that. Again, if an Oiler wants to come through and you want us to finish this for some fucking reason, we're at 155 out of our $250 goal. So you do the math, rich person. That's $95 that it would take to continue this to the end, but I don't think we're going to hit it. So that will be my last shill, and I will allow you to have as much time as possible with this before we end it.
Part of adjacent streamers' communities. So whenever anything happens on his end, you get made aware of it too. As soon as you do something, people in your chat go to his chat and his chat to your chat. So it's not so much that you're operating on his behalf, it's that there's a synchronicity as a product of the collaborations that he does that lead to his chat being present all over the place.
So I'm gonna I can address some of those assumptions then. So none of me doing this had any influence from chat whatsoever, anything of the sort. So I wanted to actually, firstly, I last I think like 3 days ago, I was going to go over that debate you had with the other lib guy on stream, and then I watched it. I realized that I was okay, never mind. I was really tired, and I didn't feel like I could go over it properly. Because I was really tired. I hadn't slept great the next few days, and I said I'm gonna think about this a bit more and make another video about it later. Because there was so much being talked about there, and I realized that hey, for me to be able to accurately review that, I would need to do more research onto the descriptive things that we're kind of like talking about in this conversation as well. So I decided to not do that and not finish that review, not upload it as a video. And then today I was like, okay, today I'm going to talk mostly about what like defensive violence really means and what the implications for that are. I was gonna do it on my own, and then somebody brought, oh, by the way, Vaush is streaming. I was like, okay, it might be a good idea to like ask him directly about it, because I realized that I would need to go through a lot of clips to be able to do this.
Thank you for that one. I do appreciate it. Thank you for the sub. Who am I thanking? Ryu. Thank you for the subscription. Your first month, which with the Twitch Prime. Happy to have you. Happy to have you. Thank you for spending your Twitch Prime here. That is very wonderful of you.
And I went and I talked to you. And then once that happened, I got like a message from Destiny, and that's it. That's all. So this is not like this is not my DGG community grooming me towards coming to talk to you or like interrogate you on this.
And I apologize for offending your pride. At the end of the day,
what a dickish thing to say. Like, I don't know. Like, again, same with RoseWrist. Just own up to what you were doing. Why be like this? Like, if it was a mistake, just own up to it. Like, that only because you shill so well? Well, thank you. I'll keep at it. Like, I can't be the only person that wishes that more streamers would just own up to the stupid shit they say or own up to it being wrong. Because it's one or the other. You either double down on it or you say that it was wrong, right? Like, and you should have a lot of enthusiasm with either one that you pick. Like, I don't know. Whatever. It's just a me thing, I guess.
Come on, Vaush.
No, well, kidding. Keep up the good work. I will. Just Ryu.
Wait, hold on. First of all, no, there's not. Wait, hold.
It's not offending the pride.
Bros, it is. Wait, it is at least a little bit of a pride thing, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm prideful as well.
I'm an agent of Vaush. Okay, agent of Destiny. Okay?
It's fine. We're all prideful about stuff. Nobody wants to feel like they're.
And then he continues with, "I hate this shit, bro. It's so fucking." You're talking about slimy before. I don't think what happened before was slimy. This is slimy, right? Like, I don't know. You and I, chat. We have different thresholds for things.
Considered to be beholden of another streamer. Anyway.
So do you or do you not think I am still?
It's not a matter of you being beholden. It's nothing online works that way. Nobody's an agent of anybody else. Nobody's well, some people are, but usually
why do you
people
feel the need to bring it up?
Because you don't have to be a direct agent of Destiny for me to note that your behavior.
And yeah, Chibi, I know it loses you money in the short term. Believe me, baby, I know that more than anybody. Okay, it keeps happening. But I'm gonna keep doing it. It's whatever. Being wrong on the internet, not a fun thing. That's why I did that whole donkey laugh at Irrelevant, because it does suck and people would be mean to you, but it is what it is.
Here, from my perspective, is a byproduct of his obsession with me. I'm not stupid. The same thing happened after the Mr. Girl discourse. His obsession with me literally dictates discourse in the DGG orbiter or suborbiter sphere for months. His obsession with me is he only started talking with Mr. Girl again after Mr. Girl came on my stream, talked about little girls' panties, and then I booted him off, and Destiny immediately had him back on a second time. What he decides to fixate on is what his chat gets on about, and what his chat gets on about is what dictates discourse in that sphere, and what dictates discourse is what directs the interest of people around him, including you. And I'm not immune to this. This is just how socialization.
But like, this removes like the effects your conversation had. Like, it'd be a lot like if you heard a wind chime going off at the top of or at the bottom of a mountain, okay, and it goes off, and it's the ocean air coming up and over the mountain, and when you hear the chime at the bottom that's most tuned in going off, you're like, man, that fucking wind chime at the bottom of the mountain, every time that fucking wind chime goes off, all the other wind chimes copy it. It's so fucking annoying. All the way up the mountain, from the closest people to the farthest people. Now all the wind chimes think that there's wind. Like, could it be that there's just wind, bro? Could it be that you just did something that attracted the attention of people because it was a crazy thing that you said, or it was a crazy conversation that you had? You know, I'm obviously not saying it, like, Steven has no influence on that stuff, but like, I don't know. I'd like to pin all of it 100% on it. I feel like misses the mechanism of the way that things work. Like, if Steven was super focused on shit that is unimportant and boring, then I think people just don't cover it, right? Like, it has to be interesting as well. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Works, but from my perspective, this is just downstream of his obsession with me. Now, that doesn't make you like an agent or whatever, but it is like a component of the broader factor. You know, do
you understand how like bringing it up in that way kind of like
yeah, we had a donation goal for that, Inspector.
Not disparaging is the right word, but it's like it's delegitimizing in a way, right? Not necessarily to me as a person, but to the conversation, to the questions that are being asked. It kind of like brings the tone that, oh, like right now we just had like a DGG dialogue tree that was imposed upon us, like right now on stream. There's nothing of value to be gathered from this.
I do feel that way, because I do feel that you're.
And we have 7 more minutes, Oilers, for, you know, listening to more of this conversation. Otherwise, we'll do our discussion period and then we'll move on. Okay.
Your input on this is at least partially determined by. I guess at the end of the day, speaking frankly, my positions are so objectively correct that I feel like outside Destiny's obsession and the waves that makes, you'd have to be like really fucking retarded to disagree with them. Everything that I've said, I feel like not only am I right, I'm so self-evidently correct.
I take back that shill. Can we? Let's not. I don't. I actually don't. I don't, dude. I don't. I want this to be over. I'm hurting, and I know it's only gonna get worse. I already know it.
By every possible angle, every possible interpretation, that it would take deliberate bad faith to misconstrue me. But often I am astounded at the capacity of the liberal to misunderstand the nature of political violence. So no, I apologize if
I did what the
no, Rose,
I answered your question.
It's not about you.
I'm just
frustrated that this is where the discourse is at. It's like where we're at right now with the Republicans, hundreds of state bills being passed, and Destiny's out here waving a stack of dollar bills outside my window, trying to get me to text back by offering to bet on whether there will be a genocide of gay people. And I'm like, fuck. Jesus, you know, maybe irrational chat or chud or whatever is right, and it really is just all like deranged like drama larping for most of the people in this community. Not you, I like you, you're a data male, but I do think that deranged drama larping pushes discourse, and I think everyone gets swept up in it. And I don't feel I've said anything dishonest with you.
Yeah, I understand, but okay, so you say that you like me because I'm a data male. Okay,
I like you for other reasons too. I mean, yeah, I'm being facetious when I say that, but yeah.
Yeah, I understand. But so do you understand that even if we're having this conversation, if I'm like pushing on something, and then immediately, even though you think there's nothing like that, like wrong or bad with me or whatever, you keep kind of like invoking the liberal stereotype, destiny, GGG. Do you understand how that's going to like reflect in the minds of your audience, who all like have an instinctually, you know, justified or not?
Yeah, Rose is pulling it back. Thank you, Rose. Thank you. You fucked up the whole first hour of this, but now you're bringing it back, and I do appreciate it. Great. Yeah, let's call this out. This is a much easier fight for you.
Negative reaction towards those terms and those concepts and those ideas, and how that's going to reflect onto me and like the topic that we're discussing and all that.
And you're right, By Curious George, which is why you need to support content creators like me. Support the people that aren't doubling down all the time, but that admit when they're wrong, when they're obviously wrong. Because if you don't, we won't exist, and we won't keep doing it. I intend to, as long as I'm continuing to make money with this, to continue to do it for you guys, okay? And if I can keep doing it, maybe other people will copy me. If I'm successful, like super successful, and I'm at Vaush level, maybe other people start to copy that, you know? And then they go, oh, I don't want to be like Destiny. I don't want to be like Vaush. I want to be like the Booksmarts guy. I think we can admit when we're wrong. I think we can admit when we're emotional about stuff. I think we can work towards being less ableist, or saying less bullshit, or talking better, or listening better, or you know, leaving arguments when we don't believe in the other person, or whatever else it is that we're pushing here. You know, like so often people are selling you like the generic brand of the shit that you're already consuming. Like, oh, you like that guy that debated all those alt-writers? Dude, I talk to so many fucking Nazis. I blow them out of the water. I look up these fucking studies and I fucking sink their battleship, okay? You should go for me. And then they have all these other problems with them that, of course, they don't highlight because it doesn't help them with the, you know, pushing their brand and whatever. But like, I think we can all agree the communication standard in this space is super duper low. I think we can all agree the rhetoric in this space is like at a place where it's not great. I think we can all agree hyperbole, a failure to submit on ideas where like you're clearly wrong, a failure to reevaluate what you're doing. Like I think we're selling enough that's different that you want to change, that the hope is that enough of you will like it and contribute. Even if you're a VO Megalod Giga Chad listening to this right now, you can still donate. You can still click the donation link. Like the guy that sent $1,000 to represent the Giga Chads, the VO Megalod Giga Chads, and wanted to support the content, right? Like, it can be any of you. If you're listening to me as you're fucking cleaning dishes, or you're driving to work, or you're at work, or bicycling in the park, or I don't know, beating your wife, or whatever it is that you people do while you listen to me, support the channel. I would appreciate it. And then, you know, we can keep doing this. And then other people will see it. They'll be like, I'll copy that, you know, like, because otherwise it'll just keep circling the drain with the nonsense, and enough people will be over it, and you'll only be left with people who don't know how the world works left, and nobody wants to be in those chats, and then it'll be the end of this space. So, you know, that's how it is, you know?
I do think that you're a liberal, and I do think that your behavior in this conversation is a product of that.
I'm objectively right, and you have to be an R word to disagree with me is not good communication. Well, you know, color me a radical, but I would say so. I would say it's not good communication. That's just my shot in the dark. What do I know?
Obsessive discourse, you know, byproducts. Look, it's the reasons. If my community is at any, you know, point miffed after this, I think it's motivated largely by the questions that you've asked and the framing of those questions. But I mean, we can argue.
Do you think
about
I framed any question dishonestly?
Dishonestly isn't what I'm concerned about. I think you framed them leadingly in a way which has misinterpreted what I've said and tried to maximize the potential negative outcomes for my channel.
Okay, what have I misinterpreted that I haven't given you the opportunity to clarify?
It's not, Rose, I feel like you're being obtuse here. It's not that you're misinterpreting any specific thing that I'm saying. It's that you sound like a federal agent.
All right, well, fuck.
Okay, so wait, do you agree with me? Wait, hold on. Do you agree with me that, actually, I'll ask you directly.
And we're at 47, and we're done with this. All right, let's pack it up and go home. Donnie GOBS says, the shield to content ratio is feeling pretty yikesy. Well, you know, I implore you to go look back at the stream and measure how much shilling time I spent to how much content time I spent, and then shut your fucking mouth. That's what I would say. That's what I would say. You're gonna be rude to me, I'm gonna be rude right back, bro. Matter of fact, I'm a fucking... You're throwing a swing, and before you're even halfway through it, you caught another one to your face, and you were like, wow, what the fuck? He hit back. Yeah, that's right, I hit back, bro. Shut the fuck up. You sound like a federal agent? Yeah, that's a perfect place to leave it at. Okay. Do we have any final commentary before we go to the Destiny video? Because if not, I'm over it. I'm over it. Let's hear what Steven has to say. He's been almost like a member in this conversation. The ghost of Steven haunts so many Vaush conversations. It's almost like he's there. Inspector Streams, thank you for the subscription. Glad to have you. I know you watch Rose and Heem and all of the others. I saw that mentioned. Nice cut, G. Are you a step closer to Republican smarts now? I'm already there, motherfucker. I'm pushed over the edge. All these goddamn lefties, they're getting me there. Talk about being uncharitable, book. Maybe that chatter was saying you provided a lot of content without shilling. You know what? You know what? You're 100% right. You're 100% right. I'm self-harming. Because you're right. That would have been the good faith way of interpreting that comment. They actually meant that I did such a good job that there was so much content to shilling. It's insane. That's what they meant. When he made the comment about leading, would that not encapsulate the majority of hypotheticals and arguments you would make at a debate/interview? No, I don't. I disagree with that. It would really depend on the interview. If you say you're trying to understand somebody's position, but you're only ever focusing on one thing that looks uber bad, I'm sorry, but that is leading. And there's ways of asking questions and stuff without, like, to discover somebody's opinions without being leading. Like, Rose got a lot of answers, but they weren't the answers that Rose liked, so Rose continued to ask the same questions over and over again, which I feel like is the problem. Booksmarts, I know this was painful for you, but this was valuable coverage. Thank you. Well, I appreciate it, Edgelord. I'm happy that you thought so. And Book just broke TOS. Bite me. And then we'll break more TOS. Don't forget to turn off Twitch. Oh, true. Very good catch. This one will be not for the Twitch people. At Booksmarts, Bookword, it would be intelligent to only stream on YouTube for Destiny. That would be very, very intelligent. Let us go ahead and do that. All right, Twitch people, get in. Get in the YouTube, Twitch people. Let's go ahead and do exclamation point YouTube for all the Twitch people. Get in here. Oh, I can't send messages to my Twitch apparently. See ya. Yep, I'll see you in Twitch chat. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there. I won't be able to comment anymore. Oh, are you banned in Twitch? Rough. Or in YouTube? You covered all the worthwhile parts of this talk. The rest is even more circular. Well, I'm happy to hear that we missed it then. Come to the tube side. Yes, come to the tube side. I'm in here. Welcome, Inspector. Good to have you. Good job keeping your cool all this time. Thank you. It was rough. It was very, very difficult. I hide comments. Oh. This is kind of smart. I think your assessment of RoseWrist re-asking questions is right. I want to add that Vaush started being a dick when he got fed up with it. True. He got fed up with it. Don't worry, Book. I'm here now. Welcome back, Chippy. Check 1 2. Good to have you. And like the YouTube stream. Oh yeah, like the YouTube stream. Comment later. VOMegalod GigaChads. Leave your comments. I'd be interested to hear it. Go to the Discord. Leave your messages there. Now might be a good time in the interim while we're waiting for people to transfer over from the Twitch to go to the Discord, join the Discord, exclamation point Discord, and hang out there. We have a cool community of people, and I show up in the voice chat there, so you never know. Usually when there's like at least 2 or 3 people in there, I'll jump in. Sometimes there's just one person hanging out. I'll jump in to get things started, and we have a lot of cool discussions on Discord as well. So go ahead and join up there if you haven't already. Yeah, I would say that's a good place to go. Rose and Destiny are probably just going to circle jerk each other and misrepresent Vaush. Well, that's not very good faith, Dominic. That's not very good faith. You got to have good faith, brother. You gotta believe in the best of people, okay? I don't know if it was leading, but it did seem like Vaush had a position he wasn't being fully open about that Rose wanted to suss out. I actually don't know if Vaush had a position he wasn't being fully open about, but I guess. So wait, are we talking about Discord or Datcord? We're talking about Discord, aight? Get in there. Okay. Well, Twitch people, I'm ending it. I don't know why 60 of you are still sitting in there. If my numbers are right, you should be out of there. But I'll end the stream. Amber lost? Yes, she did. She lost hella hard. She lost $11 million hard. All right, I will be ending the Twitch stream. So, 45. Okay, so it is dropping. That's good. Goodbye, Twitch people. I'll see you on the YouTube. Goodbye. All right. Twitch should be off. I'm going to check the Twitch stream and just make sure of that. Excellent. I've never been more happy to see the not like this guy. All right, excellent. Okay. And now we should be good to get started on this video. Let's see. Let's move this down here. Let's do YouTube. Let's do Vaush and wait, not Vaush. Sorry, Mr. Girl. What is his name? Rose. Destiny. Amen for that. Amen for that. Let's do upload date. How can he be a Vaush fan? Yeah, this looks like the one. Okay.
No, I was.
All right. Now we'll switch scenes here. Bring you guys up here. Quick question. Why do we have to stop the Twitch stream? I don't care either way. Just confused about it. Because Destiny is banned on Twitch. So if we watch Destiny on Twitch, then it'll be TOS. Yeah. And then I'll get banned. So that's the reason. All right. Let's get into it.
Okay. How can people like you be fans of Vaush? He's so fucking stupid. Can you explain this to me?
But yeah, okay. So I've defended, I've steelmanned Vaush also from this conversation. I will say though that the is this a word? DGG jacketing? I think it should be a word. The like.
Sounds like yeah, it's gonna be circle jerking.
Great. Well. Picking apart everything that you say. I do not envy your position.
Be well.
All right, you too. Bye. Oh god, imagine if Destiny were to call me now. Oh fuck, Destiny doesn't. Oh, do I want to talk to him now? Or will people? Realistically, the people that think I'm just like a fucking DGG clone or whatever, they're gone. They're gone already. Me talking to Destiny now isn't gonna change that. I don't think. My parents are getting divorced. Oh, and I'm between that being Destiny and Vaush. I didn't just get a message on my phone. Don't worry, guys. Fuck. What do I do?
For a second, I was like, this poor kid. Like, I've been touching too much grass, boys. I've been spending too much time outside talking to normal people. Holy shit. Like, my brain had whiplash realizing, oh, wait, no, they're the dads and they're getting divorced and holy shit. Woo-wee. All right.
They've already been divorced, to be fair. It's way over.
Bro, why the fuck is online politics like some goddamn Game of Thrones bullshit, dude? People think I'm like a fucking secret operator or whatever the fuck, sent by the Daliban kingdom to infiltrate the Vaush fortress. Like, bro, why? Why the fuck is it like this?
Hello.
Hi.
Rose.
Yes, that's me.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing okay. You know what? I thought this was gonna be a fucking basic stream. I was just gonna talk about some taxes, go over a few videos or whatever. But now it became this whole thing. So I'm just, I wasn't ready for it.
Sorry, VOD watchers, VO Megalod losers, because this is a loser moment. I'm putting this shit on 1.6. Sorry.
And people like you be fans of Vaush. He's so fucking stupid. Can you explain this to me? I truly don't understand, and I want to understand.
Fuck. I haven't thought like. Okay. Fuck,
you realize that for the whole.
So I haven't thought for like the entire thing. Like, oh, I'm a fan of this person. I'm not a fan of this person. It's like hey, like I appreciate people when they do good things, and I don't appreciate them when they do bad things.
What do you appreciate about Vaush? Tell me. I truly don't understand. Help me here.
Do you think there's no value at all to anything Vaush does?
No, I think there's negative value.
Okay.
The opposite of good value.
So hold on.
Yeah, worse than no value.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you think that everything he does is either neutral of value or has negative value, or do you think that he has something that does positive value, but the things he does that does negative value just outweighs all that positive value?
The latter. I'm sure there are some things that's like I probably agree with most of Ukraine stuff because he copied my foreign policy takes. But like, yeah, I mean, there are some things that he says I'll probably
see. Like, that's a good example of a litmus test, a sanity check, a question that there is only one answer that is reasonable, and if you don't give it, then we're gonna argue, right?
Agree with, but the overwhelmingly, my political side would be better off if he didn't exist.
Okay. I haven't been super like into the fucking whole like lore behind exactly like why you have that perception. But
well, I mean, your conversation you just had with him is a good example.
Yeah, that was a bit of a rough conversation. I agree with you, but I do honestly I think that there are things that he does poorly and that he does badly. There's things that I definitely disagree with him on. I've had many videos critiquing him. I've had like debates with him in the past, and I just see it as a lot more productive to like, hey, when he does those things that are valuable, give props to those. When he does the things that give negative value, like attack those or whatever. And that just seems way more productive than trying to like find some arbitrary categorization and classification of whether or not I'm a fan or overall this person's good or bad or whatever. Yeah.
You realize that for the conversation, he didn't answer basically a single question, right?
He answered the basic ones, and then when we got to some of the more significant ones, I felt like I had to re-ask them multiple times, and for some of them I did.
Thank God Rose doesn't fall for these fucking... I hate it when Steven does this, bro. I don't want to do this. I can't talk about Steven or people are going to get mad at me. It's okay, Booksmarts. Just treat him like another streamer. It's okay. Just treat him like another streamer, bro. You know what? I'm going to take like a quick break because I have to be super careful with Steven. I have to be careful because people start thinking I hate him because I criticize him, and I have to be super duper specific or people get really mad. So I'm going to take a quick breather. Okay. We'll take a quick breather and then we will be back. Okay. Just a quick breather, Let me get some water. Let me get a little bit of food in me that's not fucking, chips. I'll be back in like just a bit, like a couple of minutes. I'll leave you guys with some music. All right, I'm back. I'm ready. I took some breathing exercises. I got some water. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling spry. Let's make sure everything looks good. Okay. I'm sure we could handle this. Surely I could handle this. We got this.
Didn't get explicit answers, but I kind of got an implied answer. Which, to be fair, okay, I understand why for some of these he can't give the full answer, right? Because
well, hold on, careful, because now you're trying to say that his actual views are far more extreme than what he's willing to say on YouTube. So then, are you saying that he does dog whistle then?
I think even
Or
he knows that to some
it
extent.
was like a crypto. Okay, because he got really upset because now you're basically accusing him of being crypto, right? That, like,
Not necessarily. No. So not necessarily. So Vaush even said this himself. Okay. So this is a fucking brand new thing. I'm brought into a call after the debate to steelman my opposition in the new argument. But I think Vaush even said this in his thing, right? How regardless of whether
Hyphen says, one of my favorite YouTube chatters, it may harm your career and personal life, but I like the idea of you criticizing Dusty. He's kind of trying to railroad Wrist into agreeing with him about Vaush kind of cringe. My problem isn't railroading. So let me explain, because I got some time to think about it while I was gone. My problem isn't railroading RoseWrist into not liking Vaush. My problem is saying things that are hyperbolic and not true. And I'll just be clear with you with one feeling. It'll be the only time that I say it this stream. One feeling I have that frustrates me with this kind of situation is, and it's not about fairness or anything like that, it's like a human emotion that I'm sure you guys feel about different things as well. I get in trouble, and I got in a lot of trouble for my hyperbolic statements that are not true, that extend beyond what really happened with things or beyond my actual feelings or what I would be willing to defend in regards to Steven. But and held to account by Steven's audience, by the DGGers. But Steven can say things like, you know that Vaush didn't answer a single question that entire comment, and he gets away with it. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if somebody corrects him immediately after. It doesn't matter if he's pushed on, like, people don't, like, it doesn't happen, right? And like, this is the kind of thing that frustrates me, is I see a lot of the things I get in trouble for from the DGG community in what Steven does. And it's upsetting in like a way that is only clear to me. Some of the first advice that I gave to Steven had to do with Hassan. Because Destiny would get mad at things that Hassan would say that nobody else would pick up on as being like particularly egregious. And so my advice to Steven was, hey, don't focus on that too much, or don't immediately swing at him with the energy that you feel like he's swinging back at you with, because people don't see that. It's a lot like in JoJo, the anime, people fighting with stands. Not everybody can see stands. They're these ghosts that have superpowers that these people in the show can use. But when they fight, from the outside to normal people, it just looks like two humans like flexing and like doing weird poses at each other. But in reality, there's an unseen world where the ghosts are fighting. And it's kind of like that. Like, people don't really see what's going on between you and the other person, or you and these imaginary ghosts, but it's very real to the people who can see them, right? It would be very real to the other people who have stands. It'd be very real to the DGGers. It'd be very real to the VGGers. It'd be very real to the Hassan people. And so I just want to make clear, I want to explain the concept of my ghost and what I'm fighting, and maybe you can understand me being frustrated and stuff just a little bit better. But it's a me thing, and I'll continue to work through it. It's just like, that's part of what causes frustration with me hearing statements specifically like that one. It's not that he's pushing RoseWrist to dislike Vaush. I don't care about that. What I care about is something like that. So that's all I'm gonna say. I don't understand why anybody thinks that Vaush would or should talk to Destiny. Ever since their big beef over the Kenosha shooting, Destiny has been spiteful and I don't know, bro. So that's just what I want to say there. I'll just let it play out and try to keep my cool.
Not something is like morally like correct or not, by virtue of TOS, you can still be banned for saying things that are like morally righteous to say. And if he's saying that in the context of
Vel says, I feel like if the situation were reversed, we call this a Destiny support group stream. Wouldn't it technically be a Vaush support group stream? But yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah. Well, I don't want to drill into it too much because I don't want to make the GGGers too upset with me, but sure, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
That conversation, that kind of implies that, hey, he has like these beliefs that he believes are morally righteous, but that he can't state like openly on YouTube because he might get banned for them. And I kind of took that as like as the proxy.
What those morally righteous views have to do with, in any other circumstance, we would say, okay, that's a crypto dog whistle, right? Like, if Fuentes believes that truly the Holocaust isn't real, but he's a little bit worried about kind of being upfront about that. So he just kind of like makes jokes and like, oh, how many cookies can you really bake in, a few years?
Also, Dreams has a really good point that I'll point out because it's a positive thing for Steven. I think Destiny can be good faith to Vaush, but it seems to take extra effort, for sure. Destiny often does steelman Vaush, but in frustration, he slips up. Just like Vaush slips into bad faith, paraphrases. Yeah. Although, And again, I don't want to equivocate the two. I have seen it happen more with Vaush than with Steven a lot of the time. It does happen with both of them, and it may just be my viewing habits. I see it happen more with Vaush than Steven, so I'm not equivocating the two. But I agree with your comment. I think it's a good one. It's a good point.
But only that.
Does Super Chat or Streamlabs take a larger cut of the donos? Super Chat. YouTube takes anywhere between 33 and 50 something % of all the super chats. So their website says they take 33%. They're not very upfront with me about what percentage they're taking from me. I have to go into spreadsheets and do math to figure it out. There's also, I think if you do it on iPhone will take a percentage of it. So yeah, in general, Streamlabs will take a much smaller cut. Streamlabs doesn't take anything. Only PayPal takes some. And even then it's like a percentage or something, or like single digit percentage points. So it's negligible right now.
That many ovens, right? We would argue that he's been crypto, right? Maybe he's scared of saying something because he doesn't want to get banned or whatever.
And N has a point for Steven that I will read out in fairness, and then I will drop this and let this conversation play out. If I recall correctly, Vaush and his fan base did cost Destiny almost $300,000 a year. I would lose my shit. Why are you all acting like you would forgive someone for that? I don't think that's what anyone here is doing. I don't think that's on the forefront of their mind, though it's a fair point. He cost them a bunch of money. It's okay to be frustrated with him. I get that. But the principles to Steven, at least the way he purports them to be, are worth more than the money, right? Which is another thing to keep in mind. But anywho, I don't want to, similar to what RoseWrist had said, I don't want to litigate these issues between the Vaush community and the Destiny community. Like, I don't care to do that, right? We could go tit for tat all day with, well, Vaush does this and Steven does this and Steven feels this way because this way and Vaush feels this way because this way. It can go on all day. So I'm going to leave it there. You're absolutely insane if you believe Vaush himself is in any way okay. Again, not litigating. I'm just going to let this play out.
Right. Isn't that, but his base knows what he's talking about. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, to some extent, I think he's portraying like a message, because obviously there's a situation there where there would be something that he would probably say differently if he wasn't worried about TOS. So yeah, I would think so. And I think even he would. Yeah, I think even he would agree with that. I think he believes it.
Philosophy is boring and it's for losers, and there's no point in ever doing anything ever. But okay, whenever Vaush makes this, have you ever heard of? Do you know what a tautology is? If I say that?
Yeah, it's basically something that's like it's like given the premises that they're like, of course it's like obviously.
No, not even.
No, sorry, not the premises. Fuck.
Yeah.
Okay, what's an example?
This is the definition, basically. Yeah.
Fuck, I fucked up my philosophy thing. God fucking damn it.
You're good. It's for losers anyway. Okay.
No, it's not. It's important. Okay.
Whenever he does this shit, he does it all the time, and people let him weasel it so much. If you ever have a conversation, don't ever let him say, "Well, I'm a consequentialist, therefore." He uses that to avoid answering any chance. Like, "Well, I'm a consequentialist, so if it's good, it's good, and if it's bad, it's bad." God, he does it so much it drives me crazy. Because he uses like, "Do you think violence is justified against lawmakers?" Well, if the outcome is good, then it's good, and if the outcome is bad, then it's bad. What the fuck are you saying? You're not saying anything meaningful. Stop letting him do that, okay? If you talk to me, I'll probably never talk to you again.
I did ask him a few clarifying questions. So I was like, okay, and this is where we kind of got like that. So I asked him, so are you kind of like implying that there are a set of lawmakers where it would be justified? Because what he's getting at that statement is like, okay, if you murder the fucking like whatever the Republican person in your like small mayoral office or whatever the fuck, you know, who is the secretary, obviously that's probably fucking bad. But then there are other people for which you could probably make a stronger case, right?
So to respond to you, N510, divorce attorney Booksmarts happens when Destiny and Vaush talk, and if Vaush has his way, it's never ever happening again. So we may never see that again. But if they talk, then for sure, that's often what it turns into. I actually think some of the best content on the channel were in the early days covering Vaush versus Destiny. And we may even go back to some like legacy stuff. When I rework the Patreon, you guys will be able to recommend videos that you want me to go line by line through and whatever. And hell, you could put on there some old Destiny versus Vaush conversation and have that nostalgia if you want. I just don't think it's going to happen anytime soon.
And he was saying that, and obviously he wasn't getting it. Probably the main reason for me asking that question.
I'm sorry, hold on. Are you streaming Twitch right now?
No, I think I read it away. Holy fuck, hold on. Wait, did I read it away? Oh fuck. Oh, I think I did. I'm hosting one of those. Chill the fuck out, everybody.
Okay, Jesus, because my chat just read it. Okay, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Why is this such a specific number, CMG? CMG donated $25.84. Thank you very much, CMG. That is a significant amount of money. 28 bucks. That's quite a bit. I thank you or $25. Significant amount. $250. Thank you. I appreciate that. I guess there's no point in keeping track of the donation amounts. I don't know why I'm still writing it down. But thanks. That's very cool of you. Thanks for supporting the content. The more you support the content, the more I keep doing it, and it's helpful.
Yeah. So when I'm what was the question again?
it was about the tautology thing, that like, and it seemed like.
Oh yeah, exactly right. So I did ask for clarification. I was like, okay, so would you say that the
the goal to be even
Republican lawmakers would be justified to do this thing too? And then he didn't answer that question. So yeah, obviously I agree with the outcomes and tautology thing, and you should definitely press him on that. And I tried to press him a bit on that, but then we run into the like he's never gonna answer that question, right? Because of the limitations.
Sure, but I mean, like, I feel like that's worth pointing out that he won't honestly engage with his views on the platform because they're too extreme. Because he is making
but he acknowledges this himself, right? He even himself says
that's the thing. The thing that frustrates me the most is it seems like he wants to occupy two worlds. One in which he's not really calling for anything extreme at all. He's just talking about like normal self-defense. But then in the other world, he's like kind of like winking to his audience. It's like, but if you guys did kill some of those lawmakers, I mean, like it's totally justifiable. Like that's what it feels like he's doing. You need to make.
Did he? I actually may have brainworms. I don't agree with that. Let's see. I think Rose will be even-headed. Maybe I'll listen to what Rose says.
Sure, real quick. Also, I don't think it's that. Just make sure Twitch stream is off, okay? Even if you hosted somebody.
Oh, wait, is that how that works?
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, fuck. Okay, well, I'll try to figure out how the fuck I actually have no idea. Whatever, if I get banned, I get banned.
Well, no.
I legitimately, I don't know how the fuck to do it. Okay, I'm restreaming. I'm currently restreaming. How do I end
like
one
streaming? Something called restream.io or?
Yeah, restream.io. I can probably do it through restream, right? Or
yeah, if you go through the website, there's a way where you can shut off.
Okay, I got it.
One of the Twitch streams.
There you go.
Okay, good.
All right, nice. Thank you.
He absolutely did.
For some reason, you know how to avoid the bans really well.
Well, you know, we make mistakes, we can help others not make them.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I agree with you. But I have to ask one thing on your question specifically. So the question that you asked, or that you wanted me to forward, was if they could get away with it with no consequences, should they kill Republican lawmakers?
In fact, he was very clear about killing lawmakers is stupid. I feel like he says it so many fucking times. He says it so many fucking times. And it may be that Destiny is operating with info that is outside the scope of our review, to be good faith to him, to be charitable to him. It's just like we did not see that in the conversation. So it's like annoying.
Sequentially. What are you trying to get at with this?
The thing that I don't like is that it seems like I think that there are interesting moral conversations to have about justifications to violence.
And gotcha, Fallen. Yeah, that would be my assumption in good faith. Is he referring to some other conversation because that didn't happen in this one?
Avoids all of the interesting conversations by just saying like, well, consequentially, it's bad, so therefore don't. But it's like, well, but that doesn't seem like what you're calling. That's not the action that you're calling people to. It doesn't seem like that's the moral justification you're giving. So if you're gonna say, so like he'll say some shit like, oh, like I think like killing lawmakers, maybe, but it's bad because like if you get caught or it's bad for me. It's like, okay, well, let's say that you could do it in a stealth way. Let's say that you had a death note and you could write a whole bunch of conservative lawmakers' names in the death note and they have a heart attacks and they die. Now you've avoided all the negative consequences. So now is that acceptable to you? Then that gets in a more.
Okay, equivocate. Use ambiguous language so as to conceal the truth or avoid committing oneself. Jesus. Wait, that doesn't sound at all what I thought this meant. I thought equivocate is to make two things appear as if they're equal. To use ambiguous language so as to conceal the truth or avoid committing oneself. That seems like way different than the way that we use it on Twitch. To use equivocal language. What is equivocal language? Subject to two or more interpretations and usually used to mislead or confuse. Uncertain as an indication or sign. Wow, so this just points to uncertainty. It has nothing to do with them being equal on equal terms or something, or pretending two things are... Wait, you're thinking of equating? No. So the way that people... So the only reason I ever use this word is because of how much it's been used against me. That like when I say that like Bob and Destiny are both manipulating, that equivocation is meant to be that I am saying that they're both doing the exact same thing when I don't mean that. I don't think people are using this word right then, myself included, obviously, right? I'll bite that bullet. I'm wrong on how I'm using it because I obviously thought a definition that it wasn't the definition for. To consider one thing to be the same as or equivalent. Okay, thank you for this correction, because like equate is definitely what I mean. Maybe I'll start pointing this out more because I don't equivocate. Maybe people think I equate and they're just using the wrong word. Those people just misuse the word then? Yeah. That's where I'm at with it. Wow. Synonyms are debatable, disputable, dodgy, doubtable, doubtful, dubious. Interesting. Wow, that's way different. Okay. Conflate? Yeah, but they don't say conflate at all. They don't say a word close to conflate. Ignitus, my man. I do remember you from drawing streams and stuff. 25 on the donation counter. What are we up to now? It's got to be somewhat close to the 2,000, right? 1450. That's getting real close. I think we'll hit that. I really do. Very cool. Very cool. Thanks for the support, guys, because it's going to help with the house. Like, I'm not using these for fucking $1,000 flame shirts or fucking a McLaren or anything. Like, this is all going to housing and shit. So, like, you know, I really appreciate it. It makes more of a difference in my life than it does some of your big favorite creators, right? So I definitely do appreciate that. I also don't have like $1,000 sponsors that sponsor me and stuff, but you know, thanks. It means a lot. I don't know how I can communicate that better to you. We appreciate you, Booksmarts. You deserve the donuts. Thanks, Jay. Let's continue.
Interesting question of like, is there some moral justification to preemptively murder lawmakers that are passing legislation that might restrict the rights of certain groups?
Okay.
Because that's where the interesting conversation is. Not this bullshit like, oh, consequentially it's bad and it's good. Like, that's boring. No,
and I think that's even what I because that got brought up later in the conversation. I think I even clarified that specifically.
These aren't my board games. It's the host. I'm at a host house.
Because Vaush was like, oh, okay, well, like, what you're essentially asking me is like, okay, well, controlling for the outcomes of this BK, which is silly, you would never control for the outcomes. And I pointed out,
yeah,
like,
and then he started to make fun of you. He was like, oh, well, in this hyper world,
yeah, exactly. But then I even said that. I said that in the thing there specifically, that it's not that's not what it is. It's simply the fact that, like, hey, assuming that we in this instance like get rid of the immediate like political harms that come from that come from like that type of action in terms of like there being repercussions towards your political movement or whatever, would you be okay with that? Or is there another like general rule or whatever? Which
yeah, but I think you just kept getting mad when you were trying to push one answer for that.
Exactly. Like, I did clarify that there as well. So I think I caught that because I think I understood the purpose of your question, but I just want to make sure to find out if you weren't actually just trying to Fed post them and flip chip it. But yeah, it seems like
no, I don't because to be honest, and he kind of alludes to this, but he's just so lost up his own ass that he doesn't know. Like there are probably things that he would say that I would agree with. There are interesting conversations to have about like how culpable is a voter for violent legislation, right? We can go to the 9/11 question, right? Did America deserve 9/11? I think there's a lot of interesting conversation to be had around there. I just don't like how ambiguously he does like this basically call to violence shit, and then he just plays out like, oh, well, I'm just being innocent, blah blah blah, and then acts like a dumb fuck. Like if you want to have
like hold on, so I will keep responding to chat throughout this entire thing. I will not do the we're gonna check in with chat every so often because I'm over it. It's not super important that we're super paying attention to this. Ains, I would agree with you if the review had gone differently, but I don't think that we were like rallying super hard against Stephen to the point where I'm avoiding committing myself. Like, we had our conversation with Bob that went super negatively. If anything, the main person I was supporting were the people that were involved in this because it's unfortunate what happened to them. I was super pro Melina. Like, I couldn't believe what Bob was saying about Melina. Like, I don't know. Like, they could have been using it that way, but in that case, they would just be wrong, right? Like, what they're saying doesn't match up with our coverage. Which, I mean, and this is why I've been trying to keep the VODs short, is if it's like multiple like 6 to 8 hour VODs, it's tough to expect somebody to watch all of it, but like what they say doesn't line up with like the coverage. So if you're making a comment about the general coverage, then you're just like, you're lost because it's not what's happening. But yeah, I don't know.
Hard conversation. Have hard conversations, and there are a lot of interesting conversations to have there. But don't like run away from it all and claim, I didn't mean any of that, because you're so stupid and lazy.
Yeah, and they keep like it kept being brought up to this the take you had before about I think it was DACA recipients or whatever they had a few years ago.
Yeah, it was annoying that he was referencing my.
Am I correct in saying that you weren't saying that would be a moral thing to do? You were just saying that you could formulate a fairly intuitively satisfactory moral. Like justification for that, correct? Or
I mean, I was definitely saying the latter, and I was probably implying the former, but I think I would still kind of stand by that. Like when you're at a level where like a country is looking to deport you forcibly, and this is like a country you're like born into or whatever, I think there are really strong arguments there. Now, from a consequential standpoint, I don't know if I'd say it's a good idea, but I would also say that if it was similar for LGBT people, I'd also say the same thing. If like there were serious like attempts by the president to deport all LGBT people, and somebody like Vaush like, listen, if you're fucking LGBT, you know, if you get guns and shit, like I understand, you know, I would be, yeah, that's understandable, sure. Like we were one Supreme Court vote away from Trump ending DACA, which is basically a program. My understanding is that DACA is basically there's a bunch of people that are brought here as children and from illegal immigrants, and DACA is a way to kind of like track them and register them so that they have like this. It's like a deferred action. Like you can stay here and chill and work and everything, just make sure you're the government don't commit any crimes. It's a pretty positive program. And if you remove DACA, you're basically
I get you, Ains, but I'm really on Dominic's side. I'm like 90% sure they're just not using the word correctly. I don't think that they meant non-committal. I'm gonna keep it a buck, Fiddy. Even with good faith charitable book smarts, I have to appeal to Rule 2A, which, in case we forget, Rule 2A, we have to do this within reason. I'm going to be charitable and fair within reason. I don't think it's reasonable. I think the reasonable thing is actually they're misusing the word. So I'm going to appeal to Rule 2A and say within reason. Nah, they're just misusing the rule or the word. So that's what I'm going to go with.
A kid that was brought here when he's 2 years old, and then now he's 22, and you're like kicking him out of the country. Like, the fuck out of here. It's like, wait, what the fuck? Like, that's
Did you watch the Vaush debate that came before this? I watched the Vaush debate with Rose and Vaush. but not anything else.
Crazy shit. So I don't like it that he compares when I'm saying like the government is about to kick you out of the only country you've ever known and throw you in the fucking Mexican border. That's the same as in some state legislatures, some Republican lawmakers are talking about making puberty blockers illegal for 12-year-olds.
Okay, well,
I don't think that's fair to compare.
Okay, steal my Vaush again. Here we go. So what he's essentially saying that he's not saying that a genocide is currently ongoing, but he's saying that
he has said that. But go ahead.
Has he said that? Because
I do believe. Yeah, he's literally said that like yes, it is happening right now. Like it's already happening. I believe that is like the statements that.
Okay, because when I asked him even directly at the beginning of the conversation, I was like, hey, do you believe a genocide?
Yeah, and he said that it's not
currently ongoing, and he said no.
He goes back and forth, but I don't want to misquote. It's something like has a clip, but I believe he said that like with the legislations being passed, no, hold on. He says that we're like stage 5 out of whatever to getting to the beginning stages of genocide.
Right, and what he's essentially saying there is that like, hey, we're at a place right now where there is a lot of dehumanization going on towards LGBT individuals, specifically this whole that hey, LGBT people are like grooming your fucking kids, they're all like pedophile, rapists, whatever the fuck, and that type of dehumanization.
I hate the amount of videos required to have a full picture in these situations. That is why we've developed the Booksmarts Intelligence Agency to cut through the nonsense and to figure out what the thread is of truth in these things, because it's rough. So if you're interested in that, I mean, you don't sound like you are, but the Booksmarts Intelligence Agency, go ahead and join up.
Is very often like a starting point that you then use to like bounce off of into like really heavily like authoritarian and fucked up policies against that like group, and that's what he's essentially saying. And he thinks that the chances of that keeping like for that to keep escalating are significant. That's what he's saying. And like, given that you believe that, right? Yeah, given that you believe that, so given that you are Vaush and you see this happening, you see that that's the beginning, it's like a very clear beginning state of genocide, which is a very like stark dehumanization.
Well, beginning stage, we're like stage 5 out of whatever. So
exactly, yeah. So like a prominent step of genocide. Then that kind of like it's a bit different than like, because you were saying like, oh, DACA, people being deported from the only country that they know versus not being allowed to be on puberty blockers. That's not quite where Vaush, the like the optimally phrased thing would be then your statement was about people being deported from the only country that they've ever known and completely turning their livelihood upside down, and then Vaush like characterized his position as you're living within a country that is actively trying to dehumanize you and put you in a position where the average population is more likely to be willing to vote for violence against you, right? So just to
yeah, his position is like he's like, but these are like the tweets he's making, right? People need to understand that we are potentially not far from mass arrest / purges of trans people, but we're not. Where is it? Like the fact that today we're having,
but then. It's not about where is it, because he's saying we're close. Like, if you have a problem with the closeness language, that's fine. If you have a specific clip where he says it's happening right now, that's even better. But it's just, again, outside the scope of the review. Rule number... I love these rules. I actually love this. This has got to be one of the best things I've come up with in a long time. Rule number 3, within this limited scope, we don't see it happening, so... Yeah.
Like, and again, I don't know if these people, because I don't want to say term online, but like we're having mainstream conversations about puberty blockers for 14-year-olds. That's an unbelievable amount of progress for transgender in the United States. Like, holy fuck, it's like a huge, yeah. So to say that we're at that point, but now we're on that verge of genocide, like, wait, what the fuck? Like,
yeah, so we can kind of have this conversation on 2 dimensions, right? We can have the conversation that, okay, hold on, I'm gonna ask you this. Given that you agree with Vaush on that, unless you think he's like lying and he doesn't actually believe that this is happening, which you may very well believe, I'm not sure, but given that you believe what Vaush's stated like descriptive analysis of the situation is, would you say that any of his prescriptions are like super crazy?
No, of course not. I would agree with all of them 100%.
Yeah, so then the issue is
like, I don't think January 6th was a bad event. I think January 6th logically follows, assuming you believe that the election was actually stolen, right? Okay. Like it should have been, yeah, 100%. Yeah, then the issue then becomes, my problem is the misinformation from Vaush. Like if we were at an area where like trans people were legitimately about to be deported or genocided or some shit, it's like, yeah, fuck, like I think there are some things that are worth fighting for. This might be it.
Yeah, and I agree with you. So then the core issue that we have right now...
How many stages are there in genocide? Obviously not that specific question, but like questions in that vein to figure out how close we are, what percentage likelihood, the probability, the maybe even defining stages like what you're asking for, N. These would all be things I really wish that Rose would have gotten more into, rather than asking the same question 18 different ways when he knows Vaush isn't going to answer it for one reason or another. So yeah, I wish we had gotten more into that, but we didn't.
Now with or that you would have, because once again, I would like to have a more fleshed out comprehensive understanding of more of the specific descriptive grounds of this. But given that this is what's going on, the main issue that you would have then with what Vaush is saying isn't necessarily his prescriptions. That's not what's breaking here. The broken thing in his analysis is the descriptive underpinnings, right? And essentially, what Vaush feels like that you're attacking the prescriptive when it like follows.
Yeah, I understand. So this is where the issue comes in, though, right? And the prescriptions almost become part of the descriptions, and then they start to poison each other. Okay. So here's like a prescription that I'm on the fence about, but you might be able to get me to agree. Is the idea that, like, should we punch Nazis in the street? Okay. I think that I could be argued that we probably should. I think you could get me there potentially, depending on. But I think you could get me there. But now the problem is every single person that believes that thinks that like Nazi describes 40% of the population.
Mm-hmm. Actually, let's take a look at this because I'm kind of interested. Number 1 is classification. These are 10 stages of genocide. Number 1 is classification. People are divided into them and us. When combined with hatred symbols, may be forced upon unwilling members of pariah groups. Law or culture power excludes groups from full civil rights, segregation. Okay. We're definitely up to 3, right? Because we have laws that are preventing trans people from having access to healthcare. Although, is that a civil right? The rights to citizens to political and social freedom and maybe whatever. I mean, if we're super charitable, then we're up to 3. Let's see. One group denies the humanity of the other group. Members of it are equated with animals. In some places, we're up to 4. Genocide is always okay. Organization always organized. Special armies or units or militias are often trained and armed. I don't think we're at 5. Hate groups broadcast polarizing. I mean, we are here though. Mass killing is planned. Okay, so we're definitely not here. Victims are identified and separated because they're okay. So we're definitely not here. So we're definitely somewhere between 4 and 6. We're not at preparation. They haven't been put in camps, and they haven't been exterminated, and they've not been denied about this because it's not happened. So we're somewhere between 4 and 6, I would say, on the 10 stage scale. Where does this come from? Is an academic and policy model created by Gregory Stanton, the founding president of Genocide Watch, to explain how genocide develops. Stages are not linear. Oh, okay, cool. And several may occur simultaneously. Okay, so it's like the stages of grief. Also, if you don't know, what was the podcast that covered this? It's not Death, Sex, and Money. It's something else. Oh, it's Radiolab. I would really recommend this Radiolab called The Queen of Dying. It talks about the lady, Kubler-Ross, that came up with the stages of grief, and how her book is very different than the way that people interpreted it. And it talks about her life as like a nurse and spending time with dying people at a time when everybody avoids dying people or talking about dying. And we still have that stigma in the US today. Really, really, really cool Radiolab. I would highly recommend it. It's titled The Queen of Dying, and it's a Radiolab episode from July 23rd, 2021. Highly recommend it. Really, really good listen. And it's only an hour long. So yeah, just on that note. Okay, cool. Well, there you go. You could literally pick any group of people on the planet and somehow come up to 4/6. This is useless and only promotes alarmist rhetoric. That's an opinion, not one that I shared necessarily, but sure.
Well, now my prescription is probably going to change a lot based on
and I agree with you. 6 describes every modern country, though. The list doesn't really work in the internet age. I would agree with that much more than I'd agree with Fallen. In Fallen, maybe you could take some learning examples from Ains here. What convinces me more is Ains noting this thing about the internet age, which makes me question up to 6 and stuff, right? Like, I don't know.
That I think the people that are subscribing to those prescriptions believe, right? Yeah. So if Vaush is saying shit like we need to kill people that are, because Vaush's prescription isn't even controversial. Like we should be enacting almost preemptive violence against like genocidal people. Yeah, of course. Yeah, duh, no shit. That's like a given, of course. But the
thing is, when I answered that, he kind of did like a fucking Pepe, like, oh, you believe violence? It's like, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
like,
he thinks he's got some big gotcha. But the issue isn't that. That's not the issue. The issue is his description that like we're constantly on the verge of genocide or something.
I don't know if he necessarily does a Pepe big gotcha, but.
That's the problem with what he's saying.
Yeah, and I agree that now that the prescription becomes fucked up because the description is poorly, but the core issue is the descriptive grounds. And I feel like Vaush is getting the impression that what people are having a core issue with is the prescriptive on its own, like in isolation, and that's why
because they keep trying to corner you and ask you like, oh well, if you think somebody was being Oh, and that was the thing too. And so I knew exactly, even without pre-watching, I knew exactly how you were going to answer every question because he and this is another thing that reveals I think the stupidity of how little he's thought through anything because he thought he was going to get you on asking you hard questions, but they weren't hard to answer at all. If a cop was about to kill somebody unjustifiably, do you think that person could kill the cop? Yeah, of course. What do you mean? Like, do you really think that was going to be a
I don't know if that's a. Is this one worth talking? I mean, all of them are worth talking about. I'm probably overcorrecting too much because I'm afraid of Destiny and DGG and stuff. Like, no, I am overcorrecting. Like, I don't agree with this. I don't think they're meant to be gotchas, really. I really do feel like they're just litmus tests because he's worried that Rose isn't acting in good faith and whatever.
Actually, you think everybody's like, and put as little thought into their systems as you do? Like, it was such a stupid thing. But then you notice how he got more frustrated at the end. He's like, okay, well, can you give me an exact situation every single time? Would you be okay to kill? I was like, you're not asking him that. Nobody's even making these types of demands of him. Like, why is he like, yeah. But,
yeah. Okay, so I've defended, I've steel manned Vaush also from this conversation. I will say though that holy fuck, the is this a word? DGG jacketing? I think it should be a word. The fucking like, oh, you know, you're a liberal. You don't fucking like, you don't understand the thing. Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, you know, Destiny put up a video 3 hours ago, and now you're coming talking to me about this. Like that type of shit. That was super frustrating to me. That bothered me.
And nobody will ever fear BGG. I hope that nobody ever has to fear BGG unless they're like lying and gaslighting people in their conversations or whatever, or they're lying about the way that it went. Like I don't want BGG to be something people are afraid of in that way. And I'll continue to police the community in such a way where that doesn't happen. You know, like, I don't know.
Almost more than anything else.
Yeah, you're super poisoning the well, and you're already fucked. There's nothing you can say. In the eyes of his audience, you're literally like.
And then he even denied like that implication to some extent. That like I had to fucking like drag that out.
He's like, well, I'm not saying you were. I'm just saying that if I look at the entire set of descriptive facts laid out leading to this point, it wouldn't be irrational for me to say that you were. But I'm not saying you were. Yeah, and it's like okay.
Yeah,
and yeah, Rose is fine to be upset about the DGG jacketing. I like maybe I should be also noting more of where I agree. I agree that that's annoying and that shouldn't happen. And it's totally reasonable to be frustrated with the DGG jacketing.
That was really annoying, and it feels like okay. So
and yeah, the irrelevant conversation with Vaush was really bad, and it was similar, and that was purely bad faith. That was really bad. So yeah.
I'm in the mind of Vaush now. I understand what he means because he has a perception of the liberals' implication toward or disposition towards violence, I should say, and how
that doesn't
liberals
make sense because liberals are violent as fuck. We literally killed the Nazis in World War II. We go to war all over the fucking country. We all go planning for shit. How are liberals the not violent ones? What the fuck?
But once again, okay, aside from the descriptive reality of sides, okay, which there's a whole conversation to be had there, but okay, in the shoes of Vaush at the moment, okay, given that you have this perception of like liberal ideology when it comes to violence as being very reluctant towards using force to the point where it leads to more harm, kind of like passive harm that occurs by not taking action, and the way by which he gets at that was not by like asking questions, although he eventually did because I pressured him into that, but he gets to that kind of aspect of what he believes liberal ideology is through a belief in liberal policy, and I hold the belief in a lot of liberal policy, and then because of that, he assumed that I also had a liberal ideologue belief. So when he calls me like liberal, whatever, he's talking about the fuck, I know he's talking about my policy principally, but then he would use that as sufficient justification to also say that I have these dumb opinions of violence. And then when I pressed him on the violence, I was like, hold on, instead of using like my policies as a proxy for violence, how about you just ask me about violence? And then I was able to answer all those questions, and then we answered all those questions, and then he went back to the fucking policies as being like an indication. Yeah, like sure,
liberals can't deal with this.
Exactly. When like I dealt with it the entire time, and it feels like he's stuck. He's conflated the policies of liberalism with like the violence thing, and things those are like inextricably linked, and those are one and the same. When one of them can be like an indication of the other, given his worldview, right? That was fucking annoying. And then the DGG thing, which it felt like honestly you were there in spirit, okay?
Yeah, people have derangement syndrome, dude. Hassan and Vaush, where they're like constantly looking over their shoulder. They think I'm about to be like dragged in a secret call, and they're gonna get fucking Steven Crowder or something.
Yeah, like it was.
But it seems weird when he's marketing himself as like the big debater, logical.
But let's be real here. I'm gonna keep it a buck 50 with you guys. If Rose was a slimy fuck, and Rose was willing to put Destiny in a call, which Rose isn't, to be clear. Like, I think I don't know if that's like the worst thing to be looking out for. And it's happened enough where Steven has come on walk on panel, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Rational philosophy, bro. Like, it doesn't seem kind of weird to be that. Doesn't seem a little bit strange to be that afraid that somebody's gonna pop up and ask you a question or two. Like,
yeah, I don't know. It was that, and I was so like I was open about it the entire time. There's no like bad history or whatever, except for one debate where he called me a fucking lib. Like just like this type of thing, and for that to be like I'd be super hard line into that was just that was really frustrating. Like, fuck yeah, I don't know. And also,
the fact that they're communicating in DMs regularly, like. I didn't like when Vaush was minimizing his involvement with Rose, when he was almost kind of making it as if him and Rose never ever talk, because they've talked before. They talk in DMs, like, so we have this one. We have this one where he's reviewing Rose's thing, like, we had another thing on socialism here from 3 months ago. Like, we have plenty of other things where like he engages with him. So I don't know, applying all this to Rose when he has a relationship with him is weird to me.
It was really weird because he kept saying like, if I were to debate him on this, he would like go coward out of all his positions, and it feels weird to say like, I won't debate this person, but if I were to debate them, it would go this and this and this way, and this is the argument. Just chat to them at this point. But then when I suggested that, he was like, Destiny's like an obsessed psycho stalker, which kind of like kills that discussion. It was like, why even bring it up? Why even bring up how a discussion would go if you are not willing to have a discussion?
I also find it weird that he pivots to my like when you ask me like, oh, like what do you think about this? Like, well, Destiny in 2019.
Yeah,
said this thing. Like, why does that matter? Who the fuck cares what Destiny in 2019 said? Like,
he wasn't.
Hold on. Am I fucking crazy that I saw this as like he knows that Steven's listening and that's why he's doing it? Does that it might not even change the way that they're interpreting this, but like that seems to me to be why all this is coming up and stuff. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
He caught on like, I don't know. He wasn't interested in talking to, he was speaking to you and only you, okay?
True, actually.
So Conquest asks a really good question. Wow, that was a difficult sentence to get through. You're in a tough position. I feel like people will paint you as a Destiny simp or hater depending on what is convenient to them. Is there a way to escape that? I used to believe yes. I no longer believe that. Here's the thing, and it's easy to forget as a streamer. chat is a gazillion different individuals. And at least a few of those individuals, the bigger that you get, the bigger the audience is, at least a few of those individuals are going to fall one way or the other, and they're going to blow it up to be one or the other. You know, you are both depending on my mood. Yeah, exactly. And one chatter might lean both ways in different conversations. So it's like that. Now that I'm at this size, there will always be a chatter, a viewer, a commenter that will believe one or the other, right? Like, so, and even I would prefer not to, is like, absolutely, depending on my mood, you are both. Like, yeah. So I got to try to not take it personally and stuff. It's just tough. Like, when so much of my life is streaming and whatever, like, and it's my whole job and my whole image is worked up in it, and all people know about me is, you know, the stream, like, it is very easy to take it all personally, because this is a really personal part of me. I'm coming out here, I'm giving tons of my opinions in real time, you know, like, I'm out here talking for hours and hours and hours. I'm giving you a lot of like me. I'm showing a lot of me on stream, and it's a very vulnerable position to be in. So feelings are going to get hurt and whatever, and mine definitely do get hurt. I'm pretty transparent about that. So it'll keep happening. I got to keep getting better and better and better at handling it, which I'd like to think that I am. But like, Booksmarts at the very beginning probably wouldn't be able to handle what Booksmarts at the end is handling. If DGG would have turned on me within like the first couple of months of me starting stream, or even after the first couple of talks that I had with Steven before I started streaming, I probably wouldn't have continued doing this. I would have kept doing essay writing. You know what I mean? So, yeah, like, I would like to think I've gotten a lot better at this, even if it might not appear that way to you guys. I know from reading my journaling from the past, my little diaries, watching my own streams from the past, I've gotten a lot better at it. It's just like, you know, it's still gonna hurt personally, because I'm a normal person. You can have missteps as long as you don't go, I know I am right and everyone else is dumb, you'll be fine. Sure, I guess for some people. To make you feel better, I absolutely hate Vaush, but I think your view on this is great and unbiased to the level I wouldn't be capable of. That's why I watch it. Thanks, Fallen. That's very, very nice. That's what I say my host here, but a lot of my hosts tell me that the reason why they watch me is because the way I pro-con things and the charitability and whatever is why they watch. And sometimes I can be off the mark, and sometimes I can be on the mark, and sometimes they agree with me and sometimes they disagree with me. But it is the continued persistent effort to achieve the unachievable that they appreciate, and I'm happy to see that. Book, do you read emails? I read all my emails. Yes, I do, even the spam. So yeah, that's got to be hard for you, Booksmarts, when you have to consider the appearance of your own words and be sympathetic to people's subjective language. But that's how life is, you know. This is just life multiplied by like a gazillion. We talk a lot about touching grass and how this is nothing like the real world. This is like the real world on steroids in some very particular ways. Like, I have to be sympathetic about subjective language and my appearance and stuff for every single one of you. I really try to, this is going to sound cringe and very, very, what is it called? Parasocial. I have and continue to feel this way about you guys. I feel like you're my kids. And by my kids, I don't mean that I gave birth to you and whatever, because I don't know what that's like. But like in tutoring, I always called my tutoring students my kids. And I feel like you guys are my kids in that way. Like, I care about you guys. I want the best for you guys. If you stop watching my stream to do real life shit, that's amazing. I'm very happy for you. It's not good for my bottom line, but I'm very happy for you. I'm happy if you stop watching debates. I'm happy if in lieu of doing this, you study for your exams, or you get a job that you really love, or you volunteer, or you get a girlfriend, or whatever else replaces this. I'm always happy to hear that. Like, a lot of my hosts are like that. They're like, so I feel really uncomfortable saying this, but I don't watch the stream very much because I have school, or like the guy here. He's an older gentleman. He is in his, like, I think late 30s. And he recently started working for the Red Cross because he wanted to help people, and he wanted to do that. And it's late in life, but he's like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to take all the training. I'm going to go help people in search and rescue. And I'm going to take a different path with my life. And like, And because of that and the balance that it has with work and stuff, I can't watch your stream and whatever. Like it's not easy. And it's like, don't feel bad about that, dude, because I'm really happy to hear that. Every single one of you who stops watching my stream to do something productive, I'm happy about that. There is a tiny, tiny part of me that's like, oh, that's one less viewer. Oh, that's one less chatter. Oh, that's one less dono, whatever. But it's like, no, on the whole, I'm very happy about that. Go do you. Go do stuff as a person. You know, there's a lot of you that watch and that listen to everything because you have some debilitating condition. You're stuck inside. You were in quarantine for pandemic, whatever else, you know. And it's like, if I could fill some time and be in your ear, be on your second monitor, be on your car when you're driving to work or whatever, that's really, really cool. And I appreciate that position I have in your life, but when you replace it with something better, you choose to listen to Radiolab because I recommended it in lieu of me. That's great, dude. You know, like I have nothing against that, man.
You were the real person he was streaming for just those a few minutes ago. But yeah, I don't know. That was really frustrating, and I felt like it really. And then I also felt like, I don't know. He made all these. I feel like he might be a bit used to throwing out accusations of like bias, bad faith, misframing, whatever. But then every time I interrogated him on it, none of it had any ground. And we just
he has it multiple times. But he wants to be both ways. He doesn't actually like accuse you of being bad faith, but he'll like make all of the dance arounds of it. But then when you ask him like, have you felt like I've said a single thing in bad faith? He won't. He just like, well, no, none of your questions about bad. He wants to live in both worlds. Yeah, it's very frustrating.
Yeah, that was aggravating. That
can be aggravating.
Yeah, it was I did not expect it to go that well. All I had going into this was like a fucking notepad with like 4 questions, and then it turned into.
And this is another good point. And yeah, I'm gonna keep interrupting this. Talk to my chat because I love you guys. Ninja Boy, yeah. If you guys are productive members of society and you pay me back, no /s there. I would highly encourage that. You go out and get your real estate license and you make your first big sale. Pop a book. Come on, you know. If you get in a better place in life and you want to pay me back for the hours and hours that I kept you entertained or the changes I helped you make in your life or whatever, there's lots of people that do that. They donate off stream, or they ask me for my straight up PayPal account so that they don't pay through Streamlabs and they donate to me. Like, that's super duper cool of you too. If you get to a better spot in life and you want to pay back for the streams that you've watched or whatever, I'm not /s'ing that. No, hell yeah. I'm definitely down for that. That's great. That is the best possible reality. You fix your life, you go do a bunch of cool shit, and you come back to pop a book to give me some love. I would much prefer that than you fuck off and do your, you know, like in that scenario, you're still doing all the stuff that I would be happy to hear that you're doing, and you're paying me. That's the greatest reality. The greatest reality is you all get high paying jobs and you come back and drop pop a book a couple hundred, you know, like that's the best of all worlds, right?
So it's a 2-hour debate, which I didn't even intend for it to be a debate. It was just meant to be like asking questions, like in the beginning, and then it just turned into that. I don't know. What's your verdict? DGG analyst desk. Is the bridge burned? Do you think?
Oh yeah, he thinks you're a DGG agent, especially now you just came and talking afterwards. So now you're super fucked.
Okay, fuck. Well,
kind of.
Fuck. Yeah, I mean that's entirely possible. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out if the bridge is burned or not. But yeah, look, I managed to deal with this divorce decently well, but now it seems like the shrapnel's finally catching up to me, which is very deep and unfortunate. But yeah. What have you been up to today on stream? What have you been covering except for this? Which obviously, I mean, except for sending me all your preparation notes for exactly how I should deal with this debate.
Yeah, true. I'm just been chilling, playing V-Rising, listening to you and Vaush. Oh, I was gonna go over the. Have you heard anything? This is so weird. Have you heard about the Transpanic killing or whatever?
Yeah. From what I actually, you're probably about to say this. From my understanding, that Transpanic didn't actually play a part in the defense at all.
Yeah, no, nobody is trans in this. I don't understand why people are saying it's Transpanic. Well, no, I mean, if I'm being good faith, I understand what I was saying, but that's not like what it all is.
So was there no trans person involved in this at all?
No, so
because I know the Transpanic defense wasn't involved in the defense, but were trans people just not involved at all?
So here's what happened. So there's this like hold on, I guess I'm scared about passing time and losing this game. So there was basically a guy that it seems like, I want to say he's in his late 30s, early 40s, but this guy goes onto Tinder and he tries to catfish people pretending that he's a young woman, and he'll meet them in like dark areas and blow them. That's basically what he did. So he did it one time to this football player who was 18. And then I don't know the second part. The football player went back to his house, I think a month later, to hook up again, I think. And then in the midst of that hookup, he reaches around and realizes that it's a guy. And then at that point, he claims that the guy noticed, he got up and he tried to grope him, and then he went to grab a knife, and then the football player, I think, punched him 5 times in the face and then kicked him 3 times and left.
Did they die or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know. Some people in chat are saying it was just to confirm the gender, but the story that I read was that he had claimed that the guy was on the bed on all fours, bent over, like about to get fucked, and then the football player realized that the dude was well, that's what I read. I don't know. I was going to go through some news stories today, but yeah, there are no trans people involved in any of the story. So yeah, it was interesting that.
Yeah, things circulate like so fast when it comes to stuff like this. Like it's that's one of the most demotivating things I think out of anything. How you'll have these these stories, and they would be blown up into something. And sometimes they're correct, but a lot of the times it's like they're deeply incorrect. I mean, you can think of like high-profile examples. You can think of like Rittenhouse as one of the greatest examples probably of like the internet age in regards to this type of phenomena, where it just everything just spirals out of control. And by the time
Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, man, some people were very stigmatized one way or the other without a whole lot of education in the way the legal system works and stuff. And it's like, the
truth actually comes out, nobody gives a fuck anymore.
No one cares anymore. I'm confident that if I could take a poll of left-leaning people in America, I think at least 25% of people, maybe more, think that at least one of the people that Rittenhouse killed was black. I really do think that. You even saw politicians.
Taylor in the bed as well as another one. You know.
Yeah, I mean that's another one too. But like the Rittenhouse killing black people, because that's just such an easily look at anything and you see that. Yeah, but
yeah, it's just like shit is so fucked. Like, and that's one of the main reasons why I am. And it's okay. This is the system. Okay, it's forcing me to do this. All right. If I didn't do it, somebody else would have. How like with all this like breaking like new stuff, it's a double-edged sword because in the beginning, information is likely to be inaccurate, and there's likely to be a bunch of problems in regards to it, and a lot of the times it might be ran with for a political narrative. And then it's really important to comment it there because then it can be used for a lot of social capital, political capital, or whatever at the very beginning. But the grounds you have to stand on, like factually, are so thin, and there's a lot of like risk for misinformation spreading around or whatever. But then, when a bit of time passes, the full story, the original one may or may not have been correct. If you talk about it there, nobody cares. So you essentially have to do a gamble where if you want to, if you like really care about your like an idea or like a political movement or a specific social issue or whatever it is, you basically like have to comment and talk and have an opinion on these things right when they come out. Because if you don't do it, the opposition is going to do it. And then
essentially kind of. That's where basically, I don't know if you're listening to that's the exact position that I kind of arrived at. That it's like, I don't like ever covering breaking news because it's cancer, but then if you don't cover it, you're basically ceding all of that ground to other people that do cover it, and it's like, fuck, it's like a damage you do, you don't know.
Yeah, so how do you...
Well, let's see what this big baller has to give. $5 from
Digging
Chibi.
new rules, just like the good old days. Bit to keep it going, Tilda.
It's so weird how they do the breathing and stuff on Train's voice. Very cool. Thank you for the $5, Chibi. I'm happy to hear it. I'm happy to hear that you enjoy that. If nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about, we're talking about this. If you have any idea on rules that you remember Booksmart's putting forward that should make it into these, I'm trying to keep it short, but these are the rules they're talking about. And I think it's good to have this on the screen and have it at the top of every single prep notes thing that I have, so that I can keep in mind that these are the main things. We want to improve and promote communication, improve and promote listening, and define and stay within a limited scope when we're doing the reviews. So yeah, that's kind of stuff we'll keep working on. I think it's a good idea as well.
How do you handle that now?
I don't usually cover it because I find it boring because I hate breaking news, but sometimes I will if there's like a lot of shit going on. It just depends on the story, but no.
This is actually something I've been meaning to ask you about, but I forgot to last time. So you talk a lot about how you no longer like pushing a political project isn't something you care about. Like as much anymore. It's mostly just
by that.
So when you do your streaming thing, I think you've said on multiple occasions that I don't aim to push a political project. I'm just here to like find the truth or just have interesting conversations or whatever. Am I incorrect in saying that, or have you said that?
I mean, by virtue of what we do, we're always kind of pushing something political. But I mean, like I am more kind of like trying to like point out people that can be on my side. Hey, I'm trying to bridge people. I guess that's not so lame to say, but yeah, I'm trying to like show that like look, anybody can talk to anybody. We have like a lot of common ground and shit, basically. Yeah.
Okay. So then I would characterize that as a political project then, because what I was thinking about is that
I'm happy to hear Steven doing that. That's very, very nice.
Especially given the debate you had with Vaush, I think when it comes to the you should do what you can given your set of like abilities and tools or whatever to have influence upon the world, how people should act in accordance with their values. And if you have these political beliefs of yours and you arrive at them through a belief that this is the most moral thing that leads to the most good outcomes for, I think for you it's human beings, right? At the end of the day, and that's what you really care about, then wouldn't that put some form of like obligation of you to like explicitly, if you have the opportunity, like you do with your YouTube channel, whatever, to like explicitly push like a political thing that would lead to outcomes or push towards outcomes that you would perceive to be as better morally for the world?
Yeah,
as well?
I mean, I think I've done that more than probably any, well, maybe not any, but like 99% at least left-leaning content creators. If it's the things that I've tried, or like the conversations I have, or the way that I engage with people. Like I think I try to put my best foot forward there. Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Maybe if you don't think I do enough, whatever. I guess you can always argue that. But like, I'm definitely like, I think I'm pretty happy with like the contributions I made and things I've attempted to do and everything.
Yeah, it's not that you don't do enough or anything. Like honestly, fucking Omaha and Georgia like on their own just fucking like blows everything else pretty much any other like streamer or whatever has ever done out of the water completely. Like it's not even close. But yeah, so my argument isn't about like you're not doing enough or whatever. It's just that like when I heard you say that, I just felt like like it's strange that you would say you don't have like you're not like pushing a specific political project when it seems like that would kind of like you'd be kind of morally obligated to put some efforts into that specifically. Yeah,
I guess like before I was like way more like outwardly kind of like this is like who I am, like these are the debates I'm gonna do, blah 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 blah. Whereas right now I think that the thing I do the best is I think I'm capable of communicating with a lot of different people and like finding common ground between a lot of different people. So that's kind of the strength that I want to play on right now.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. And in a way, I think that is essentially like a social issue, right? Because the social issue you're combating there is polarization and misinformation. Probably you could argue is included within that, and obviously going like all in on that, which I can definitely empathize with. I do think that's probably the most, if not one of the most, if not the most, like pressing issue that we have right now, which is misinformation and polarization. So I can definitely understand. I was just confused by the wording you used there.
Oh, sure. I might go dimmer at some point. Just if I find a good video game and get good at it, I'll just quit entirely. But that's your guys' fault. Fuck you.
Oh, fuck. Well, you know what? I wouldn't blame you, to be honest. Like I mean, I've been doing this for way less time than you have, and at some point it's just like, fuck. yeah, what's the, like, it just feels like it's an endless, like, chicken race. I don't think that's an expression in English, but it just, yeah, we're not getting anywhere. It just contributes to toxicity, people feeling worse, and nothing really material gets done, and we just get distracted in all these random fucking bullshit things, and it's not healthy. It's just rough.
Where is RoseWrist from? Hello, little one. I know you're mad I'm not giving you any attention, huh? You're mad I'm giving you no attention, huh? These cats love me. I'm happy they love me, because I don't like the cats that don't love me. Where's RoseWrist from? Amsterdam, Sweden. Okay. Oh, Chicken Run. Maybe it's this. No, this looks like Chicken Coop. Whatever. Rat Race? No, I don't know if there's an English equivalent. I think it's probably some idiom in a different language. No, it's probably not this either. Oh well, probably not gonna find it.
Yeah. People want me to ask you about the Lauren debate you had.
Which one? Watching her documentary or some?
Not the documentary. I think the one you had before, like I think it was like on YouTube, like finally confronting Lauren or something.
Oh, yeah, we had a conversation about. I think it was stochastic terrorism.
How did you feel that went?
Not good. I don't know what happened. I didn't see what was going on the stream beforehand, but she was really heated before. Most of my conversations with her are decent. Like when I have a piece with her, are decent. But that one was really bad. She was.
Yeah, I was okay. Fuck, I wish I could answer, but I actually have not come around to watching this. I've been on a politics detox since my debate last weekend.
Good.
Nice. Because I had to do so much reading in preparation. There's only so many videos of Nick Fuentes and Bake the Last you can watch before you want to fucking take a break.
Fuentes is more interesting, but Bake the Last was kind of.
Did he even make a single argument in our debate?
No, I don't think so.
Wait, never mind. He did. He did make the argument that I'm not American. So
true. I think he's just kind of like a memer a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Like actually, I should tell you this before I should say it during the debate. His story is actually pretty interesting. He was from Bake the Last. Yeah, he was originally.
He came from the Ice Poseidon crew, yeah.
I don't know enough. I don't know anything about that actually. That's one of the things that didn't come for me. But I know like some of his other history. Like he was like a rapper and YouTube prankster. And then it was really good with social media. And then he got a job at BuzzFeed.
I would prefer not to. Said that's a good debate to review. I don't know. Based on what RoseWrist is saying, that sounds like a suffer stream that I wouldn't be interested in. Did you do the Pisco Lauren debate? Nope. No, I'm not.
And he had a job at BuzzFeed, and he worked there for a while until one day, one of his like coworkers made a remark about him because he had said something about a spirit animal, and then one of his coworkers were like, "That's like culturally insensitive or whatever." And then he said that like began his radicalization towards the alt-right. And then he was on the alt-right, and he was like marching in Charlottesville and everything. You know, you will not replace us. Like there's a video of him holding the camera saying that thing. He's like marching over in Charlottesville. And he was doing that entire thing for a while, and then Christchurch happened. And then he basically made a video like renouncing everything, literally doing the stochastic terrorist arguments for why the alt-right is bad and meme culture and like all this entire thing going around there. He became a diehard Yang ganger, made a song, like a rap song about how based Yang is. And then when he didn't get any attention for that, he went back to being like a far-right Trump person. And now he is where he is today. So he has a story. But yeah, that's pretty much that's it. But yeah, I think those were did you have anything else you were thinking about in that conversation? Did you feel cathartic? Did you feel irritated? How did you feel?
And the one that Yumi and Fuentes had, or
no, the one with Yumi and Vaush.
No, it's kind of sad. I think watching him, whatever he is today is very sad and distorted. But I'm never really as disappointed in the content creators because I understand, like, I can understand why Vaush takes the way that he does. I'm just more surprised that so many people can get duped by it. It's like very interesting to me, I guess. Or like people will watch that conversation with you and him, and they think that like he's like making good arguments or he's doing well, and it's like, what is? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that my main issue with that because like,
woo wee. Not going to comment on that one, am I? No, siree, not me.
Making poor arguments or whatever, that's one thing. But I think that the main thing for me that was really irritating was I didn't feel like he was engaging. He wasn't engaging with me. He was using me as like a
shadowboxing me or something. Yeah, some weird
like
shit.
you, GGG, like liberals as a whole, fucking YouTube TV, like all of these things. And that was the most like irritating, annoying thing for me. And I think that's like probably a lot more of a I think that's a it's hard to say bigger problem on a whole. I think that's probably more of like a fundamental problem.
It's annoying. Lauren does that a lot when we'll argue, where she'll say shit like, "Well, liberals were supporting BLM," and it's like, bro, who the fuck do you think you're talking about? What the fuck are you telling me this? You think I support BLM riots? Like, yeah, when people like kind of web you like that and they start making you be culpable for things that other like, yeah, what the fuck? I don't say this shit. Like, yeah, it's irritating. So I'm not even talking to you at that point.
Yeah, that was annoying. I didn't like that at all. But that was fun. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Do you have anything else?
No. Stay safe. Be careful. Well, buddy.
Yeah, I love you too. Bye. Bye, DGG. You people who sent me on this quest to debate Vaush.
Don't even joke about it. He's gonna believe it.
I mean, you know what? I'm gonna be honest. Okay, if anyone believed I was sent here by DGG before I came on to talk, I don't think that me coming to talk to you now afterwards is going to change very many people. It's just gonna solidify people who believe it, and the other people are just gonna be like, whatever, still. But who knows? Maybe not. All right, enjoy video games. Bye bye.
Okay, bye.
Oh boy. All right. I was a good conversation.
Oh, I know. What is the name of this guy? What is the name of this guy? Griffith. In the manga. No, wait, why do I think he looks like Griffith? Maybe it's this hair. He kind of reminds me of like Griffith or like one of the elves from The Lord of the Rings, the way that his hair is. Or wait, no, hold on. That's kind of closer. I was trying to think of like every time I see RoseWrist and he's growing out his hair, I think he looks like some kind of like mythical person. Is that weird? I bet it's kind of weird. For some reason, it kind of reminds me of this. I don't know. Like, do I mean Frodo? I don't think I do. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, he's much closer to Frodo in terms of length and stuff. Yeah, I guess he is kind of like Frodo. But just more curly. Yeah. It's Frodo length right now. But some reason, he always gives me like mythical vibes. Always. Book, you should watch the other Vaush debate. It's on the Destiny channel. I believe the genocide is imminent one. Well, chat. I would love to, but Booksmarts only has so much energy. Papa has only so much energy and so much time. And the more time and energy I spend on these, the less time I have for the cool things that I want to talk about, like the things that are on the whiteboard, or this way, the whiteboard. Or I guess it's the chalkboard, so maybe the brown board. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed all this. We could do a little bit of closing talk if you guys want to hang out for a little bit. We'll spend a few minutes on that, and then we'll probably take off for the day. Yeah, I mean, there's all the conversations that we're going to get through. Thank you so much for the support today. That's been very, very, very cool. I very much so appreciate it. And if you're a VO Megalod Giga Chad, remember, you can also donate by clicking the donation link underneath this video, and that also helps me. You think Book needs a Vaush timeout? I think I need a Vaush timeout. And it's not even necessarily because of Vaush. It's just these conversations go so poorly. And I don't really enjoy watching conversations that go poorly. Like, I really don't. You know what? My host that I'm living with now recommended to me this. The IQ squared or intelligence squared debates. And I intend to listen to a few of these. Apparently these are really good debates. So my host had originally listened to this and then moved to Vaush from there and then moved to Destiny from there. But he used to watch these, and the only reason he stopped watching these was because they didn't put out enough content for him to like have something to listen to all the time. So when he found the huge backlogs in the constant debates of like Vaush and Destiny and all those people, he really enjoyed that. But like, he still misses like the productivity of these debates. So I intend to go through a few of these off stream and see if anything would be good for on stream. My dad was the moderator for an IQ2 debate. Wow, look at that. You got a little bit of debater in your blood. Good combos don't need much correcting, no. But it's not always about correcting. I mean, a lot of the time I enjoy pointing out what people are doing that is helpful, and to give you guys good advice on like how to make things productive or how to get past people's walls and stuff like that. So, I mean, like it still provides a lot of good content to comment on, although I guess it's probably less interesting than all the, debate bro stuff and whatever. I heard the one with Stephen Fry, really good stuff. Good. I'm happy to hear it. On the topic of actual productive conversations. Have you checked out anything from Not So Erudite? Not lately, but I mean, I hear nothing but good things. Her Discord apparently is also another good place for those. Booksmarts, did anyone compliment you on your Tintin cosplay? Thanks for the content today. Not a problem, Yanagi. Personally, I think Vaush is more fun when there's a moderator. His debate on the Crucible with Hake was one of the more entertaining ones. Totally unproductive, though. Interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, there you go. There is your unproductive conversation for the day. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. I actually hope you enjoyed it more. I watched the I-Squared debates before. They're cool. Then I'll definitely check those out and see if there's anything we could talk about on stream. But yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, this sapped a lot of energy from me. But remember that tomorrow, and let me go ahead and grab my notes. Tomorrow at tomorrow at 6 to 8 p.m. CEST, or about 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll be talking to Zakap of Twitch politics fame, and I'm booking more and more conversations with many of your favorite people, including I'm Really Important, Wicked Supreme, those sorts of folks, and people who are not my close friends, like Dylan Burns and Zane Carney and all these kinds of people. We're trying to go through multiple different people to do collabs with: art people, music people, IRL people. I'm reaching out to anybody and everybody. So if you have somebody you'd like to recommend for a conversation and they have some reasonable amount of followers and viewers on Twitch or on YouTube, I would be happy to talk with them, and let me know and I'll reach out to them. Go to the stream suggestions page in the Discord, which if you want help with it, I'll go ahead and show you. You'll go into here, you'll go into stream discussion. You see Chud up here in the top. Chud's another person I'm trying to work something out with. And yeah, just let me know. What is it that you would you'd like to see? You go to stream discussion, you go to vote suggestions and say something about what you'd like to see. And I take it all seriously, more or less, and that would be cool. That would be helpful, because I know I need to collab more if I want to grow this stream. That is a very serious step that I need to take and I need to be doing more of. So I'm trying to get out of my shell and do that, and book these 1 hour or 2 hour conversations on the stream. Keep them limited time wise, again limiting the scope of a conversation, and yeah, having more cool people on, make more friends in the space, make more business connections, market myself a little bit better, and hopefully that'll help us grow the channel and get more people in front of the stream. Hey Book, where has Wicked been? He hasn't streamed in a while. So Wicked, unfortunately, is not very good in informing the masses about what's going on with him. He updated on his Discord about what's going on, but he is on a hiatus from streaming while he focuses on school and life. My understanding is that Wicked has said that he wants to come back to streaming and that he will do so after this hiatus period. You may see him pop up in different places, different chats, maybe even on my stream during the hiatus. But that's my understanding with where Wicked has been. He's taken a hiatus for school and to focus on his school and his life. My girlfriend and I listened to it together, and it was super engaging. Also kind of cool because I met 2 out of 4 of the debaters. That's cool. Thanks for the stream. Not a problem. I would prefer not to. Mr. Girl wants to talk to you again. Does he? Has he said that? Do you have a link to that? Could you prove that? If he does, I would need to make him agree to some things about the conversation that I don't think he would agree to. So Mr. Girl is one of those people. I don't think it's very likely that he'll be back on the stream, just because I'm not sure that he'd be okay with any of the restrictions I would put on the conversation, because I have certain lines for me as a person, not as a content creator, that I don't want people to pass. If you're on the Discord, you know that if you use the F slur and stuff, I will not be friends with you. I will not engage with you. Another thing is, if you call me a liar, I don't like that. I will not continue to engage if you do that. And if I tell Mr. Girl that's a rule, I think even if he agrees to following it, I have bad faith in Mr. Girl. I think it would break it, and then we'd have an awkward thing where I have to leave the conversation. So I just don't think it's super likely that we'll talk to Mr. Girl again. So that's also why even covering the Brittany Simmons stuff. I reached out to Brittany Simmons, haven't received a response from her, but I didn't reach out to Mr. Girl because I don't think it's gonna happen. He kind of implied on Discord maybe another week or so off if I haven't messed up my timeline. Yeah. As far as Supreme, I really feel like a lot of the people in the space are petering out now that Steven is gone. Maybe that's just my POV though, as a filthy DGGer. No, I definitely do think a lot of people in the space are petering off and whatever. And when you build all your content around one dude, that's very likely to happen. Or when you can't sustain a stream on your own, which is why I like that we could do our own stuff. We could do our own streams. And I like to think that some non-insignificant portion of you come here for me. And the drawing streams and the video game streams demonstrate that. But yeah, you know, it's rough. I will not say any more on that topic because I don't want to be mean to my colleagues on stream. But yeah, it is what it is. He always assumes people are lying. Sure, you're a liar is the Mr. Girl equivalent of saying like or Yeah. But if your equivalent of saying like or for instance, is using the F slur, again, I don't care. I won't. It's a personal line, and I'm not going to let people stomp over me just because I want to get in front of more people or whatever. You know what I mean? So it's like I really have to keep like my personal barriers and stuff in check, and I'm not going to pursue the bag or the being in front of a bunch of people to do that. Let me tell you what you think. Yeah, that's I don't like that either. So if we can't have that kind of conversation that doesn't have those things, then that's not what I want to do. And build a community, why people happy. That's what I'm working on. Discord's an awesome place. So if you want more Booksmart stuff, you want more good conversations, you want to talk more with people about Booksmarts or communication related stuff or anime or cooking or D&D or movies or whatever else, we have a club, a channel, a group of people that you could hang out with. We got a pretty solid Discord community, and I would highly recommend, even if you're a VO Megalod Giga Chad, go ahead and click in the link in the description down below and joining. They'd be happy to have you. And yeah, that's what I think. There's my shill. It's easier as humans to turn our personal cynicism about the possibilities into a strong internal certainty that an individual is trying to be dishonest. Sure, it can happen, but it's also on us as humans with rational capabilities to also keep that in check, right? And self-control and whatever else that we have the power of. Booksmarts, did you check the YouTube raid feature? I have not. I don't even know how to do it. So no. I guess I could look it up right now. Let's see. Wow, it's interesting how everything that comes up is not anything that's helpful to me. Ay. Okay, that seems kind of lame. I don't want to have to do all that. I think it's this live redirect thing, but I'm not going to go into all the settings and do this. It should be a command. I'm not doing that. It is called the redirect. Yeah, that seems like a whole chore. I'm not going into YouTube Studio and doing all this stuff. If it was a command, I would do it. I'd look for somebody to do it into, but if it's set up like this, I'm not going to do it. Sorry, YouTube. The less evidence to look at, the more defensive techniques people use to keep people from questioning your dishonesty claims. I didn't understand that, so rough. Final question, Team Amber or Team Johnny? I will pull one out of the RoseWrist book, and I will say I don't have enough information to pick one way or the other. I really don't have like a huge opinion on it. So I don't really have a team. I don't follow it. I touch grass. Leave it to YouTube to make it a huge pain in the ass. Yup. Every Twitch to YouTube convert complains about how bad the raid functionality is. Yeah, well, when you have one command versus or a button in your backend, then it's going to be rough. Here, let me see if I can show you guys real quick. Go to here, go to creator dashboard, and this doesn't show anything bad. I'm sure I could show this. So when you are in your backend for Twitch and you're in your live preview thing, you can just hit raid channel. and then you pick whatever channel you want. Like we could pick Melina or Andy or whoever else, and it's channels you follow. And beyond that, then you could look up the channel you'd want to raid into as well. So like this raid functionality is way easier, or you just type /raid and then you put in the channel that you want, and that's very, very easy. So yeah, it's just way easier on Twitch. Super excited for BGG TBH. Any exciting updates? Yes. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Mwahaha. I'll show you this. The BGG team is very skittish about me showing this, but I'll show it just for you guys. Sneak peek, okay? So we talked about reworking the calendar system, and this is an example of what we're working on. I want to make this a little bit more legible. I want there to be more contrast between the text and stuff, but this is the update right here. And if I switch back, because I don't want to show you the URL and have you guys doing naughty things to my website before it's launched, and we look at this. So this is what calendars usually look like. Like this is what the BGG or the DGG, I'm sorry, calendar looks like. It looks like this. And so what we're doing is we've reworked the entire thing to look differently. So rather than looking like this, it looks like, and we'll go back to it, and we'll F11 this, and we'll go here, and we'll do this. Rather than looking like that, it looks like this. And then you have a list of all the upcoming things in the right-hand side here, all of your events and stuff. You have your login, a bunch of this stuff up here. We have a patron zone that we're working on developing right now. And so, yeah, that's what we're working on. This is what it looks like presently. Obviously, we're going to have tweaks and stuff to make this a little bit more legible or work out kinks and stuff like that. But yeah, we're making progress. The calendar thing, again, like I said before, is something that I really, really, really want to get off the ground so that we could share that with you guys. And yeah, so progress is being made. Don't worry. It's not one of those book smarts projects where I talk about it a lot and secretly behind the scenes nothing is happening on it. Although that's a huge claim that people levy against me. We are working on the BGG thing, and yeah, it's chugging along. And I wonder what other pages here are done. None of these, huh? Oh, that's cool. All right, I'm showing you more than I'm supposed to show you, but yeah, and even our chat and stuff, which I don't know if this actually works. No, okay, not quite. Yeah, but this is just like the development environment and stuff. But yeah, so there's a bunch that we're working on with that, and it is coming together bit by bit. It takes a while. Booksmarts, do you intend to cover Mr. Girl's abusive interview with his girlfriend plus his conversation with Destiny about it? It is in my notes to do, yes, but I would want to prep that in advance. Actually, I'll leak this to you. I actually, and let me see if it's in one of our shared workspaces here with my transcriber, Lou. Yeah, yes, it is. Yes. Excellent. So if I, let me exit all this so that people don't see that. If I go back to here, and then I switch screens like a good streamer boy. Yeah, look, we have the transcript basically entirely done for Mr. Girl and Shaylin, and I just need to go through and add all my notes. And gosh, my transcriber has gotten so good. Shout out to Lou, who is on the Discord and in the chat often. Yeah, we're doing a really good job of this. We have the transcript all the way done, and I think we also have this for We also have this in part done for Destiny versus Mr. Girl, and of course it's broken down by the segments that are happening here. And I think he got up to like 50, about 50 minutes in, and I'll probably end up doing the rest. This is all that, so I'll probably go through and format that or have somebody help me with that. if you become a part of the Booksmarts Intelligence Agency by DMing me about it or by emailing me about it, and you'd like to help with color coding this or doing other kinds of small tasks to help me produce the streams, I'd be happy to have it. If you can't donate, if you can't be here live for chat or whatever else, there are other ways that you could help the stream. This is definitely one of them, and I'm very thankful to Lou for helping me with a lot of these documents and stuff that we work on, so that's very cool of them. And we definitely have this, and it's in the works, and I just need to go through and watch these videos a couple of times and add in my notes and stuff, but the transcript should be more or less ready to go, and then we'll work on that for sure. Damn, it looks clean. I'm happy to hear you think so, Pedro. Do you really consider someone in their late 30s to be older? Yes. Older than me. It's all a matter of perspective. At least in the UI, it looks clean as fuck. I'm happy to hear that you think so, and I'll forward it to the BGG team. How did the channel end up having the black and yellow color scheme? Yeah, my design team hates that is the color scheme. It ended up having that because the very first graphic artist who I had help with it, who is actually somebody who is a part of Movie Club, Chelsea, it ended up being black and yellow. I don't remember through what part of negotiations it wound up being that way, but it just kind of naturally spawned into being. My ideal is that we have really, really sharp contrasting colors, like blue, like bright blue and bright yellow or green, kind of like the Pokemon symbol. We're on this track and we have this, and I'm sure we could clean it up and change it later if we needed to. Looking forward to it. Take your time and good luck. Yes, I will. And we all will. The BGG team is thankful for your feedback, your positive feedback and encouragement, and we'll keep at it. That being said, guess there's not much else to talk about. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for chatting. VO Megalol D Giga Chads, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for putting me in your ears and on your second monitor for all of today and watching to the end of the video. That's very, very cool of you. And if you ever want to support the channel, it's super duper helpful. Now is the time to do it because I'm saving up to do a move when I get back to the US. If I'm able to get a 2-bedroom apartment and have my office set up with my studio and stuff, then we'll definitely be able to do more streams and stuff, and not have to move around and set things up every single time with different lights and different places. And maybe we'll have a background that has something to do with the stream, I think the public discourse about Shaylin was heavily influenced by Senora Girl, and she got such a deep well poisoning. Yeah, maybe. I like the black and yellow too. Well, I'm happy that you like it because my graphic designers find it to be a pain in the ass to deal with. So that has been an ongoing topic of conversation among my graphic artists and me, or my designers of the website and me. So if he gets the apartment, we can bully him into getting a cat. If I actually settle down, I will get a dog. And we'll have a puppy, and I will train the fuck out of that puppy, and it will do a bunch of cute tricks, and maybe we'll have some IRL puppy streams, and perhaps, but that's all way down the line. I can barely support myself, let alone another, sentient animal. So, yeah, I mean, maybe at some point we'll get a dog. I can't guarantee it'll be a cat, but I certainly do enjoy the cats when I'm at somebody else's house and they're not mine. So, yeah. Anywho, without further ado, because we have been streaming now for 6 hours, the 6-hour VODs that I hate producing because then makes it more difficult for people to engage with the content, but it happens. Thanks for supporting the stream. Thanks for hanging out. I will talk to you guys later. Have a good rest of your day. Goodbye.